Thank you. Welcome back. This is session 3 for the M4EM Missed Apex iRating Le Mans 24-hour. We have just changed over to session 3. Welcome back with us. Thank you for joining the broadcast. Let's take a quick look at where we are at the moment. The number 51 car for the prototypes is leading over the 06 and the 58. There we go, up on screen. So we can see Manuel Haller at the moment leading class over Dennis Percham, and the number 58 for Sekion Ho, being very, very consistent sitting off the back of this pack. They are 2 minutes and 36 seconds back, but they have been matching the pace of the lead 2 cars. Only 15 seconds separating 1 and 2 at the moment. And if you did not see that, the number 52 car from Missed Apex Predators was in that battle. Were around about 20-second margin between the top 3 cars. Unfortunately, they did have an incident about an hour ago that cost them the 3 laps in repair, but they are back out there and they are working on a strategy to try and get themselves back up into this race. As we can see, the gap between the number 56 car and the 43 car, and we can see the margins of the 46 and the 56. So it looks like that Sam Swallow has found massive amounts of margins. They were 3 laps back at the moment. That's looking just over a lap. Was round about 2 minutes, around about 3 minutes a lap. So they have, so just sitting 1 lap at the moment off the back of the 4th position car on track for the prototypes, the 46 car driven by David Wasserman. That could be a little play on pit stop out of sync. There is around about 60 seconds transition from a pit stop for fuels and tyre. And now, as per request, we're going to jump through to some GT3s. And we're looking at first in class for the GT3s. The City in Blackheads at the moment. The number 12 car first in class, and they have there's around about 3 minutes and 45 seconds for a lap in the GT3s. So the number 90 car was second in class, the BMW driven by Joseph Loke, currently sitting in the same lap, but they are towards the end. And then we can look at the margin. So we look at the number 11 cars for Sandro Mueller. They were a lot closer earlier in the race, but they are now more than a lap back off the number 1 in class, sitting 3rd. And the 4th in class is the number 52, driven by Andrew Korapi. At the moment, they are a full lap behind 3rd position. And this is the closest battle for the GT3s at the moment. There is 11-second margin between 12th and 13 in class. Car 600 and car 14. Bolland and Smith are at it. These 2 cars, the 600 and the 314, have been racing pretty well for the last I'd say the last hour and a half. These 2 cars, the Lamborghini and the Ferrari, have been siding positions on track. They were up towards the pointy end, but the BMWs have taken over the margin in the cooler air, and that normally happens with the BMWs. They are very, very strong with the cooler climates. They really do enjoy having the cool air coming through, keeping those turbos cool and maximising the amount of torque out of those cars. But we'll see, as the air temperature rises when the sun comes up and the track temperature rises, the Ferrari and the Lamborghini will come into their own, and it could be that they will find some space back up towards the front. The GT3 class has not played out yet. We'd expect in around about 4 hours we'll start to see some big movements with the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis as they take on the BMWs, which at the moment rounding out the top 4 cars in class. And I'm just going to take a quick break, guys, while I organise to get myself the chat back up for session 3. Just give me 2 seconds. I do apologise for this. And this is the closest battle going on at the moment on track, and it is also the closest battle for the LMP2s, with half a second margin between car 520 and 420. John Lang and Richard Gordon still at it in the battle as they have been challenging each other for well over an hour. And for myself, I would prefer to actually be sitting off the back. I could just take advantage of the slipstream. I could roll off the accelerator, ease into the brake, take a little bit of the pressure off and focus on the tail lights and the slipstream and just get into a rhythm. I wouldn't necessarily be making any rash moves myself. I'd be looking to try and consolidate and trying to save a little bit of fuel and a little bit of tyre life, just sitting on the back of the car in front. Some guys like to be the lead car. They like to sit out the front. We used to see the car take a dive into the pits. So it was a pit stop strategy outlink between these two. But Richard Gordon still will need to make his pit stop, so that will play out before too long. We'd expect that he'll pit within the next 2 weeks, 2 laps or so. Let's just watch the margin. We should see the margin spread out to around about 1 minute. There's about 60 seconds for a transition through pit lane for all of the cars. There's not much separation between the pit stops for the prototypes down to the GT3s. Riding on a board with Richard Gordon. So just pop out the chat so I can keep that. So thank you guys for all watching the M4EM Missed Apex Le Mans 24-hour on iRating. We are under the 8-hour mark, 7 hours and 49 minutes to go. There will be around about an hour to an hour and a half before we start to see some sunrise. It's around about 5 AM in race time at this stage. And we're looking at the margin between the number 520 car and the 117 car, so John Lang and Spanners. And we can see Richard Gordon, the 1 minute margin there, so that was around about the 60-second pit stop required for John Lang. That margin will close back up again very, very shortly when Richard Gordon also has to make his pit stop. But the talk here is Spanners at the moment in the 117 car for Toolbox Racing. He's been in the commentary team this evening. He is also a major part of the administration for Missed Apex Racing. And he will be closely watching the battle on his telemetry screens if he has his screen up to see where he is on track to try and come up with a solution on how they are going to gain that that nearly 2 minute margin to try and get some advantage over these cars in front. But again, these cars are all tracking at a very similar pace. There does not seem to be much between the cars. The margins have been fairly close for the last hour or so, except the Spanners may have gained another 10 or 20 seconds, but still 2 minute margin. He'll have to try and find something here. As we look at the margin, he is at the moment fighting over track position. He's got the 428 driven by Maris Protoris. There is only a 12.5 second margin between 9th and 10th in class at the moment. The 117 will have to have eyes forward. He can't afford any mistake at the moment. He will get swallowed up by the 428. Protoris will be aware of this and he will be focused on trying to ensure that he hits his braking markers and hits the apex to try and get the maximum amount of pace out of these cars. But having said that, it's not a time in the race to do anything rash. One small error can lead to massive, massive disadvantages, as we've seen with the number 52 car, the Missed Apex Predators in the prototype class. a little bit wide through one of the corners, compromised the braking zone, had to come out of it, understeered a little bit out onto the ripple strip, and that unsettled the aero package for the car, and the car just rotated around, gently tapped itself into one of the barriers, but that was enough for a 10 to 15 second or 10 to 15 minute repair bill. Unfortunately, that sits them off the back of the number 46 car at the end of the LMP prototype. As we could just looking aboard now with Sam Swallow, who was in that vehicle, 3 laps off the back, but they are out of the pit stop strategy at this stage due to those repairs. And sitting behind Sam Swallow at the moment is the lead of the LMP2, Lucas Festa. He's got a 2 minute and 20 second margin. So they're battling for class, and he has a 1 minute margin over the number 29 car. And so depending on where they are in their pit stop strategies, as we've seen, that could just be a transition through pit lane. If Festa has, if the number 29 car has been through the pit lane and Festa's yet to pit, that margin could come down drastically. So we're just scrolling through, not much happening around the track at this stage to follow through. Guys, thank you for joining us. We are winding our way towards the sunrise. We're around about an hour and a half away from having the sun breach over the horizon. That will bring another interesting moment for this, where the guys will have to contest with the glare. It's not too bad around Le Mans. There are a few seconds, I believe it's through Indianapolis and the Porsche curves, where the sun can be quite blinding up through sunrise. The rest of the track, it's not too bad. As we now ride aboard with Lucas Festa in the number 598, the lead LMP2 car on track. And there are 6 laps behind Sam Swallow, the last of the LMP prototypes. Now he's got a constant margin at the moment of around about 60 seconds, 60 to 70 seconds over second in class. 7th on track, the number 29, driven by Walter Mazinski. And the LMP2 class is a very, very contested class. There is not much separation outside of the ability to set those cars up. They are very evenly balanced. As with the prototype cars, it's all about the skill of the driver and the ability to be able to get the most out of that setup, and taking advantage of the aero packages that those 2 cars have over the GT3 cars. It's been a very, very exciting race, and surprisingly I expected a little more action in the early morning, with the guys being a little tired behind the wheel, some slight lacks of concentration, but it's been a great effort by all of the drivers to keep their level of concentration up and focus on getting the cars around this track. There's not much happening around at the moment, but we will stay with the cars. Stay with the number 588 for Lucas Festa at the moment with the LMP2 car, as we take for a lap around the Le Mans circuit. It's around 18 kilometres long. It's the 2nd longest track in automotive endurance racing. It's around 50% of the length of the Green Hill, but that does not mean that it is any more complicated. It may have 3 long straights, this track, but it is complicated by having a multi-class sector. It is not that simple. You don't get to switch off down the straights. You have to stay focused and concentrated. You have to ensure that you find your braking markers. It is hard braking down the end of these straights into Forza Chicane, Michelin Chicane, into Musselin Corner and Indianapolis. It's massive amounts of speed that you need to wash off these cars, and you do braking into and while turning into the apex of the corner. It's very, very complicated. It's very, very challenging. There's a lot of footwork going on. The only advantage that you have is that there is no gear shift. Everything is a paddle shift. Everything is synchronized gearboxes in these. You don't have to worry about the clutch too much, but it is a lot of work on the brake pedal. And a big shout out to the sponsors, M4EM Timber Products. Fantastic to have you on board. If you're not aware of M4EM, jump on to the internet and search them up. They make timber shelters for animals. They custom make timber shelters for ponies and horses as well as other animals. Great product, a great company. Make sure you give them some love, as they have enabled us to bring this broadcast and this event to you this weekend. The M4EM Missed Apex iRating 24-hour around Le Mans. We see the car just run wide through there, outbraked himself. They will be very, very unhappy with that. The margin blowing out now between the number 51 and the 06. And again, that is the focus. That is keeping the mentality going. It doesn't take much to miss a braking zone, and it does cost you big time, as we see the margin now step out to nearly 26 seconds between the 51 and the 06. But no harm done there, still in a straight car, still pointing the car forward. Just got to get the heart rate down again now, get the eyes on forward, just take a deep breath and relax, get back into the rhythm. Car didn't have a spin, it shouldn't be feeling too bad. A little momentary section where you come back on track, the car can feel a little bit loose and doughy as you've got a little bit of rubber and excess on the tyres, but it doesn't take long for them to get back up to grip, unlike spinning around. And we've just had Dan Vanderjoen jumped on. He said he's just completed all his stints for the race. Great, mate. I hope you've been enjoying the time in the car. It's a fantastic experience. If no one has done a 24-hour event, then you really need to investigate getting involved in a team so that you can do some endurance racing. Little moment in the car there, like it just had a little twitch on the tail. Yeah, looks like the number 06 car could be a little bit unsettled at the moment, making it a little bit nervous. The margin at the moment, 22 seconds behind the first car in place, the number 51, driven by Manuel Hua. And the margin back to third position at the moment, Sek Yoho doing a fantastic job. He's the driver of the moment. He has been maintaining the pace of these lead cars. That margin has not changed in the last hour or and a half. Fantastic drive by the car in number 3 there, the GT Racing prototype, number 58. And again, we've got battles going on right across the field. I think our tightest battle in the LMP2 cars is the battle for 8th, 9th and 10th. And there is some key battles going on in the GT3 class, also for the battles for 5th, 6th and 7th as well. But again, the GT3 class will have a break in there, or the BMWs are going to come off pace a little bit. They will find that they will be more challenged with the Ferraris and the Lamborghinis once the sun rises and the air temperature comes up. The force of the BMWs does fade away a little bit, so they need to make sure that they are getting maximum amounts of track time at the moment to get that margin out as far as possible. We see that Dennis Furcombe at the moment just moving around through a car coming out through of the chicane, and after his little moment of late braking, he seems to have it all back together again, but the attitude of that car looks like it would be a little bit nervous at the moment. The setup for these cars won't be really attuned to the current track conditions. Most of the drivers will have a car set up for daytime driving. Majority of the base is set for a track temperature. Yep, they looked. So Dan's just jumped on. He said they want the car 666 to have another issue for them to be able to jump up into P2 for the LMP2 class. Yes, there is a lot of wishful thinking in that. But it's very, very nervous moments. The track conditions are changing as we come down towards sunrise. As we said, the cars aren't necessarily set up. This could be where there is most amount of grip and traction for this track, but the cars aren't really attuned to this time of the day or these track conditions. And that is one of the biggest challenges in endurance racing. The changes that happen to the track, the way that the car feels, it gets a bit spongy, it gets a bit squirrely, the back end can step out. It is always nervous moments when you're driving a very high powered car like these prototypes or the LMP2s, and you haven't quite got the traction or the grip that you would expect. It is really a play on getting these cars around this track consistently without making too many errors. But great driving by all of these drivers, good level of concentration. The minor incidents that we've seen, out braking themselves or getting deep into the braking zone, not too much of an issue. They haven't caused themselves any damage. They've managed to keep the car on track and rotating, and they're all sitting in a great position coming down towards 7.5 hours to go in this race. We hope you're enjoying the stream. Thank you guys for jumping in and supporting us. Fantastic to be here with the M4EM Mixed Apex Racing 24 hours at Le Mans. Excuse me, I'm going to take a quick drink. Bit of hard work here. Running you through the twilight hours of this event. We'll be joined very, very shortly. I believe in around about an hour's time. We'll be having a change in commentary team where Nick Amon will be coming back into the commentary position, and he will be taking you through the sunrise and into the morning shift. Still about an hour away before he pops in. He's having a little bit of a rest at the moment. I'll just clear my throat, sorry guys. Sorry about that, guys. I've accidentally bumped my microphone. I've just been talking to myself for a big chunk of that time. Unfortunately, I've run with a Qualcast Hyper, and I have a little bump stop on the end of the microphone. If I do accidentally touch that, it does switch my microphone off. I do apologise for that. Sorry. Sitting now with 7 hours and 24 minutes to go, we are riding aboard with second in class for the LMP2s. This is Waldemar Zinke. He is in the number 29 car. He is sitting around 60 seconds off the back of the number 1 in class 588 car for Lucas Festa, for GT Sim Racing, and then the third in class 8 on track is the Thomas Carina car for the Sim Racing Collective, and they are sitting over a lap down off those two cars. But that does not mean they are out of this race, depending on where they are in their pit stop strategies. The guys would all be calculating at the moment on how they are going to finish this race out. The engineers and the drivers would all be putting their heads together. The European teams would be starting to wake up now around about 5 o'clock in the morning over there. They would be trying to work out what their next plan is, how they are going to consolidate the end of this race, what strategy they're going to have with their drivers, how they can make small changes to their cars to try and maximise the amount of traction. As we see, third in class now sitting 1 minute and 16 off the back of the 666 car, Matthias Langard. And that's not a big margin in the scheme of things. That's only a pit stop, and depending on where they are in the pit stop strategies, depending on how that affects where they are on track, and also looking at there's not much in the separation between the top speed of these drivers, although it looked like Langard may have been compromised there. He was around about 10 to 15 kilometres slower down the straight. But it is a good drive by these drivers. They've managed to keep the car pointing forward and keep the car clean without consolidating your track position at this stage of the race. You don't want to make any rash decisions or do anything stupid. Easier said than done for these drivers if they get themselves into a position to battle for position, or they come up across a slower car. They are making constant decisions around this track. But it looks like at the moment we do have majority of the cars grouped up into one section of the track, which does make it a little bit easier. The guys can just relax into a flow when they get into a clear sector. The guys can manipulate their pit stops now to manage a car to come out of the pits into clear traffic, where they don't have to negotiate with slower cars or faster cars when they are dealing with cold tyres and cold brakes after a pit stop. It would all be about the strategy, all about how they manage their time over these last 7.5 hours of this race. Outstanding effort by all drivers at this stage. There has only been 5 teams that have been unsuccessful in maintaining car on track, and that has been due to issues with mechanical issues. So the number 24 car for LMP Pro M4EM had to retire from the race after getting some early damage and the car not being repaired completely. They did try a rash move of crashing the car a second time, which was in session 2. It was a massive moment. Did a great job for doing it live on stream. They went back into the pits for a further 1 hour and 20 minute repair. After that, they found they still did not have the pace in the car to be competitive, and they made the decision to retire from the race. There is 5 cars that are retired, so it's still 39 cars driving around on track. And we can see the battles going through at the moment. Cars coming into pit lane now, so everyone's starting to roll through for their pit stops. There is around about 11 to 12 laps per pit stop or fuel window for these cars. A lot of the drivers at the moment are double stinting. We've had a fresh set of drivers come in the last hour. Hopefully these guys are fresh. They've managed to get some sleep overnight, or they are using drivers from other sections of the world. We do have a couple of teams that have drivers from America and a couple of others that have drivers from here in Australia. You can take advantage of that because of our time zones. In America, it's around about 6:30, between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. Saturday evening. Here in Australia, we are just past 1 p.m. on Sunday morning. And in Europe, you guys are running around the 5 a.m. mark, depending on your time zone. The guys winding their way in this race towards sunrise. Some of them will be thankful when they see that sun come up, especially with the GT3 cars sitting now with the 4th, 5th and 6th cars on track. The Ferrari would be waiting for that sunrise, waiting for the air temperature to warm up. That will take a little bit of sting out of the BMW, and these Ferraris will be hoping that they can take some advantage of that warmer air and get some track position back over the strength of the BMWs. We did have a Ferrari and a Lamborghini in the top 4 of the GT3 class earlier, but the BMWs have shown their pace in the cool even air of night, and they have stormed away at the moment, sitting 1st, 2nd and 4th in class. We're riding with the Ferrari of Mark Vantore, the number 22 car for the Angry Beavers Racing Gold. At the moment, they've got a 60-second margin to the car in front of them and a 1 minute margin to the number 690 behind. That is the separation of a pit stop, I would say. Looking at that margin come down, the number 52 car at the moment is in the pits. So they would be just completing their pit stop, and we'll see how far. It's around about 60 seconds for a transition through pit lane with a standard pit stop. Clearly negotiating the faster cars there without losing any time. Watching this clock count down, how close is Vantore to actually picking up a position here. When the number 52 car comes out of the pits, they will be coming out on cold tyres and cold brakes. It will be a challenge for them. And the clock's still counting down, so the number 52 still in the pits. And there we go, change of position. Mark Vantore moves up into 4th position. And a long pit stop for the number 52. They might have had some damage, they might have had something to deal with in the pits. They are still stationary. So Mark Vantore now needs to focus on the number 11 car, which is a lap up at this stage. But that is not much in the scheme of these things in races of this nature, with still 7 hours and 19 minutes to go. It is easy to get back onto a lead lap with a little bit of clever strategy. And they can use simple things like tucking into the advantage. At the moment, the number 51 car has a strong hold on this race, having held the lead position for the last 2 hours over the number 6 car. Dennis Verkum is unsure on where to find pace in the number 6 car to try and minimise this margin. It has been constantly sitting around the 20-second mark since a slight error by Dennis Verkum and braking wide. And we can see the margin for the number 58 car second. There's obviously a pit stop play in that. He was within a minute 20 off to the back of the number 06 car. So he has completed his pit stop in his window. He is in the car now for his 3rd stint. And we would expect that margin to close back down once the number 06 and number 51 cars take their pit stops in this strategy rel. Winding our way down now to 7 hours and 17 minutes left in this race. There is a lot to consider. The 666 car has moved up into 4th position in the LMP2 class. that would make Dean van der Slyke very, very happy at the moment. He was looking to consolidate their strong drive, but they really wanted to try and get up to a podium, but that's not out of the race just yet for them. There will be plenty of opportunity for Mattis Lanyard to take advantage. There's only 1 minute and 11 seconds away from a podium at this stage, and that is a very small margin in endurance racing with still over 7 hours to go. They just have to consolidate their track position, maintain their pace on track, hit their braking markers, hit the apexes and maximise their traction out of the corners. Don't do anything too rash. Be comfortable and acknowledge that you may need to lose 2 or 3 seconds to a GT3 car, or avoiding a LMP prototype, but it's more important to keep the car in a straight line pointing forward than it is to try and squeeze half a tenth. As we see, the prototype just had to back off there as they negotiated a GT3 car. And you'll see the power of the LMP will now should be able to tuck into the back of the prototype. You see a little bit of difference in the presentation of these cars between the different classes, but the LMPs and the prototypes still heavily reliant on the downforce. They don't take much to interfere with their amount of grit and top end speed that these vehicles have. And these drivers are doing an absolutely outstanding effort in this race to maintain these track times. Very, very focused. It looks like they're having a little bit of an issue there, just matching the pace of the cars in front of them. Be a little bit of frustrating, I think, for Mattis Lanyard here. Had the pace to try and overtake the car in front to get some clean air, but the car just wants to keep pulling away from him on the straights. He can't maximise that top speed, and it could just be the setup in the cars. It could be where they are with their tyre life. They can't maximise. We see the move down here. That is always a nervous moment into a braking zone. We've seen that a couple of times where the cars have gone wide and managed to get themselves out onto a ripple strip or outbrake themselves into the next. There's a lot of commitment to make a move and to make it stick like that coming through into the Ford chicane. There's not a lot of room between Porsche curves and the Ford chicane to pull off a move like that, but great driving there by Mattis Lanyard. Still maintaining a 1 minute 10 second margin over the number 21 car. This is for 3rd and 4th in class with the, I'm not too sure what's happening with their telemetry here, but it's saying the fifth in class is the number 570 for Just Vivian Grievel. He is 1 minute and 5 seconds off the back at the moment. So these guys all within each other, all within a pit stop margin, and that will play out later in the race as they wind down towards the closing hours of a 24-hour enduro. This time of the day, it is all about keeping the car straight and keeping the car rotating in a forward direction around this track. Just maintaining track position if you can. Don't do anything too rash. We can see another group of cars coming up towards each other. There is a balance in endurance racing with multi-class. You get sections of the race where the cars will be spread out right around the track, and other sections you will get where all the cars will find themselves banked up within the similar section of track. It becomes very, very frustrating when the guys are trying to negotiate through the slalom of slower cars. But at the moment it doesn't look too bad. Here we can see 4 or 5 cars running together in a train, but they're spread out enough that any of the faster cars would be able to slalom their way through there. Plenty of room for them to move around. Very uncomfortable driving one of these higher downforce cars when you come across 2 or 3 GT3 cars battling it out. it makes it very, very difficult to try and negotiate getting around 3-car train. But all the drivers doing a fantastic job here at the moment. No one really making any rash decisions. Everything seems to be staying fairly consistent right across the board. Looking at the timetable as we wind down towards 7 hours to go, the 51 car is still leading the race over the 06 LMP2s. The 588 is still leading over the 29 car, and in the GT3s, the 390 car and the 314 car, but it could be, just looking at the telemetry change up there may have been just screen changed on me. I'll just wait for it to come back into the leading 4 class. There are some pit stop strategies to roll out for the GT3 cars at the moment, being led by the BMWs. But that is only because the BMWs would be far superior in this cooler night air. So the number 12 car over the number 90 and the number 11 car battling it out for title honours in the GT3 class. And again, that is the strength of the BMWs in this cool evening air. The twin turbo really has that extra torque. We've seen it in real life in GT3 racing as well as in all of sim racing events. But they will drop off the pace a little bit when the sun rises and the air temperature warms up. The Lamborghinis and the Ferraris will have a good 6-hour run at trying to make up the margin that those BMWs have gained overnight. And the guys are probably a little bit tired now, looking through the line of the windshield with the headlights on. They're probably leaving a little bit of a glare in the sunrise now, that we are just seeing the hint of some twilight in the sky. It could be another half an hour before we actually see full daylight or the sun pop up over the horizon. And there will be a few sections of this track that are quite uncomfortable for the drivers when they get that sun in their direct line. There are a couple of braking points and turn-ins that will be affected, but we will wait to see how that rolls out and how the drivers take that on. Most teams will probably prefer to be pitting and fresh drivers. Change of track conditions when the sun comes up. They'll be looking for an experienced driver who has spent plenty of time practicing that, because that first hour after the sun rises, the level of grip changes, the car changes the way it feels and handles on track. It is a very, very challenging period. At the moment, looking with John Lang in the 520 car, 12th on track and 7th in class. They have had a good margin now. Daniel Cook looks like they have dropped off the back of this pace. They were battling it out earlier on, the 520 and the 117. But the 520 looks like they have made some hay here, or maybe Daniel Cook has made a little bit of an error. But this margin blown out to 41 seconds. It's still not the end of the world. With still 7 hours to go. There is plenty of time to minimise that margin back up. But that would be disappointing for the 117 team for Toolbox Racing. They were having a great battle with the 520 car earlier in the race. For a good couple of hours they were racing within 10 seconds of each other. And it may be the pit stop strategy that these drivers are on that could upset the time scale as well. I don't have their pit windows available to me, and I'm not in the chat for the teams to know when they are planning on taking their pit stops. But it is all the challenge of endurance racing. When to stop. Or we see a car turned around there. No, that could have just been the camera angle. But now riding on board with the 690 for Mike Valera for the LG M4EM GT3. So Ferrari sitting 12 seconds off the back of the number 52 car. This is for 5th and 6th and 7th class. The grid finder Ferrari has gained a little bit. They were back further in the field. The 812 has gained a little bit of traffic here. Still sitting 1 minute and 20 seconds off the back of the number 690 Ferrari driven by Mike Delalia. They'll be looking to try and consolidate some time here. They are closing the margin down on the BMW, which surprised me. I thought the BMW would still be master at this time of the day. The air temperatures would be premium for the BMWs with engine. But waiting to see how this rolls out. Don't underestimate the Ferraris. They have outstanding level of grip and they really can power down those straights. Looking for a slipstream for the GT3 cars. They really need to be within 1.5 seconds of each other to take advantage of a draft. Anything outside of that and there will be not much gain in it at all. As we can see, the margin just steps out a little bit again now. Looking back, that could be that Corella is battling through the chicanes. But 25-second margin back now to the 555 car for the 334. And this is 11th, 12th and 13th in place. There is not much between these cars. The Porsches will also have a little bit of disadvantage at this time of the day. They do like the cooler air, but they will like a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of air temp to come up. They tend to be a little bit squirrely in the cool morning temperatures where the track temperatures drop down and the air temperatures are lower. They can do that little Porsche moment. They can have a mind of their own. But the guy's doing well to maintain this track times and maintain position on track. Fantastic for everyone involved. Almost 7 hours left in this race. I've got another half an hour or so before we get joined in the commentary team. Very shortly we'll be counting down the timetable for the top of the hour. Thank you guys for joining the stream. I hope you're enjoying the broadcast. This is the M4EM Apex Racing 24 hours at Le Mans on iRating, celebrating 100 years of Le Mans racing. Absolutely outstanding effort. This circuit is a class of its own. As we sit now with the prototype class, and there is a 1 minute 20 second gap between second and third, and a further 1 minute 30 gap between third and fourth class. The prototype have been all travelling around about the same time. They have been matching their pace. This 1 minute 20 margin between second and third has been fairly consistent for the last 2 hours. There's not much separating the time of these guys on track. Sergio Hon is having a fantastic drive at the moment for the ST Racing team in the prototype. And that Sebastian Barker is doing a great drive also in the WNS Motorsports car in the number 46, maintaining the margins at the moment, and unfortunately can't do anything about breaking that lap time or gaining any strength. They just need to ensure that they keep their car straight and pointing forwards. The track is about to change conditions in the next hour, and the guys will be looking to also change drivers very shortly. The car 58, this is the third stint for this driver. There is around about 11 to 12 laps per stint for a fuel tank. In these cars, it is fairly consistent right across the board. The GT3 cars can go a few extra laps, I believe, but there is not much difference between a tank of fuel. It is fairly exclusive around here. The guys can do small margins if they have drivers who are aware. They can roll off the accelerator, they can ease into the braking zones, they can take advantage of using less fuel. And again, we see a big gather of cars all in a very close section of track. It's a bit of leapfrog for here as the LMP2 cars and the prototype cars work their way through the GT3 cars. We see the little flash of lights there from the number 06 car, just advising the GT3 that they were a faster car. The GT3 would have seen the blue flags, or would have been flying the blue flags, but all they can see in their rear view mirror is the glare from the headlights of the car behind them. They have no idea what or who that car is. That little flash they're allowed to do to advise the car that they are coming through and they will be overtaking. But it is up to the faster car to make the move. The slower car does not have to move offline. They can do it if they want to as a polite gesture, but they can maintain race position and racing line. They don't have to move wide for the other car. We have seen a few cars make a rash move. The number 50, the 62 car, unfortunately had a little bit of a moment with an LMP2 car, outbraked and forced themselves wide and turned around after unsettling the aerodynamic downforce of the car by rolling over one of those large concrete ripple strips. It is easy to do. It is up to the drivers to manage that. There is no amount of team discussion or conversation or practice you can do. It is all about the moment in the car. Dennis Ferber doing a great job here, starting to close up the margin now on the number 51 car from Kramer. And Secure Hold managed to maintain on the back of this pack as well. This battle will roll out right down to the wire without a mistake or an error. These guys will be battling in the last hour of this race. But that is still more than 7 hours away from us at this stage. Hope you have been enjoying the stream. You're with Tim Lawson, broadcasting for the M4EM Mixed APS Racing iRating 24-hour at Le Mans. I am coming to you from Australia. Thank you very much for having me on the event today. Very much enjoying my time in the commentary box and watching all this race unfold. It is a very, very special race, the Le Mans 24-hour, and this year celebrating 100 years. Absolutely outstanding heritage for this track and for the classes racing around this circuit, not only on sim racing but also in real life. It is a bucket list track if you have not had the opportunity. Obviously from Australia, I haven't been to Europe yet. There are a lot of tracks that I would love to experience. I have booked myself a time in a full motion simulator so I can get the full experience and the undulations of rising up and down on some of these circuits. And here we are at the turn of the hour. We have our standings at the moment. Taking out the prototype is the number 1 car, well, the number 1 on track is the number 51 car for Urbac Sim Racing. Sitting in second position is the number 6 car for Long Flying GP. The number 3rd car on track is the 58 ST Racing for Poppers. The 46 car is sitting 4th in class and on track for WSE Motorsports. And 5th in class for the prototype is Missed Apex Predators in the number 62 car. For the LMP2s, we have the 588 for ST Racing in second class. Sorry, this is still counting out due to a pit stop. First in class is the 29 Angry Beaver Red car. Second in class is the 588 ST Racing with Driving Escape. Third in class is the 21 Sim Racing Collective. And 4th in class is the 666 for SRT by Dapper Constructions, and 5th in class for the LMP2s is the car is 570 for British American Racing. And we'll slide over to the GT3s in a second. And in the GT3s, first in class and 18th on track is the number 12 car for Obsidian Edge Black. Second in class is the number 90 Paradox Sim Racing. Third in class, the number 11 for Get Closer Racing. Fourth in class is the number 22 Angry Beaver Racing. And 5th in class is the second of the Paradox Sim Racing, number 52. that is rounding out the top 5 for each class as we now wind down under 7 hours left remaining in this race, and we have the 5 cars that have not been able to complete the 24, the 07, the 01, the 707 and the 14, all been unfortunate of not completing this event. High level of attrition for the prototype cars. I'd like to shout out that we still have every GT3 car riding around this track. That is great for these teams and the class, great for the event. It is very fortunate only to have 5 cars that have failed or have been unable to successfully complete this race. It is an endurance race. 24 hours is a long time in sim racing as well as it is in real life. I think there is normally around about 20% success, so 20% of the field will not finish an endurance race in real life. We have a higher succession here in sim racing, but it still means that there are situations that occur that the teams can't overcome, and they have to make the executive decision not to finish the race, which is disappointing because even though there's only 3 positions for class, it is all about trying to complete 24 hours around a circuit for endurance racing. That is the challenge for the drivers on track at this stage. 39 cars still in contention to complete this race, riding on board with the number 06 with Dennis Firkham in it, currently second in class with a 16-second margin over the number 51 car, and they will be trying to consolidate that soon. With the sun coming up in the background, we can start to see a bit of a haze in the background. It is surprisingly slow to rise over this circuit. You sort of get half excited when you start to see that glow, you start to see the clouds silhouetted in the sky, but it does feel like an eternity before that sun pops its head up over the horizon. The guys will be now focused on trying to just keep going around, keep track position. Don't do anything too rash. Just negotiating a GT3 car there, doing a great job. And again, we saw the GT3 car just hold its line, doesn't do anything rash, it doesn't swerve or move off line. That allows for the prototype to make the decision on how they're going to pass. Nothing worse than being in a prototype or an LMP2 car, and the GT3 car starts making rash decisions on trying to move away from the racing line or out of your line. Best that they just stay on their line, don't do anything, allowing the prototype or LMP2 car to make the decision on how they are going to make the overtake. If the GT3 car decides to, they can just back off the accelerator to allow for the faster car to overtake, or if they come out of a corner, they can, if there's enough margin between them, move to an open line on track, but they must have a 2-second margin before the car in front of them before they need to change lines. If you're only a half a second margin, do not change lines, stay on your line. The LMP2 or the prototype will move around you. As we can see clearly now, the haze in the twilight over the skyline. We're not far away, probably 3 or 4 laps away from having the sun pop its head up over the horizon. We will be looking at around about 20 minutes time. We should have daylight across this circuit. I hope you are enjoying the commentary as I bring it live to you from Australia for the M4EM Missed Apex Racing Le Mans 24-hour. We're riding aboard with the prototypes at the moment. We're sitting with Dennis Firkham in the 06 prototype, currently a margin of 15 seconds over the lead car, the number 51, driven by Christopher Kramer. And we had the number 58 car at the moment sitting off the back of these 2 packs for Sekyo Ho. He is doing a fantastic drive and maintaining that margin off the back. These cars have been following around in the same pace for the last 2 hours. There has been not much change, unfortunately, excluding the Missed Apex car, or the 52 car, which did have a slight error and caused some delays in getting that car repaired. The teams will be waking up now. They will be having their coffee and grabbing something to eat. The conversations on strategy will be starting to take place now right across the entire field. We'll be coming up around about 5 AM in Europe, 1:40 here in Australia, 1:40 PM Sunday afternoon, and for the crews over in America, that will be around 8 PM at night. The European guys will be now looking to take over the reins for all of these cars, as they hopefully have had a good rest, because it is going to be a hard 6.5 hours left in this race. A lot of work yet to do for these drivers. This race has a lot to play out yet. So if you have joined us in the chat, we are in session stream 3. Guys, thank you. If you have any preference for where you believe you would like to be at the moment in this race, jump in the chat and let me know. I always prefer to be sitting behind the car in front of me. So here I'd be happy to be in position 2. As we see, the car 58 has just jumped into the pits for their pit stop. They are the first of these 3 lead cars to do their pit stop strategy. I like to sit behind the car in front of me. I don't like, unless I've got clear pace to make a lead, I'm happy just to sit in position, just to maintain track position, keep that car rolling around, not do anything rash. I'm a 2nd or 3rd class driver. I don't have the alien pace that some of these guys would have. But I can be quite successful in just maintaining a constant car without doing anything rash. I have been sim racing myself for around about 4 years, and I damaged my knee last year. I've just started to get back into the rig, doing some racing in some rookie series. I've got a bit of a recovery to do before I'm back up to full speed. But I've enjoyed jumping in the broadcast booth. We do a broadcast for a few leagues here in Australia, and I have really appreciated the opportunity to come on board with Mr. Apex Racing in the M4EM 24H at Le Mans. I really do appreciate the opportunity to have me here. It's been a great learning curve for me, and I hope you have all too enjoyed having me on board. I've accidentally bumped my microphone earlier in the shift, and I didn't realise that I was talking to myself, but these things happen. Alright, sitting on board with the 06 for Dennis Firkin, currently sitting in 2nd position. We're closing down this margin slightly now, but they are coming very close to doing their pit stop. And the number 51 car, I think, has a little bit fresher tyres. I think the number 06 car will be the next car to pit in this train. So they would be approximately 1 lap away, and I believe that the number 51 car has 2 or 3 laps to go before they would require to take any pit stop. But they can use any strategy they like. They do not have to run all the way down to the end of the tank, being that there is 18 kilometres around this track. You need approximately 10 to 12 litres per lap. I believe in these cars there is around 11 laps for a maximum stint to a tank of fuel. But some drivers and some teams will make a decision to lap after 8 laps or 9 laps. They will make a decision on whether they can undercut or overcut, take advantage. Some drivers will be trying to fuel conserve through this period. It is a tricky period to drive these cars. The track conditions are about to start changing as the sun comes up. The air temperature will lift and the track temperature will also rise. The separation on track temperature makes a big impact on how these cars handle and the attitude of these cars. iRating at this stage does not have any wet weather interaction, but it does have an outstanding track temp format. So the temperature of the track, the guys will have their team, or the teams would have set their tracks, their setups up for a track that would probably be around about 3 or 4 degrees warmer than what it is now. Their car would have been set up predominantly for driving during the day, so the cars they might have the maximum amount of traction on track at this moment. The cars aren't necessarily attuned for that. Watching now aboard the number 58 car sitting in 3rd position, and it is just giving a little bit of a flash to each other as they roll through here. Just having a little chat to say g'day as they pass each other. And this car is out of sync a little bit. The pit stop strategy will come into play, but the discussion will be where the number 62 car sits on the back of the number 46 car, whether they will be able to consolidate any of that time lost due to the incident earlier in the race where they had to stop for damage. And that is where it is for strategy, trying to minimise the amount of errors, trying to minimise the amount of time the car is stopped in pit lane. You can easily get caught out getting one of these prototypes or LMP2s up on the ripple strips. They are heavily reliant on the downforce, and if you rise up onto one of those high concrete ripple strips through the chicanes, coming out of barrage and also through forward chicane, they are dangerous for the high downforce cars. It just lifts that car up enough where it breaks that connection with downforce and they lose the traction with the road. It does turn the car around. And it looks like the number 45 car or 46 car is making a little bit of inroads at the moment onto the back of the number 58. There is still 6 hours and 45 minutes of this race to go, so it is not over by a long shot. But the teams will be looking at trying to get fresh drivers in the car very shortly. It has been a long stint overnight. There are some very tired drivers on track at the moment, and they will just be focusing on trying to get to their next pit stop and hopefully to the next driver change. And as we see here, just trying to negotiate through the LMP2, just having to pull up a little bit to allow at the end of the Porsche curves, coming now through the forward chicane onto the start finish line. Great driving there, just being aware you can't push the car through there, you can't force the LMP2 off track, you just have to swallow your pride a little bit, tuck in behind and wait for the opportunity to get the move done. Great driving there by Mariello. Great awareness and also great driving by the LMP2 car, just holding their line, not doing anything rash or anything, allowing the LMP2 car just focusing on what they're doing. And that allows for the prototype car to make the decision on how they're going to make the move to pass the slower car. Coming now down through Tetra Road. As my wife just pops in to ask when I'm going to stop for lunch very shortly. Guys, we'll be having a change in the commentary booth soon. Thank you guys for having me. It's been a fantastic experience to join the M4EM Mr. Apex 24-hour Le Mans. I've really enjoyed coming here into the comment booth. Thank you guys for having me. I hope you have enjoyed the stream too. If you are watching, jump on board, say g'day. Look forward to hearing from anyone out there at the moment who is watching the stream. Anything you want to hear, if you want to catch up on a car, let us know. We'll see what we can do about getting some footage. At the moment, riding with third in class for the prototype series. This is the number 58 car, third in class and third on track. So second, third and fourth. These guys have been doing a great job to maintain their pace through the wee hours of the morning. Now it's coming into twilight. This is always a nervous moment for the drivers. You start to see some vision, you start to see what's going on around you, but it's still not quite clear. There are some sim racing. If they change the weather format in iRating, then this will become a very, very treacherous moment of the day. At the moment, it's not too bad in iRating. There are some slight changes to how the car would feel. It would be a little more nervous, but it's still drivable. There's no rash shanking or twitching of the cars. They do have a reasonable amount of grip at this time of the morning, but most of the teams will be looking forward to around 2 hours time when the daylight is fully up and the track temperature has risen by a couple of degrees and the cars will come back into their perfect window. You're riding on board with Dennis Verkum at the moment, doing a fantastic job. This is his third stint in this car, in the 06 prototype, just working their way through some of the traffic at the moment. Looks like they have done it easily. And he's just going to have to tuck in behind here, coming through Indianapolis and Orange. Well, I might have missed that. Sorry, I've missed that. That's not quite right. Looks like they've just come through Michelin chicane. And we can see the daylight now clearly visible in the skyline, but we're still probably a good 20 minutes away from having the sun pop up over the horizon and causing a few issues with the line of sight for these drivers when it does sit in your driving line. A good orange haze there means that we are set for a clear day. Easily passing through the cars there, doing a great job. The guys now focused on tyre life and maintaining. Don't push the cars too much. Don't overdrive the cars. Just get in there, hit your braking markers, hit the apexes, get the power down. It's now about chewing up some time. Still 6 hours and 40 minutes to go. Plenty of time in this race to make advantage. But look at the margin now for first versus second. 6.3 seconds. Getting very, very close. They are out of pit stop sync with the number 58 car. Both of these lead cars required to pit stop yet, which will bring the number 58 car, which has taken a driver change in the last stop. Maricello is in for a stint. He is fresh eyes and hopefully he is well rested into that car. That will be around about a 1 minute 30 margin off the back of these two pace cars once these two have completed their pit stop. But Verkum is doing a great job at the moment in the wee hours of the morning to bring this margin back down. It was out to 30 seconds at one stage. They have managed to pull it back down. Kramer maybe just struggling a little bit. We saw that in the last stint where the number 51 car struggled a little bit on old tyres. And the number 6 car seemed strong all the way through their stint. They do make good margins towards the end of their stints before their pit stop. These are all the factors that the teams will be taking note of. The engineers will be making plans for the future as they come through into the daylight and the closing hours of this race. How are they going to strategize for the finish of this race? When are they going to choose to do their pit stops? What small changes can they do to the setup on these cars? What changes are they going to do to the tyre pressures? All those calculations are now starting to be taken. They've taken all of the data from yesterday and from overnight. They will be trying to work out, drive as long as they can here to get as far into this stint as possible, because this next stint the track temperature will change and tyre pressures will play a big part in how the car handles in the next hour or so as the sun rises and the track temperature starts to rise. The track as well, rub it in after 18 odd hours of racing. But it is all about their temperature and track temp and for how these cars handle. And Firkham doing a fantastic job. Clearly got this car on rails as they hunt down Christopher Kramer in the number 51 car. So just some interesting factors while we go through this. The number 51 car is the official works team for iBack Racing Suspension. These guys have done a fantastic job with this car, but clearly struggling a little bit on tyre wear. They may have a little bit of a setup change that need to consider, or tyre pressure change they need to consider if they want to find some pace on older tyres in this car. The number 6 car is the professional sim racing team competing in various leagues, and they had 2 prototype cars and 1 GT3 car. I just need to move my chat around so I can actually read what's on my screen. I've squished myself up. The Lions GP had car 6 and car 7. Unfortunately, car 7 had to retire from this race. Very disappointing for them. As well as the number 24 Proto 1 car. They had to retire after the not being able to repair their car completely and having a suspension issue and downforce issue, which meant that they were losing time down the straight, struggling with the car through the corners. And the car 58, the SRT Racing with Recropped, is a professional sim racing competing in various events around the world. Kevin Rowland came second in the 2023 Sebring 12-hour and first in the Spa 24-hour last year in 2022. Lots of experience at the moment, sitting in third place in the number 58 car. There will be a lot to play out with the strategies. They have a lot of options in front of them at the moment, but my bet is that they are running a long stint here, because the next stint will see a change in track temperature, which will change how these cars perform. They will be trying to adjust the tyre pressures for their next stint to ensure that they have maximum amount of mechanical grip coming into the first daylight session for the Sunday morning. And hope you are enjoying the stream. You're sitting with Tim Lawson. I'm coming to you live from Australia for this broadcast on the M4EM Timber Products Missed Apex Racing 24 Hours at Le Mans. If you're unfamiliar with the M4EM products, fantastic company making timber animal shelters, from pony huts through to full stables and hatches and huts. Check them out. Check it up on YouTube, on the internet, on their Facebook page, on all forces of media. A great company, and without the sponsors we wouldn't be here having this event and having this broadcast come to you. Really appreciate having you guys on board. It makes everything possible. And a big shout out to all of the admin involved in bringing events like this onto the screen and bringing the cars and teams together. There is a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes. As much as these teams, there is a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes in their engineering and their setups. They would now be looking at strategies for the last 6 hours as we wind our way into the twilight of the morning. It is a very unnerving moment to be driving in the car at the moment. You really need to keep your focus about you. The light slightly changes, there's shadows and other things going on in the braking zones and in the apexes. It can be a little bit unnerving. These guys are professionals, they will have it on dialed in, but it doesn't take away from the fact that any lapse of concentration at this stage can be costly. As we now sit with the 4th, 5th cars, and Alex is into the number 62 car after their pit stop. They have fallen further back behind. They are now 7 laps off the pace for the back of the prototype cars. That is not what they were hoping for after running with the top 3 teams for most of the night. It just shows how a simple moment can be very, very costly in this race, which means that there is nothing yet decided in the outcome. This 5th position could easily become a podium if some of the cars have moments as we have experienced throughout the night. It's been a pretty uneventful hour over the last hour and a half. We haven't had much go on. All cars have been able to keep themselves rotating around the track without too many issues. It's been great driving by these guys, some of them doing triple stints in the wee AM hours of Sunday morning. Their concentration levels have been absolutely outstanding, doing a fantastic job here on track. And we're not far away from changing over the commentary team. Legion has jumped back in very, very shortly. He'll be taking you through for the next few hours. I again like to say thank you for having me on board. I have really enjoyed my opportunity here to bring you the broadcast commentary for the M4EM Missed Apex iRating 24-hour at Le Mans, especially when we are celebrating 100 years of this circuit and this event. A big shout out to Brad Philpott for getting me involved in this, and also to Neil Alexander who put my name forward. Thank you guys, I really do appreciate the opportunity. I think you have, or I'd like to hope that you have enjoyed my commentary in this last few hours. It's been a bit of a drone just listening to my voice rattle on. I'm starting to get a bit croaky and a bit dry, but that's okay, we'll keep it going. The team Heat Together wants to thank all drivers, admin, race control and the broadcast team. Thank you very much, guys. It's great to see you guys on track. It's great to have everyone around. We're currently sitting with the lead cars at the moment. They are split, so the number 51 car is yet to complete their pit stop. And looking at that timing schedule, there is around about 60 seconds in a pit stop. So the number 6 car is very, very close to coming out in front of the number 51 when the number 51 exits the pit stop. For everyone who is watching the stream, thank you for supporting us. Don't forget to like and subscribe the channel. This is session 3 for the 24-hour. This session will take you right through to the checkered flag. We'll have fresh commentary team taking you through the last 2 hours of today's broadcast. A big effort for all the UK guys who have been up all night managing all this behind the scenes. As I get croakier and croakier winding my way through this broadcast. And we're just waiting for Christopher Kramer to take his pit stop here to see the margin closing now down to 1 minute and 2 seconds. It is approximately 60 seconds for a transition through pit lane for the prototype cars. This is going to be a very, very tight margin. Dennis Furcombe doing a triple stint now. I think he's had the last 2 stints. This is his 3rd stint. He'll be well attuned to how this car feels and the slight subtle changes that these cars are about to experience in the way they handle as the sun pops up over the horizon and the track temp starts to change. It all makes a difference. That is one of the key components for endurance racing. You don't get to experience the extreme changes in track conditions in a 25 or 30 minute race. There are extreme conditions in iRacing through track temperature. It really does change how that car feels, how it connects to the road, and how you apply the brake and the throttle. Great effort by all these cars to not make any mistakes. It's a very, very demanding period of the race at the moment. These guys are very tired after driving through the night, especially for the European crew. It's very wee small hours of the morning for you guys. Normally be waking up at this time of the day. It's not normal for you to have finished a 4-hour stint or 3-hour stint in the car. Hoping that you guys are all getting the appropriate amount of rest and no one is pushing themselves too hard. But for anyone who has not been in a endurance before in sim racing, I highly recommend that you get involved with a team, even if it's only a 6, 8 or 10 hour. It is a great experience, and it really is something that sets it apart from the short sprints. We can see the margin at the moment sitting around 60 seconds between the 51 and the 06. That is the duration of a pit stop. This is going to be very, very close when they come out. And the 06 car driven by Dennis Fersham, he is doing a fantastic job here since coming out on fresh rubber. He really has that car dialed in. As we can see, the margins drop down now as the cars pop in and out of the chicanes, and we would think that the number 52 car is very close to entering the pit, which would be in the pit stop now. So we will watch this very, very closely to see. Good morning from Stephen Koenig from South Africa. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for joining us. We are riding aboard with 06 car for currently second in place for the prototype, second in class, second on track. They are hunting down the 51 car from Krista Kramer. Dennis Ferkham now is very close to coming into the forward chicane. We'll see when the number 51 car starts moving out of this pit bay. We're expecting this margin to be down to seconds if Dennis doesn't actually come out in front. And he has made that move, and we have a new leader of this race, and Dennis will now make premium of this. He has full temp tyres and brakes, and Christopher Cracker will have to just adjust to the car. He'll have to wait for his tyres and his brakes to come up to temp. That has been a fantastic drive by Dennis Ferkham in the number 6 car. That is fantastic for Lion GP. They had a 30-second margin at one stage. They have really buckled down in the last hour and a half. Great to have these guys. Great to watch this race. It's been an absolute battle. See the margin now, only 0.3 of a second. And that is after the full range of pit stops and almost 19 hours of racing. And we look at the number 58 car driven by Mario Mayo. He is only 1 minute and 36 seconds off the back of this pack. That is a pit stop in the pit stop cycle. So there is a lot yet to play out for the prototype. We've seen a very similar story rolling through with the LM2s, and also it's a very consistent story with the GT3 cars too. Nearly all of the classes have the lead 3 cars on the same lap. They are all separated by their pit stop strategy, and there is a lot to play out as we watch how close this battle is at the moment. There is approximately 2 laps separating the pit stop between the number 51 car and the 06 car, and there is around 4 laps separating the pit stop in the number 58 car. So we can see Dennis Ferkham at the moment. He is fully up to temp and has full temp in those tyres and brakes. Christopher Farkin right up alongside has the draft here. I think he's managed to move up on the inside. The inside line through here will take advantage, and they come up to some back traffic. Not really preferred for these drivers, but Ferkham managed to hold on. Great driving by these guys. I thought he might have got compromised there and got off of the racing line to try and consolidate. But he managed to hold on the appropriate line. Kramer had to tuck back in behind the 06 car, and they now run 1 and 2. 6 seconds the margin after negotiating those couple of LMP2s. But don't underestimate the number 58 car. There is only one pit stop strategy between them. They are mixing up their strategies recently. Some of them have only been stopping after 8 or 9 laps. They can go a maximum 11 laps on a tank of fuel in the prototype. Very similar for the LMP2s. And there are a few extra laps for a tank of fuel in the GT3s. But that is one of the key talking points the teams will be discussing at the moment. How are they going to run their strategy for the last 6.5 hours of this race? The clock is counting down, and it is going to be a very, very exciting rollout for the last 6 hours. So guys, stay with us as we are very shortly going to change the commentary team. You'll get a reprieve from my voice after the last 3 hours, but I hope you have enjoyed the commentary that I've brought to you. It's a very, very enjoyable experience to be involved with an enduro event, and especially something as big as the Le Mans 24-hour. And I highly recommend anyone who has not been involved in an enduro event to track down a team, have a talk to any of the guys that are here at the moment. I'm sure they're willing to have a conversation with you and help you out and get you involved. It is a great experience. ACC also runs an enduro series. They also have the ability for driver swaps. We've also seen that R-Factor 2 also has the ability for driver swaps. You don't have to be exclusive to iRating. Sim racing is a huge community around the world now, and there are plenty of people out there that are willing to get you involved. Don't shy away from getting involved. It is the pinnacle of sim racing for me. I love the enduro scene. I love the challenge of the enduro racing, and I particularly love the challenge of the multi-class, as we are seeing here with the prototypes, the LMP2s and the GT3s, all sharing track and all racing for line honours in their own class and outright track position. But we can see that Daz Verkum has managed to hold on to the margin at this moment, and the number 51 car with Dennis Kramer in it is on their outlap after their pit stop. They are up to full temp now. Their tyres, the fresh new tyres, they will have full temp in their tyres and brakes, and we are now race on between the 06 and the 51 car. As we can see, the number 58 car sitting in third position, 1 minute and 33 seconds off the back of this pack. They have been keeping this margin consistent for the last 2 hours or more. It has been a great drive by these 3 teams, and they will be now working out what strategy they can come into place that will give them an advantage as we wind down with 6 hours and 14 minutes to go. It is almost sun over the horizon. We'll be seeing that in around about 14-15 minutes time. We should start to see the bright light of the sun rise up over the horizon. I believe it will take effect through Indianapolis and Porsche curves from memory. It has been a couple of years since I've actually driven this in a 24-hour. It is a great experience, and these guys are doing a commanding job. It's been outstanding effort by all of the drivers and the different classes of car. The experienced drivers were mentioning earlier in the stream that it has been an exceptionally hard race in the prototypes and the LMP2s, with the large spread of experience in the drivers in this field. But hats off, there hasn't been too many incidents on the incident channel. The guys have been doing a great job. There's been some minor imperfections, and that is momentary, just a matter of their level of concentration. It is a very high attrition race. There is a lot of concentration required. The track itself looks quite simple with the 3 long straights and a few curves, but it is very complicated. The braking zones are really hard. There is a lot of brake force used. Braking into the turning here into the Forza chicane. You're easing off the brake and rolling through hard onto the accelerator out here, getting the maximum power down, coming out. And now the run down Michelin straight is all about your traction out of the chicane, trying to maximize your top speed here. Move right over to the left hand side of the track and find your braking marker before you come into Michelin chicane. And again, you're trail braking into that chicane coming off. It's a nervous moment as you switch back around to the left. It's easy to unsettle the back of the car through there, especially in the GT3s. They get quite nervous coming through there. And Legion has jumped into the booth. He will be joining us very, very shortly. We look forward to having his experience in the booth for the next few hours. Hoping that he's managed to have a little bit of a rest. And he's just switched on his mic. Good morning.
Morning, Tim. I was waiting for the introduction, but I'll take this instead. It's nice to be back in the booth. I had a nice little break. First thing I did was I ran to the nearby convenience store and grabbed me one of these. I don't know if you heard that. That was the sound of a Red Bull. It is currently 1:45 in the morning here in the wondrous state of Massachusetts, and you guys are going to be chilling with me for the next about 4 hours.
Nice. It's been a very fantastic drive by these guys overnight. You would notice a few changes on the timing board. The number 62 car for the Mr. Apex, unfortunately, they got a little bit wide trying to overtake one of the LMP2 cars. Got out wide in the braking zone, managed to roll up over one of the high ripple strips and rotate the car and bumped into one of the barriers. They had to take a pit stop after that for repairs, and that put them a number of laps down. But they were fighting for position earlier in the race when you were last in the booth.
Yeah, that's the thing with these endurance races. We talked about it pretty much throughout this entire broadcast is it's never over until it's over. Just because you're sitting comfortably in a position does not mean that it is yours, dead to rights. You still have to make it to the checkered flag, and unfortunately for, MAP, the number 62 team, they are 7 laps down, like you said, Tim, because they went over those rumble strips and just spun the car and into the barriers and all that damage picked up. So for them, they're pretty much out of the running for that podium. But the thing with the top 4 is they're all still, within, I would say, the time window of possibly making a move stick. So the podium position, at least the final one, is still up for grabs between ST Racing and WSE.
Absolutely. And the other challenge for these drivers now is the changing track conditions. As the sun rises and the track starts to change temperature, the level of the grip will change. But the setup for these cars should be set up for around about 9 to 10 a.m. in the day. So we're expecting that these cars will start to come into their maximum handling window, and that will have a little bit of a play. Interesting talking point has been the run on old tyres, and the number 51 car, the iBack Sim Racing team, they are struggling at the end of their stint on old tyres. We have seen them manage to get a margin up to 30 seconds over the 06 car on fresh tyres, but they always lose that margin on old tyres. There's obviously something in the setup of that car that is causing them a few issues at the moment. I'm sure they'll have that sorted out, but it has managed to enable the 06 car for the Lions GP to take the lead at this stage.
And we'll see those final pit strategies coming into play as we sort of roll closer and closer to the end of this race. I don't know when teams will do their very last pit stop, but I would assume it'd be within, I'd say, the last hour. I mean, every car is different. Every car has a different amount of fuel usage per lap. So teams have been obviously perfectly crafting their strategy for this race. So we'll see how all that plays out. In the meantime, it's still Lion GP taking advantage of their competitors' tire woes, as we did have the guys in ST Racing come in for a pit stop. I'll put them back a little bit, but I guess the one positive you could take from that is the guys in front of you will have to pit, although about 2.5 minutes is that gap. So Christopher Kramer can come in and not lose that position to the number 3 or the 3rd place driver, as we are seeing now from the RT Racing guy or ST Racing guys coming out of the pits now, just ahead of some traffic. So that's good news for him. But there is going to be a couple more cars up ahead that he'll have to navigate.
Yeah, so the pit window for these guys, the number 58 car sitting in 2nd position at the moment, or 3rd position at the moment, is the first car to pit. And then we're seeing the 06 car will be pitting in around about 2 to 3 laps. And then Christopher Kramer was the last of those 3 cars to have the pit window. They can go a further 2 laps beyond the 06 car.
Yep, so that'll be another thing to just keep an eye on, keep it pinned down, and then see if there is an advantage that is gained later on in the race. We are just picking back up here with Christopher Kramer, who is sitting about 1.6, 1.7 seconds back from your race leader, Dennis. I heard you pronounce it earlier, and I've immediately forgotten how to pronounce it. Help me out there, Tim.
I believe it's Furcom.
Furcom.
Yeah, it's German. My German's not that good, but we'll say Furcom.
Neither is mine. I would assume like Furchheim. I don't know. Either way, race leader is within eyesight, and for the chasing 51, that's a huge thing for them. Because one thing when you're, say you're like the number 58, you got 2.5 minutes, you can't even see your opponent. But for the 61, you could argue that they might even be able to read the license plate if the car had one.
Yeah, so the lead changed at the last pit stop round. So there was a 30-second margin for the number 51 car. They did struggle on old tyres, and the number 6 car took the early pit stop, fresh tyres, and had a good run, and they actually came out. The margin was less than half a second when the 06 car came past the pit when the 51 car came out. So they have managed to gain that. They were sitting within the first lap or so after the pit stop that stayed at a half a second margin. So at the moment, it looks like the 06 car has the best run on track.
Yes, they have. So again, we'll see. There's still some. I think there's still some battles across the field though that might come to fruition given certain factors being put into play. But of course, for right now, we're really focusing on the lead here because this is where sort of all the marbles are at. Of course, as we navigate, just some lap traffic, nothing too difficult that these drivers can't handle, of course. And even using the lap traffic to just use that little bit of slipstream to pick up some extra forward momentum to bring them in closer to their opponent. But you can only stay behind them for so long because you're in a much faster car, and if you just stick behind them, you're only hurting yourself. So for Kramer and Furchheim, they are going to be keeping each other company, keeping each other honest, most importantly, especially through some of these corners. The game itself will be saying, hey, you've had this off, we need to fix that, or oh, hey, you've done this here, you need to slow down. But overall, these two teams possibly could be coming to blows here in, I would say, maybe an hour or so, if I had to just give a very general estimate.
They have been swapping positions on and off for the last 3 or 4 hours, subject to their pit stops and the play-through traffic. It looks like at the moment majority of the traffic is banked up in a very similar section of the track. So you can see at the moment we're getting a very good clean run without any interfering cars, but it looks like when they do catch up to the GT3s, there's a bit of a slalom effect. So depending on where they catch them around the track, really makes effect on how they are in their timing gaps, if they get a clean break and a clean run, as we can see through there, or whether they have to take a bit of pace off and just bide their time to get back onto the straight before they can make the move. There's still a lot of happening here, but the classes their own great battles going on. At the moment, looking for first in class for the LMP2's number 29 car by Waldemar Zinke. He's doing an fantastic drive, but we can see the 588 car has moved right up onto the back here. But I think there was a bit more margin between these drivers, so it would either be that the 29 car has completed its pit stop, or potentially they've had a bit of an error.
Just a couple of possibilities, and maybe there could have been a couple GT cars they got caught up behind. We do see a whole lot of them in the foreground of the shot, so I'm sure those two LMP2 guys are just looking forward and going, oh great, we got to do this multiple times in rapid succession as they are pulling up now. If you're Marpert, that's going to be, you're hoping that Zinke gets held up, and that'll give you some time to close in. It actually looks like he has, taking advantage of the slipstream through the first chicane. Josh Millington is back away, sort of in his own little world right now. Marpert 3 minutes up the road, and then Lippanen is just a little bit over 2 back. So for the number 21, third in class and 8th overall, there's not really too much they need to worry about at the moment. They just got to make sure that they are, turning these laps and making sure that they're consistent, they're fast, and most importantly, they're clean.
Yeah, at the moment, the teams will all be determining how their pit stop strategy will play out for the final 6 hours. Like I said, that is a long time of racing to come, and there are lots of opportunities to try and take advantage of any strategy and car setup. A little tweak to the tyre temperatures, a little tweak to the car, that will take advantage as the changing track conditions start to come into play.
Yeah, and we had mentioned earlier in the broadcast about the fastest laps being set early on in the race when there were overcast skies. Right now it's looking a little clear here in France, so that's great for them. But if those clouds do come back in, we could potentially see these drivers getting those quick lap times in again. If not, obviously not a huge problem, but of course everybody wants to take home the little sort of consolidation prize of routing the circuit the fastest. Of course, we'll probably see that from the LMP1 guys. But each class will obviously be fighting for their own piece of that pie.
Absolutely, and we've just had a quick note from Lucas Vesta apologising that he actually had contact with a barrier in the 588 because they were leading class by close to a minute. So that has the reason that they are sitting back in second position.
It's unfortunate for them. It's always, as commentators, we only have so much we can go off of. When you look at sort of the command center of studios, or even the command center of Steve here, who is running the whole shebang, there's only so much that we can grab at one time. And when you're running sort of I don't want to say a ragtag group, but when you have a low-numbered group like us, you sort of just pick and choose what you can grab, and then the rest is sort of just extrapolation and taking a guess as to what might have happened, especially when you know a circuit, you understand how a car is supposed to behave. You can look at an area and say, okay, well, the driver could go off here, here, and here based on where the car is. That eliminates these two possible spots. So, it could have been this thing. Most likely that caused the accident, but sometimes there's just that little extra factor you haven't accounted for yet.
Yeah, the apologise was, I crashed the 588.
Yeah, don't do that.
That was probably mainly a moment of lack of concentration. Vesta had done triple stint in the car, was doing a great job maintaining, but it is the level of concentration required on this track to maintain the pace that these drivers are running at. A big shout out to all the drivers. It is a lot of hard work. It is a lot of mental power at the moment, keeping these cars going.
Yeah, it's easy to just sort of go into autopilot and just start letting the car drive itself, and that is something that needs to be avoided at all costs, and if for those that do drive a lot, especially maybe to work or to school or whatever the case may be, I don't know if you've experienced this, Tim. I'm going to assume you have. You just get that sort of autopilot on the highway. You're 1 minute you're in your driveway getting ready to leave, and then you blink your eyes and all of a sudden you're at your destination. And for racing especially, it's crucial you don't fall into that because of the changing conditions and the other drivers you end up having to worry about.
Yes, we were talking to the drivers earlier in the stream. They made the comment that this was a lot of work in the prototype karts. They were very, very busy overtaking the LMP2s and the GT3 cars when they were spread right out around the track. And again, the separation between the level of drivers, which means the pace of the car, made it exceptionally difficult. So the guys have done a fantastic job. I haven't seen too many moments where the faster cars have had to do evasive action to avoid a car in front of them. Everyone looks like they have done the right thing and maintained the racing line, and it is up to the prototypes and the LMP2s to make the decision on how and when they are going to overtake.
Yeah, timing those passes, especially through traffic, is something that is pretty important, I would say, in these longer endurance events. Knowing the best spots to get around, knowing parts of the track where you should just back up a little bit, slow it down, just wait until you get towards a much more straightforward part. Through the curves here especially is very tricky to navigate unless you manage to catch someone out, or sorry, not catch someone out, but sort of just catch up to that back marker on the exit of a turn, and then you can immediately get the power down and continuing your quest forward, either just towards the checkered flag or towards the car ahead. Christopher Kramer, though, seems to be in a bit of a limbo state right now. He's not really gaining, he's not really losing all too much. I mean, the gap was, I want to say, about 3/4 of a second. It's fallen back about half of a second. But he's managed to just keep himself within that frame, within that window, and saying, hey, I know you see me in your rear view mirror. You're doing all of this work to try to pull away from me. I'm here to tell you it's not really going to go too well for you. Yeah, you have a slipstream of a back marker, but I will too. And actually, that back marker has held up your race leader. So Kramer now sits in the slipstream as we head down the Mulsanne straight. This should be a very easy pass. He has to time when he pulls out of the slipstream to perfection. There's just about 1/10 of a second between them, a little bit more now, as it looks like the setups are actually being a deciding factor in this battle. The 06 might be aiming for a bit less downforce, which does benefit them on the straight. Kramer perhaps taking a little bit more, so that way those twisty, curvy sections are a bit more manageable. But through the first chicane we will go, and we continue down the straight. Kramer still sitting in the slipstream, and look at how close he is. He's almost just right up to the rear. The time gain and loss, it's within hundredths of or thousandths rather, as we head into the braking zone for that second chicane. Kramer is really starting to apply some pressure here, but the problem is he can't take full advantage of that simply because of that setup. There's more downforce. He pulls out of the slipstream and just hits a brick wall and starts slowly going back for Furchheim. It's just not a huge problem. He can just bear it and continue on.
This has been the strength of the 06 car in a straight line. We saw that earlier in the day when Kramer had to make this pass around about 2 hours ago to get back to the lead of the race. It took around about 7 laps before it was the intervene of a GT3 car that gave him the advantage. But again, Kramer has a very similar advantage when he gets out in front and into clean air. The 06 car really struggled in a straight line to be able to pull out and make a move. So it looks like it may just be the setup on both of these cars. They're maxing out their top speed, getting close to their rev limiter, and there is no more speed in the car. That's as fast as it'll go. So they really have to rely on the skill of the drivers and the luck of the layout for the oncoming traffic.
Yep, and sometimes just sitting there behind and maybe not actively applying the pressure right now, but if your opponent looks in the mirror at the wrong time, they could miss that break point. They could miss their turn-in point even, or heck, I've seen guys miss gear shifts entirely, and that throws them offline. So for Kramer, it's not over, under, and out just yet. There's still plenty of time, but we are just slipping under that 6-hour mark, so we are going to give you, lovely viewers, a bit of an update on the standings here of this 24 Hours of Le Mans, the M4EM 24 Hours by Miss Apex podcast. We'll give you the most up-to-date timing tables here for every single class here. So starting us off, as our decals disappear from view, that'll get pulled up here. We'll take a look at the first, I believe, 10 or 12 cars, and we'll also be taking a look at the LMP1s and the LMP2. So it's Lion GP on top still. They got around through the pit stop. So for them, that's very good news. iBock Sim Racing is in second, not too far behind though. Definitely challenging for the lead as we have seen. And then it is S1 Racing with redprops.com. They are sitting third overall, third in class, and then it's WSE Motorsport in fourth, and then Miss Apex Predators, despite their incident, have stayed ahead of the Proto 2 cars, so that is fifth place for the number 62. It is the 588 ST Racing, currently being piloted by Tobias Marpert, who is leading the LMP2 cars. Angry Beaver Racing, Red, a name that we have said quite a lot in these standings, is position number 2, and then it is the Sim Racing Collective, number 99 or number 21 rather. They are sitting third in that class, 8th overall, and then it's the 666 PRC and the 570 BAR teams rounding out the top 5 of the LMP2 class. You can see 11th overall down to 16th as well here on the standing sheet. And we will, you can see just the gaps as well. We'll roll it over and we'll pick up with the GT class. We scroll down, they're just a little below the fold. It's kind of unfortunate we don't see at least one pipped up there. Obsidian Edge Black, though, Steph Hansen right now is in the lead for the GT class, the number 12 there. The PSR number 90 by Matthew Roberta is in position 2 for that same class, and Get Closer Racing, a team that we have mentioned quite a little bit here on the broadcast, is in third. The Angry Beaver Racing Gold Squad, the sister team to one that we mentioned earlier, the second one, or the team that's in P2 for Proto 2 is sitting quite comfortably in position 4 GT, and Paradox Sim Racing number 52 rounds out that top 5. You see the QRT Esports team for Proto 2 down in 31st position, or I believe 31st. Either way, they are a long ways off the pace. They have a lot of road to make up, and then we'll just flip our standings one more time, and we will be seeing some very surprising names down towards the bottom of the standings. Of course, the sort of
we just lost Legion there for a moment. So looking at the 24 car.
Happenings. Oh yeah, the 24 car. Yeah, they had some damage that didn't get fixed properly. They sent the car into the wall again. Had an hour and 10 minutes of damage, I believe. And once they got that car sorted out, they brought it onto the Mulsanne Straight and saw that, oh no, we have 20 kilometers less. They've had to pull out. Lion GP Esports Daha's had to pull out. 4X Racing, PPTX, and Ring Physiert, all those teams have pulled out of this competition. So out of a grid of 43, 5 have fallen, but it is still very good racing as Lion GP has gone into the pit lane, so that is going to promote Christopher Kramer and iBock Racing into position number 1. For position 3, I don't think they'll be able to overtake through the pit lane, as there is that driver change coming out for the 06 team. So they should be getting back out on track very, very soon, and ideally ahead of the number 58.
Thank you very much, everybody. I've enjoyed my stint here in the booth. This is the end of me. I will pass you over to Legion. You can have a relief from my droning voice for the last 3 hours. Thank you very much for having me for M4EM Sim Apex Racing 24-hour at Le Mans, celebrating 100 years. I have appreciated, really enjoyed my time. Thank you very much.
Absolutely, Tim. Go and get your rest. You've been amazing. You've been great. Thank you for everything. But, folks, I will take it over. You've heard my voice. My name's Nick Amon. It's a pleasure to meet you once again here in the booth. You and I are going to be having a lot of fun here over the next 4 hours. Actually, more about 3.5 hours at this point. It is just about 10 past 1 in the morning here in my home state, here in the United States. And Steve is back as well, apparently, in the background. So shout-outs to Steve. I knew he was still here running the show, unless Graham had stepped in at some point. But so apparently Graham was here. But no, I'm gonna be taking you guys around this circuit here for the next good while. Like I said, I have my Red Bull, no affiliation to the team at all. I'm a McLaren fan, so I already suffer enough. Thank you very much. But yeah, so for Christopher Kramer, getting around the Lion GP team, although it is through the pit lane, they will gladly take it. A minute back, obviously, when you go through pit lanes, you're looking at least 60 seconds of driving, but then you have that extra 30. So a minute and a half is going to be roughly the amount of time you lose per pit stop. And the thing I want to mention about that is when you look at these long endurance races and you start getting towards, you know, in this case, the final 25% of this race, you have to, you know, really think about, you know, maybe retiming your pit stops. You say something like, okay, I understand that I'm going to be, you know, pitting here and they'll probably pit there. And if we keep that trend up, I won't be in the lead by the end of the race. So what you end up actually doing is saying, you know what, maybe for these next few laps or so, next couple of stints, I just take it easy. I try to get a little bit more life out of the tires, just extend what I have. So by the end of the race, perhaps I'm able to take that final pit stop, get in the lead, and then try to hold that lead as long as I can, at least until the checkered flag. So it might not be something that drivers are going to actively be thinking about right now, but I feel like, again, towards that tail end, maybe the last hour and a half, last hour of the race, they will definitely be thinking about switching up the pit strategy a little bit, and seeing if maybe that's something they want to take advantage of. We are following with Panik here in the 06 BMW, second overall, second in class, a minute and 3 seconds back from the leading Kramer. Not quite friends here, but still something that I think is a sweet little relationship between these drivers. And you have Mal there, just a minute and a half back, so just about one pit stop. If Ponik was to come in for some strange reason, then he could possibly come out ahead. It would have to be a pretty solid final push on that lap. But, of course, this team has just done a driver swap, has just gotten probably some fresh tires on those cars, so they are not going to be going into the pit lane. They haven't damaged that car too much. So for them, it's just about getting back into that rhythm, banging out these laps and getting to the end of the race, ideally in one piece. So that's sort of the goal right now for everybody involved, is to make sure that you just get the car back. You might be out of position to go for a win or a position, but, you know, sometimes, like we've said, your plans change. Whatever you came into the race with is not going to make it to the end, unless you're like me and you say, you know what, it's going to be just making it to the checkered flag. I don't care if we finish dead last. We're going to make it to the end of this race. And that is at least my strategy. I don't know what the other team strategies are, but for the top two, top three, I would say they're really more focusing on each other. And then for fourth position, WNSE Motorsport, they might just be lurking in the shadows, waiting to see if possibly there's a chance for them to get into the mix should some unfortunate circumstances befall their competitors up ahead. Or maybe just they're doing some incredibly consistent driving that we can't see at the moment, just because we're sort of focusing right now up top. But if they are, they could be sort of the dark horse, sort of the team we don't expect to go for this race win. Your top five, though, they are on the lead lap. Everybody else, though, is at least a few laps down. You can actually see the gaps even from Missed Apex Predator. Sorry, they're definitely not in the running. They are 8 laps down from WNSE Motorsport, and then the Proto 2 car, the ST Racing team, they are just about 13 laps down from your race leader. So of course it's a little bit difficult for a Proto 2 to go up against the Proto 1 and win, especially when you just look at how much different these cars are overall. Tobias Marpert is leading this Proto 2 class. Minute and 15 seconds, about a minute and 16. They're keeping it pretty consistent here through the curves. They're getting around, I believe, some lap traffic, and of course you can see 4 laps down to Alec Druzma in that missed Apex Predators team car. And I believe, yeah, their competitors will have some at least close to them, and behind that, obviously, it all sort of falls into place. You can see, though, that 7-lap difference between the MAP team and the WNSE. So, with the sun now starting to get a little bit higher in the sky, eventually those lovely, lovely light rays will reach the track. When they do, they're going to start heating up the pavement. They're going to start making things get a little bit warmer in the ambient side of things. And that's when teams need to make sure that they go in and actually change the tire pressures on those new sets. You don't want to, get to a point where you forget to set the pressures right. If you set them too high and the track is heating up, those pressures are going to get too high and you're not going to have as much grip. If you set them too low, yes, the temperature will come up pretty well. The pressures will come up pretty well, but the problem is you run into the same issue of not really getting the same sort of performance out of them that you should be getting. You'd be running under the optimal window. So drivers, of course, for right now when they have the time, of course, when they get onto the Mulsanne straight here, there is plenty of time to cycle through your MFD and start ticking away at the little arrows and saying, okay, we're gonna bring the pressures down here, here, and here, and any other adjustments that need to be made. This is the perfect time to make it. I'm sure Ponik is probably not doing that, but if he is, well, he knows that he has plenty of time. You just got to make sure you look up at the right moment before the first chicane. You do see those 100 boards on this left side, just for the drivers, and I believe on the right side as well. So it's important to not only switch up your strategy with the changing conditions, it's also important to make sure you're looking at the road. I don't think that the Le Mans police are here to ticket you for texting and driving, but if they won't, well, the barriers of the circuit will act as the governing body in this region, and they show no mercy to anybody upon it getting around some lap traffic. Of course, this is always the best place to get around lap traffic. I'm sure we've all seen some of the clips that pop up on the iRating YouTube channel. They have sort of their top 10 of the month, and I've seen plenty of clips where someone is just using a long train of cars to get around, but we join the GT3s in a battle. This is position 21 overall and 5th in class. Busha is running down Arts right now, and we do see one of the faster cars approaching, but this Ferrari is sitting behind another Ferrari in the slipstream. Not really too close. It's about a quarter of a second as we head down towards the right-hander of the Mulsanne straight. Is there going to be a bit of a late move? No, there isn't. Is just going to lift off the throttle a little bit as they go through the right-hander, using as much of that track as they can. Not too much to where you cop a penalty, but just enough to get the edge over your opponent. And of course, Langus there for Gridfinder Racing in 7th in class, but just about a minute and 20 seconds beyond the fold. So not really much of a factor for either of these two cars to worry about. There was another Ferrari behind, but that is lapped, so that one is not in the contention for this position. So normally we've been looking at sort of the top runners in these classes, but what we're seeing though is it doesn't matter where you are. You can find battles all over the place. They might not be as close and as active as this one, but it will be something that is just kept an eye on. And despite the best efforts of the 690, they have not been able to pull ahead of the or get around the car ahead. So they're giving it everything they've got to try and get around, but you can see how much time they're losing. You can see that gap opening up, and for them, well, it's difficult to manage sometimes. You have to keep yourself mentally in the game long enough to catch up, and then making sure you're in the right spot physically and mentally to actually make the move stick. And that time you saw, it was about 0.2 of a second not that long ago. It has opened up a lot. It's 1.3, almost 1.4 seconds as we head through the final set of corners here at Le Mans. Ooh, a little bit loose there with a 690, but they keep it stapled down nice and neat as they begin another lap here of this amazing circuit. This is a race, or sorry, rather a battle that we are going to be watching closely. The rest of the field, of course, doing their own thing right now. Some battles, some navigating lap traffic like we will probably see here in due time. That sun, you can see it. She has risen. You can see the light bouncing off the road surface. So this is going to start heating things up. That ambient air temperature will be coming up. The track temperature as well. And for these teams, they're going to have to time those pit stops perfectly to spend the least amount of time waiting for those tires to get up to operation. And that doesn't just go for these GTs. It goes for the Proto 1s. It goes for the Proto 2s. So we'll see when drivers go, or when teams go into the pits. Everybody's strategy is going to be different, even in the same car. You know, like we just saw with the GTs. There's two Ferraris, but they handle these challenges so differently. And for them, it's part of the sort of the fun of this is saying, okay, well, you know, if I'm close enough to the guy in front, you know, do I mirror him if he goes in? Do I follow, or do I stay out and I push? You know, and does that eventually hurt the tires, or maybe does it actually give you a massive advantage? Did the other team miscalculate something? Did you maybe pick up on something they didn't notice? It's just a bunch of little things that can swing fortune one way or another. It might just be ever so slightly in your favor, but anything that you can get, any little advantage you can get like that, you're going to take every single time. And it might only be a couple of hundreds, it might even be a couple of thousands, but progress is progress. And as long as you can, you know, wager enough time, you can be rewarded for it. But we will see how all that plays out. Again, as the sun is rising, things will be heating up. We'll see when all these teams come in what the strategy is. And we've got a very precarious situation. That looked a little bit sketchy as Ponik had to go around not only a Proto 2, but a GT3 at the same time. I'm fairly certain the Proto 2 there was gonna move out to the left side to get around the BMW, but it is the 06 car that has had to make way first. That has been a bit of a problem because Hoyer's in the car, and he has about a 10.5, almost 11-second gap to this the second place car. Just getting held up in traffic, of course. Manuel had to deal with that himself, but probably not to the same degree as the car we are following at the moment. And then now, of course, still quite a ways back, is not really in a position to go for a move just yet. We are just a little bit over 5.5 hours remaining here in the M4EM 24 Hours of Le Mans by Miss Apex podcast. You're riding on board right now with Peter Franciscus, who is P2 in the Proto 2 class. Reese Atkin is just ahead, and when I say just ahead, I mean about 14 seconds ahead. But yeah, and then we have Josh Millington back there as well. It's almost a full lap behind, so not really in the picture. But this is this could possibly be a change in the Proto 2 class later on in the broadcast. I couldn't really give you much of a prediction as to when things will go down. Of course, there is the possibility, like Tim talked about, with the missed Apex Predators team, where they just got around someone at the worst time and they kind of got sent off. And that was, well, what can happen. So for Peter. It's about, you know, maybe hoping that your opponent does something like that, or what you could do that doesn't really hurt your opponent as much, but is extremely beneficial to you without wishing harm upon others, is letting an LMP1 through and trying to use the slipstream, of course. That LMP1 is so much more power, so you sit in the slipstream for a little bit. However, that car ahead is just gone. There is nothing you can really do. You do see one of the back markers ahead. Back again with the GT3's Nick Alexander for the Muppets is in position number 10. Nicholas Stamos is ahead there for Team 4. The gap is, coincidentally, just about 4 seconds. You can actually see the car ahead right there in the foreground of your shot. You can, not quite close enough to read the license plate, but just close enough to maybe make out the decals there, or the livery rather, some of the designs. And I feel like I just want to take a quick second, and I like to always talk about the liveries that come up. You know, we mention it in the races for the OOR, and we have sort of custom liveries for our leagues. But I always love seeing what teams will come up with for their vehicles, even if it's just slight variations. You know, their team cars, sort of like the braking engine and engine braking teams. It's the same sort of design, just flipped around on the color palette. And then, you know, if you have something like the Lion GP teams, the cars are exactly the same. It's just a number difference. And then you have all these other teams that are sort of just on their own. One of the teams that we did talk about was Toolbox Racing with the camo, and how Lollipop Man sort of blends in. Memento has a very cool looking, almost like party livery. If I had to kind of pin something down, that's in the Proto 2 class, by the way. Same with Toolbox Racing. And then for the GTs, you know, you have the hot pink Ferrari of TWS. We've seen a few times throughout the broadcast. Or no, sorry, it was Truffle Hunting that I was thinking of. My apologies. I'm sure I'll be getting a nice letter in the mail from them. You've got teams that are sort of sister cars. You have the Angry Beaver Gold team. That is for the GT3s. And then you also have their other car that is up in the Proto 2s. That is the red designation Angry Beaver. So just a quick shout out to the livery makers. There is so much that goes into making these cars come to life and putting some, not so much wacky designs in this case, but, you know, very sleek, very cool looking liveries. Even something like Team 4, it's simple, but the trim is where you get a lot of that color. So, you know, I applaud every single team that has come out here and shown off the livery. There's the Team 4 one. That looks nice. I would definitely throw that on my car if I actually took the time to learn the GT3s and not just sit in my Miata or whatever the current GT, or not GT, whatever the current like Toyota that's being used for like D-Class. I haven't played this game in a while, so I'm gonna be totally honest. I only renewed my subscription so I could get used to, you know, Le Mans, and then I realized, oh, this game's actually kind of fun. I forgot about that, and then I hopped over, you know, I played on that for a while, then I hopped over on ACC, and I'm like, oh, that's right, I like sim racing. It's fun. It's hard, but it's fun. But yeah, the sun is really starting to come up now, and I'm not quite certain what time it is in game, but whatever it is certainly a lot brighter than it is here locally. The sun has been down for, well, a good little while now. When I came back for my second stint, the sun was still in the sky. It was about 6:30 in the afternoon, so the sun was getting closer to sunset, but not quite enough to dip below the tree line. It was still a little blinding, of course. And then after I came out of that, it was nighttime, it was dark, and the convenience store called to me and got my Red Bull. I really should have grabbed the second can. I might need it, I don't know, and the problem is I can't really ask anybody to grab it because everybody's asleep, and by asking it, I'd basically just be like, well, I'm already up, I might as well get it. I don't know how much of the can is left. I think it's like half. But yeah, I've got a long stint ahead of me. If I gotta get it, I can get it. I know Steve is more than cool with that. He'll be able to run the store. But Yeah, this is honestly, while we have a bit of a lull in the action, I really do need to extend a thank you to Neil Mullick Alexander from Octane Online Racing. He approached me and he said, "Hey, listen, I've got an offer for you. There's going to be a 24-hour race coming up for M4M, and I was wondering if you'd be interested." And of course, I said absolutely. I would love to do that. That would be a lot of fun. And actually, I got to put my story on hold right now because we have a potential battle. It looks like for the top end of GT3. Look at the slipstream being used by Angry Beaver Gold. They're going to pull to the outside here. They will have the advantage into the braking zone. And yeah, it is the BMW. It's the BMW there that is going to back out and just let this car through. Oh, wait, no, this might actually be... Oh, no, it is. Nope. That was the BMW of... I'm so sorry. That was Paradox. That let the Angry Beaver through. That was a neat little move. Just, around the outside, BMW realized, hey, we don't have the pace. Might as well back out, save the race, save the tires for another day. If I had to give the Beavers a little bit of a comment about that move, I would say only one simple word. Damn. But anyway. Oh, goodness. It's going to be a long stint for me. But anyways, yeah, Mullick told me about this, and I said, absolutely. He goes, okay, well, here's the Discord link for the server. I asked him who I was looking to talk to, and that happened to be Brad, who has been in the booth a few times. So Brad and I were exchanging DMs, getting everything sorted out. Of course, Steve here, who has been running the show in the background, was another guy that I have the absolute great fortune and pleasure to have worked with in the days leading up to this event, making sure that sounds were sounding good, making sure the picture was looking good, making sure that everybody on the commentary team knew exactly what was going to happen in this race. So to Steve and to everybody else involved in this, Luke, Andy, I know Tim was just in here, we've had spanners, we've had trumpets, and I think a couple others that were probably here when I wasn't. Shout outs to this team of ours in the box for getting things sort of vocalized for the viewers. And we can't count out, of course, the stewards. They have so much more work to do than I will ever have in my entire life that they do in one race, going over the protests that are given by the drivers and making sure that if there's a penalty that has to get given out, they do it fairly. I'm sure that M4M does the best they can in looking at every angle, having sort of a mini council of stewards that come together and look at the incident and say, okay, who's at fault? What was the telemetry like? Were they turning? Were they braking? Were they accelerating? What's the deal? And giving a possible penalty if need be. Or we have seen some sort of chill warning saying, hey man, I understand you're upset. Let's not do anything stupid. We're going to let you know that you're in the wrong, but we're not going to penalize you for that. So just keep that in mind. Keep yourself, neat and tidy, and carry on. So from myself to literally everybody here on the team, and of course you at home, whether you're watching this live right now or you're watching it in the future, shout outs to you guys for everything that you've done here throughout the day, whether you've been here for 5 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10, 12, 18, or actually no, 18. That's about the max. If you somehow sat in this stream the whole time and watched the whole thing and haven't fallen asleep, I applaud you. Hats off, bows, whatever. That is impressive, because that takes a lot of dedication to sit there. And also shout outs to the drivers. I mean, I think they have the hardest part of everything. Yes, I just talked about the stewards, but the positive thing is that if they're looking at an incident, they have plenty of time to look it over from every angle. You might have, I know in the OOR we've had, whether it's the sprint series or it's the endurance races that we do, we've had drivers call out for collisions or whatever it may be, and it happens on, say, lap 3, and we don't see a penalty come through until maybe lap 7, 8, 9, or 10 at the latest. And that is really, it just shows you how much time that the stewards put into making those decisions. But of course, the drivers, everything they've got to worry about. They've got to worry about the setup. They've got to worry about the strategy. They've got to worry about the pit stops. They've got to worry about other drivers. They've got to worry about the track conditions. As we're seeing right here, this sun looks amazing as it's rising over the French countryside, and it is heating up some parts of the track, although right now some of these areas are mostly in the shade. You could see it, though, in the background of the shot here on Franciscus. You did see that start-finish straight and those final chicane curves getting lit up a bit. So that is good news for that. That'll be warming up, but the rest of the track still has to wait its turn. So while you're sitting in these areas of slightly cooler temperatures, you are going to happen to run over a strip that is a higher temperature, and that shouldn't affect the tires all too much if you really think about it, but it is a factor that these teams do have to worry about when they're actually running this race as we get into these starting stages of the morning. And, you know, once the sun is truly over the track and the ambient temperature sort of levels out and sits where it will hopefully, well, it should be sitting for the rest of the race, that's when those teams will probably make those final adjustments on tire pressures, and then that's when every single pit stop from then on is simply just, hey, we've got what we need, and from here, just get a new set on when we can and keep going. Right now, we're on with Karapi here. This is the driver currently 21st overall, and I believe this is 5th in class, just about. So they've got 21 seconds to overcome, and then they also have a little over a minute to the Ferrari behind. So the BMW team, of course, doing their own thing right now, which is great news for them. The BMW being a very common pick here in the GT3 category. I haven't done a count of it, but it appears as though it's mostly the BMWs and the Ferraris that are being picked. There's a couple of Porsches in there, of course. We did have the Lamborghini of the number 600 Lion GP Esports GT3 team. We also had the Mercedes of Penguin Racing. That's the 310 for them. And then, yeah, it's a lot of Porsches, a lot of BMWs, a lot of Ferraris. That just seems to be the hot pick here. And then, of course, you do have the BMWs of the Proto team, or the Proto 1 class, and then the Delara, the Delaras for Proto 2. I'm thinking about we had a discussion earlier about the possibility, the alleged addition of the Cadillac into iRacing. I think it was Luke and I, we had a short little discussion of, you know, would teams gravitate towards that, or would they stick with the tried and true when that change, if that change comes, of course. We both kind of agreed that teams will get their hands on the car, start testing it out, seeing where and how it behaves differently compared to the Delara, seeing where it behaves in the same, you know, weighing all of those out and saying, okay, is this a car that we want to use? Is this a car that we want to put all of our effort and focus into, or do we stick with what we've been going with? When you look at the run that the Delara has had in iRacing, you look at all of the events that iRacing officially has done. You look at the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, 24 Hours of Le Mans, Daytona. They've done, I believe, the Bathurst races as well. I don't think there's any sort of 24-hour races I'm missing off the top of my head. I know there's some sort of 12-hour races in there that can be done, but regardless, the Delara has been there pretty much since what feels like day one when you look at all the media surrounding those. So teams have had thousands of hours, maybe tens of thousands of hours, and probably hundreds of thousands of laps put into this machine to really find the right setups for every condition possible, for every race possible. And it's up to these teams to maybe take what is considered the quote-unquote meta build and cater it more towards their needs. Every driver is going to be handling the car differently, of course, even within the same team. That's why you have teams that spend a lot of time making sure that there's a setup that it might not suit everybody. There might be someone who does suffer a bit, but at the very least, it's a setup where every single team can drive the car effectively, can drive it quick, can drive it consistently. You know, they might not be able to go for a position when driver A is in the car, but when driver B gets in the car, well, now whoever is ahead has to start sweating a little bit, has to get sort of the handkerchief out and wipe the sweat off their forehead, because that car is rapidly approaching. Even within the same sort of machinery, you know, the BMW, obviously the Delaras are the same across the board, but let's take the GT3s, for example, right? You have the BMWs, you have the Ferraris, you have the Porsches, and the Solo Lamborghini, and the Solo Mercedes as well. But focusing on the BMW, because that seems to be the cars that are sort of at the top. Even those cars, the same machinery, will have different setups, just because, again, of how each driver will handle the car. I can tell you for a fact that the way I handle, say, the spec Miata is vastly different than the way someone else who maybe only runs that would handle the car. And I'm sure they would look at what I'm doing and say, hey there, Nick, why are you driving the car like that? You know, and hopefully they would give me some pointers. But, you know, it's these small things, and it's sort of one of the questions I've gotten when it comes to explaining racing to people, is they say, well, this guy is in a Ferrari, this guy's in a Ferrari, why is the one ahead pulling out so much more time compared to the other one? Simply because, you know, for them, they don't really understand. They just see it as two cars. They don't see all the work underneath, and we certainly don't. We can, you know, with the LMP ones we saw earlier, you know, despite sitting in the slipstream, the second someone steps out of it, you know, they hit a brick wall and they can't really gain, and the car in front of them is moving along like nothing's happened. They're not even worried, and that's something that you can see very easily. You know, if you understand downforce setup or the aero setup rather, you can understand that more downforce is great for curves like this that we do see Rensburg going through. But, you know, when you get onto those long straights, you are going to suffer. You have all those air molecules pushing the car to the ground. And because of that sort of extra weight that gets thrown on, that car has to do a lot more work to get to sort of the same speed it's at. And then they suffer. But then you have some drivers who go for less downforce, and that's great on the straights. You can pretty much just become a complete missile and pull away from the competition. However, you have to be careful going through these more twisting sections of the circuit, because one slight push too far, and most likely it's usually the back end of the car that's the culprit here, just steps out. You try to save it, and maybe you do for a moment, but then the thing just snaps and you're off in the wall. We've seen it a couple of times here in the broadcast. Never a pleasant sight to see, but that just goes to show you the setup differences and just how on the edge these drivers are actually driving the cars. They're trying to push every single last little bit of pace out of their rides to either gain, you know, some ground to the guy behind, or to close the gap up ahead. So, you know, all these little things come together. That's what makes racing so great. That's why I watch motorsport. I don't care if we're talking, you know, Formula One, or if we're talking something as silly as lawnmower racing, which personally I would love to do. I don't know about you guys in chat, or even Steve here, but that would always be a fun little way to spend the Saturday with the boys. But now Steve has confirmed that he is up for some lawnmower racing. Maybe that's the next event we do. We do the M4EM 24 hours of Steve's backyard lawnmower race, presented by Miss Apex Podcast, giving some commentary. And who knows, maybe we have it set up so the racers can just get wired directly into the booth and we don't even have to worry about that. Maybe that's a race for another day. Maybe that's the new big thing on the block, coming to an iRacing server near you. iRacing, hit me up. We can definitely discuss this further. But we look at Karapi in the BMW for the GT3 classification of cars. Quite a ways off, 23.4 seconds off of the Ferrari ahead, and there's a Ferrari behind. This is one Italian sub that I don't think Harapi wants to be a part of, although it would make a nice little treat for me right about now, if I'm being completely honest. Unfortunately, there's nowhere open. Oh, actually there is, but I don't think they have Italian subs on hand. But I already ate, so that's whatever. I'll live. But you can see one of the Dalaras pulling in behind, so this will be some traffic that he's got to let through. But it's not the person behind it. For him, that's good. I've been informed that the driver in 999 is an Aussie, so Steve very happy about that one, of course. I always have a soft spot for the Australians. Obviously, coming from Octane Online Racing, it's an Australian-based organization. Pretty much everybody there is, you know, a kangaroo riding boomerang boy, which is awesome. Love them. I gotta say, I know Steve's here, and I'm not just trying to kiss up to him, but you know, there is just something about the Aussie culture and just the sort of the relaxed mindset that I am a huge fan of. I love it. It's great. You guys are just like, oh, this is happening? All right, whatever. We're going to have fun with it, you know? And I tried to think, you know, why is it that I've always been pretty chill with Australians? And then I remembered I had a severely unhealthy obsession with the Wiggles when I was like 3. So I would like to just apologize to my parents for all of the times I wanted them to play Wiggles music. My favorite one was Play Your Guitar with Murray. I still remember that song. I am 24 years old. It has had that much of an impact on me. And of course, I do keep up with the V8 supercars. I don't watch it live, of course, because by the time, you know, the green flag goes, it is about 3 in the morning for me, and generally speaking, I'm either drop dead asleep or just about to be asleep. There's been a couple of times, a couple of races where I've been able to catch it, sort of, quote-unquote, because they race early enough, but, you know, at the very least, I am watching the race recap. I don't watch the highlights, of course, because they're like 2 minutes, and I need a little bit more action than that, a little bit more of the live commentary stuff. But I'll also watch their, you know, sort of their archived races, and we do see Ponik into the pit lane. That's pretty early, but it shouldn't lose the position to Sekino behind him. And yeah, it's actually a driver change, so Dennis will pop in there and get some fresh set of legs. Don't know what's going on there, of course. It could be equipment, it could be internet, it could possibly just be time for someone to go to bed. So he should be out of the, or the 06 should be out of the pit soon enough. We check back in with Sekino in 58, in the car 58, third overall, third in class. And then there's Alexander Fuster for WNSE Motorsport. Fourth overall, fourth in class, number 46. They're about a minute and a half, so if this car here was to go into the pit lane, well, they would be, you know, they might be able to catch up. It would probably be right as they come out of the pit, so it would be quite a tight squeeze. But these teams doing a phenomenal job on track. Of course, everyone here as well, everyone at home, wherever you may be, you've been phenomenal. We've been very happy with your presence. And we hope that you've been enjoying the show too. These 24-hour races, a test of endurance for the cars, of course, but also a test of endurance for the drivers. We're not quite at the point where self-driving cars are, say, at sci-fi levels, but sometimes it feels like that when you look at the lap times these teams turn out. I've seen data from a couple of friends who have done these events, and I'm like, hey, can I just see your lap times? I just want to see it. And I look through it, and the only difference is really a couple of tenths here or there. And I look at that, and I go, okay, you're either an alien, you're a god, or you're cheating. It's usually not the last one, thankfully. But the ability to just come out and run consistently fast laps despite deteriorating tires and possibly, more than likely, deteriorating eyes from staring at your screen for so long. Me. It's just incredible. It's just incredible to see all of this come to play, whether you're in a Proto 1 or a Proto 2 or this very sleek-looking GT3 car that Aaron Hill is piloting for Team 4 Racing. About 8 seconds behind Dan Drury in the engine braking Porsche, and behind them is Nick Alexander for the Muppets in the Ferrari as well. So a couple Ferraris here. The gap is basically the same both ways. So whatever gap we see to Nick or to Dan, you can apply it to the other driver. And these guys have been extremely consistent. Yeah, this is, you know, only 9th, 10th, and 11th position here in GT3, but it is still a sight to behold, honestly. 25th, 6th, and 7th overall. So, you know, for me, it's just, you know, you might have that gap. Sometimes I take it as a bit of a challenge to say, okay, I've got a 7-second gap to the guy in front. I've got a 7-second gap to the guy behind. I apologize. I have been up since 8 this morning, and I've been doing a lot of talking today. My throat is kind of hurting at this point. I've been hydrating. Don't worry. Hopefully you guys have been hydrating too. This also goes for you, Steve. You better be hydrating over there, so help me. I will come down there, and I will make sure to give you some water. Make sure you guys are drinking water, getting some food, stretching. Please stretch, all right? Your comfort and your health is extremely important, and make sure you're taking your bathroom breaks as well. Unless you're driving the car, then please, for the love of God, make sure you get someone else in the seat beforehand, so that way you don't crash the car or possibly ruin your seat, whatever it is that you're sitting in. That is never fun. I haven't done it, thankfully. I've been very good about it. I've done that stupid thing where I challenge myself to see how long I can go, and then I realize, oh, this is actually a really bad idea. So I'm going to just back out of this one. I'm going to just, oh, the stint happens to be over. Oh, look at that, teammate. You can hop in. Have fun. I'll be back in about a minute and a half, maybe 2, because it's not been a fun experience for me. But yes, make sure you guys are taking care of yourselves, not just during the live stream, but please, 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 every day of your lives. All right, you are all special, you're all important, and you guys should be treating yourselves nicely. Make sure you get outside, get some sun. It's starting to heat up, or if you're in the southern hemisphere, it's starting to, quote-unquote, cool down. Your cooling down is like my spring, so that's always fun. I've got a couple of friends in Australia I've talked about. They're like, oh my, you know, it's so cold down here. It's like 4 degrees. I'm like, I don't know what that is, but bro, it was like 40 degrees this morning. It sucked. But you know, get outside. Make sure you get some sun, please. If you burn, I say you burn. That's just sort of your own thing. Sunscreen is a thing, but thankfully in these cars, that is not a problem. The only thing you have to really worry about is when the sun is directly in your eyes, and that is something that iRating gets right, and it's something that ACC gets right. I haven't had too much experience of endurance racing in other games, but the one thing that those first 2 games I listed, is when you come around a corner or maybe you crest a hill or something, and the sun is rising and it is directly in your eyes. I think we've all had that moment on our morning commute, whether it's to school or to work, or you know, maybe you were at a friend's house last night and you want to get home in the morning so you can, you know, give mom a hug and a kiss goodbye before she goes to work. And you've pulled out on the road, and immediately it's just the brightest bulb in the world, or in the universe, it feels like, just straight into your retinas. And you just pull that little thing down, I don't know what the heck it's called, little sun visor, whatever, and you block it out. We don't have that option, and the real-life drivers don't even have that option. So it's, you know, it's close, but in a case like this for Dennis, where the sun's behind you, it creates a nice little effect on the road, and you don't get the sun in your eyes, but of course, eventually you're going to have to come back around. But once that sun is above the point where every single driver is not going to be blinded, that's a great thing to see. Obviously, you don't get the same sort of pain that you get in real life from having such a beautiful celestial body gracing your eyes. If you haven't been able to tell, I am a huge fan of the sun, better than the moon. Don't at me. As we do see, that is Lovren Drazen for the wrong stuff. Some of these team names, I gotta tell you, they are ridiculous, but I love them. This is actually into the pit lane, so this will be a pit stop, possibly a driver change. You have Richard Borden behind as well, also stopped at the moment, and I believe Winkleman there for one of the GT3 teams still out on track, so building that gap up at the moment, good for them. We'll possibly be seeing them come into the pit. Sorry, I apologize for my little pauses there. I'm just trying to make sure I'm drinking what I need to drink to stay awake. We join Steven Taylor right now, 15th overall, 10th in class, 999 for map Turn Up. Hell yeah, dude. We will absolutely... Oh, Turnip, not Turn Up, sorry. I was like, yeah, I'll turn up. Let's go, dude. We need to. Luis Velasquez behind about 13 seconds. And then Rensenberg is running a clear 67 seconds ahead of this car we're following right now. The gaps seem to be pretty consistent overall. They've been, just getting these laps done. We're just getting closer to those final 5 hours. You can see how much the virtual world is lighting up, and it looks beautiful. Not the most beautiful, but it is certainly up there. There is one game that I will always put above, and you could probably guess what that is if you know me. But for right now, it is Steven Taylor pulling up on some lap traffic here, down the Mulsanne straight. As he gets closer, we'll be using the slipstream, pulls to the right side, actually ducks back in, realizing he's not quite close enough to go for that move, but as we come out of the first chicane, could possibly get the drive done. It's Arts there for the number 22. You're sitting on the back wing, hopefully not having too much of an aero disturbance to all cars involved. As we head down towards that second chicane, I don't see... Oh, it's actually been done and dusted, so while we were switching cameras or something, that pass has happened, so no more slipstream for Lara, but for the time being, you can refocus on the road. Oh my god, my stream just flipped the switch, and now it decided that it wants to give me max quality. Thank you, Discord, for finally working. That's why I've been having some trouble with these names, these numbers, these times. I don't know what's been going on my internet. It has been, every time I open a sim, it decides that it doesn't want to work. But yeah, you're looking at Martin Arts right now for Angry Beaver Racing Gold. One of the two Angry Beaver Racing teams out on circuit right now. And you can also see, if you look just below the overall position and the position in class, you can see the speeds these guys are reaching. 271, 72, 3, 4, 5, 6, probably close 280 kilometers an hour. Extremely fast when you have all these cars. And of course, that doesn't really compare to what some of the LMP1 and LMP2 cars, 280, obviously, just about 174 miles an hour. Did not look that up. I definitely know that off the top of my head. But yeah, some of the speeds you can get out of these cars is absolutely insane. When you give them enough open space, of course, hopping here with a second hoe in position 3, and you'll see just how much more speed these guys can pull out. It's a shorter section of track, but of course, these cars are hybrid powered, so not only do they have your traditional internal combustion engine, they also have that battery. If you've ever seen footage from these sort of LMP2 or hypercars in real life pulling out of the pit lane, you do hear that battery come to life as they pull out. You have that electric whine, and then they get a little further down the pit lane, and then it just sounds like a bomb goes off as those internal combustion engines roar to life. That's not really something you can get the full effect of in a racing sim, and that's unfortunate. Also, well, maybe it's fortunate depending on how you want to look at it. But the sound is insane, and that's why when you see these cars, people are covering their ears. These things are loud. Sometimes it's easy for us to forget, especially when we drive our cars every day. I don't really forget that. I drive a 2000 Toyota Corolla. I am very proud to admit that. Absolutely love her. She's a great little drive. But I don't have some of the sort of sound dampening that newer cars will have. When I get in my dad's car, you hop in, you don't even hear the engine, it feels like, and then you get on the highway and it's almost deathly silent at times. So for them, you don't really worry about the engine sound. For me, I have a little bit more, we'll say, personal listening to the engine. But when you have these sim racing events or these sim racing games and you have your headphones, you can set the sound levels of pretty much everything. If you go into the settings here on iRacing and you actually look at the audio tab, there's a good chunk of things that you can control directly. Whether it's the overall engine sound, you can have the engine sounds of cars around you, engine within you. You can have the spotters change. I think there's a setting for ambience, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know why you'd put that, but you want to get everything. And then just sort of that master volume knob. But in real life, these drivers do have earplugs that also double as earbuds to block out the noise. You have the helmet, which can only do so much, but eventually, these drivers say, okay, we've got as much as we can on our heads to drown out the noise, but we're still going to be hearing it. So while it is nice to have that moment of, hey, I can just turn the volume down, for me, I've got a little, a dial actually on my left ear. I can just flick it up and down at, whenever I want, and that will, raise and lower the volume. So, oh my God. Oh my goodness. That is one of the BMWs. I think that could be the number 90 Paradox Sim. Oh my God, that's so dangerous. That was so close. That could have been absolutely terrible. Sekian Ho, a heart in the throat moment there as he's got to stand on the brakes. That was one of the red-ended BMWs. Looking at the sheet a bit closer, I believe that was Bohemia Motorsport. That wasn't Paradox. Paradox Sim number 90. They do have a little bit of black on the side. That was an all-red BMW, so that appears to be a Singaporean-themed livery. Yeah, David Edwards, called it out. The Bohemia Motorsport out. Not quite certain what happened. They were sort of flickering in and out of existence. I didn't know if they were trying to exit the Shadow Realm or not. But that was a heart-stopping moment. Thankfully, everyone getting out of that one relatively unscathed, of course. Those brakes on those LMP1s, they are monsters. But ladies and gentlemen, there are 5 hours to go here in the M4EM 24 Hours of Le Mans presented by Missed Apex Podcast. We're going to take a quick look here at the updated standings and show you what the field looks like as we enter the final 5 hours of this event. 19 hours gone. It is iBox Sim Racing at the top of the timing sheets in position number 1. It was done through pit lane, through the pit stop, so maybe that'll change hands soon enough, but that gap 31 seconds to Lion GP in position number 2. ST Racing, of course, keeping themselves in the mix. We saw Sekian Ho very earlier have that very terrifying moment. Their P3. P4 is W&SE Motorsport, and then Missed Apex Predators. They are 8 laps down after their incident, and all those repairs came through. They're running P5 and 5th overall in the LMP1 category. In the Proto 2s, it's ST Racing with Reese Atkin at the helm, keeping the 588 in a straight line. Number 29 is position 2. That's Angry Beavers Racing Red. Peter Franciscus is leading, or is in control of that one. And then the Sim Racing Collective, number 21, with Josh Millington as the driver. He's sitting in a comfortable position, number 3, just a lap down, but thankfully a lap ahead of PRC's Ben Cooper, and British American Racing with Miguel Rios there. That rounds out your top 5 of Proto 2, and you can see 6 through 11 as we move the ticker along. Obsidian Edge Black still leads the GT3 category. Steffi Jensen right now is the man on a mission. Paradox Sim Racing 90 is second position, and then Get Closer Racing. We've had some talks about them, but they've settled down. They've gotten into that rhythm, so that BMW team is going to just carry on more and more. Paradox Sim Racing number 52, the sister team of the Paradox Sim Racing number 90 squad, is in that top 5, and then Angry Beaver Racing Gold is rounding out the top 5 for the GT3 category, doing as much work as they can for their bigger team, the bigger brother team, if you will. And then you can see the rest of the GT3 scroll on through. The big stories, of course, the M4EM team having to retire from the race. They were running up in the lead very comfortably, had an incident, tried to get the damage repaired. The iRating didn't do the best of a job, so they said, you know what, we're just going to send it into a wall when we have the open space to do so. They copped about 70 seconds worth of damage, and they had to sit there and wait for 70 minutes to tick on by before they could go back out there. They did realize, hey, we've got minus 20 on the top end. We've got to retire the car. It's unfortunate. Lion GP as well have had to bow out. 4X, PPTX, and Ring Frizert are the other 4 cars that will not be seeing the checkered flag. But that is an updated standings list on this contest, and still just about 5 hours to go here. Dennis Furchheim is position 2 in the number 6, about 30 seconds to the car ahead and about a minute and 30 seconds to the car behind. Obviously, Sekian Ho probably already recovering from the earlier bit of shenaniganery that he had to, unfortunately, have a front row seat to. We always want a front row seat to the big events, but unfortunately, almost T-boning a competitor is certainly not one of those tickets you want to receive in the mail. Thankfully, it looked like his was counterfeit, so the officials confiscated that so he wouldn't have to deal with the consequences of such an event. Has lost him time, and he's actually losing more time. He's lost 30 seconds immediately. I'm wondering what happened there. That's surprising. I just said he was a minute and a half back, and now he's over 2 minutes back. That would, even if Dennis comes in for a pit stop, it's not going to be enough to overtake. You need a little bit under 90 seconds. So something must have happened there. Maybe it was traffic. Maybe they went offline. Who knows? But thankfully, they've been able to keep going. Car 290 has picked up a drive-through penalty for an unsafe rejoin on lap 277. That was the Bohina BMW that we saw earlier. And that Sekian Ho also saw very close up earlier. We didn't really see exactly what caused that, but at the very least we got to see that sort of heart-pounding moment as the 58 arrived on scene. It's very important that when you do end up in the unfortunate circumstances of a spin, understanding that the best thing you can do is be predictable. And I know for some, they hear that, especially the newer guys to sim racing, they hear someone say that and they go, what do you mean by being predictable? I'm spinning out at maybe 100 miles an hour. I have no idea where I'm going. I have no idea where I'm going to end up. What do you mean by being predictable? What we mean by that is just holding the brake down. That's the only thing you can do at that point, is just press down on the brake. If those tires aren't rolling, your car isn't going to be able to just magically find grip, and instead of spinning out and going down the road, they find grip and just sort of back up. And for a lot of drivers, that's the last thing you want, is to be slowing down at the scene of an accident, but then all of a sudden the guy ahead just moves over to your side of the road, and there usually isn't enough time to react to that. I don't know if that's what happened to that team or if it was something else. But either way, they have copped a drive-through penalty for that, so they'll have to serve that shortly. Just get that sorted out and get back out racing. But for right now, things have calmed down rather quickly, which is good, of course. Too much action can be bad, especially when the human throat does that really cool thing where it just doesn't have enough moisture. But yeah, we're just under that 5-hour mark, of course. The sun is shining here in France, and I wish I could say the same for my backyard, but unfortunately, the sun has not made a trip around the planet, or perhaps the planet hasn't made a trip around the sun yet, but you know what I mean. It's dark out, and I think by the time I get done in the next about 2 hours and 20 minutes, the sun's light should be just enough to light up the sky, not enough to say, hey, it's time to, get the flowers dancing, but light enough to say, hey, you probably don't need your headlights. Peter Franciscus pulling up to one of the Porsches there. I believe that is the Invictus Racing League Blue Team's Porsche. That is the 555. Just getting out of the way, letting this faster Proto 2 car come on through, of course. Peter here sitting in second position in his class. Reese Atkin is just about 16 seconds up the road, 16-1 or so. So this could be a change at some point. Or actually it was about 16.8. I apologize, completely misread that. Josh Millington almost 2 minutes and 45 seconds behind. So for Peter, just about trying to reel in the guys ahead. If you can, that's great. You might do it just a couple of hundredths each lap, but maybe you get lucky somewhere. Maybe you just happen to have a moment where your opponent loses time, whether it be to lap traffic or it's just a missed brake point, missed turning point, whatever the case may be. Maybe getting a little bit too eager on the throttle on exit. It's very, very easy to just get through a corner and immediately want to stomp the gas, but knowing how much juice to really give the car is a skill that you learn and breed over and over and over again. Right now, though, it's Sam Harper that's in a lot of trouble right now. It was Mike Bourne that was in trouble. Sam Harper sitting in the slipstream, pulls out to the right side, does get the move done before the first Mulsanne chicane. Beautifully done from him. Uses that car's strength in a straight line. Now, what we have to see, does Mike Bowen gain that position back? It's about half a second, and if he is gaining time, that will show a setup change or setup difference. And actually, it's Harper that's pulling away. He was about 3/10, and now he is half a second. Obviously, through the chicane, there's a little bit of traffic, so Bowen's got to slow down to avoid running into them. That's going to be a hindrance on his progress here. But this Dallara on the right side of your screen will be getting out of the way. That is the 999 of Map Turnip, with a pretty sleek looking livery, I must say. Of course, not surprised that the Turnip is their mascot. But for Bowen, this is it hasn't gone too well, it looks like, or maybe no, it's Harper who is really starting to pull away now. So that's something I talked about earlier. That's the setup difference. You run more downforce, you're suffering more on the straight, your opponent runs less downforce. They are going to take full advantage of that. There's Harper getting around one of the BMWs and setting up some traffic for the opponent to get through. This is why we talk about how important it is to, really get lucky with your placement of back markers. If you get it on a straight section of this circuit, it's easy to get around. But if you get it in these curves, in these corners, well, the problems really start to come up. You have to, really let off. You've got to brake sooner. You've got to, release the throttle a bit. and that's going to lose you time to the guy ahead who had just gotten around everybody else. So if you get around your back markers on a straight, that's very good for you, and that will probably set up your opponent to deal with them in a less opportune moment, as Mike Bowen is showing us, as that gap has immediately opened up. Almost 3 seconds to Harper in about half a lap. So that just shows you how quickly things can change when these factors are put into play. So for Harper, that's P6 in the Proto 2 category, 2 laps down from Rios. So probably not catching anytime soon, but Bowen's finally gotten around that lap traffic, and he can focus on the guy ahead. But I think they're going to be getting towards some more back markers here in the meantime. These guys are in the same class. There's the Dallara behind. However, being up in the lap counter is very good news. And then you have poor Daniel Cook right now for Toolbox Racing, just about a full lap down, not quite far enough to pick up that +1 lap marker that we've seen. But look at the if you see Bowen with this slipstream, or without the slipstream rather, we could be seeing some just how much time is being lost overall on their own. So here it is, yeah, 3 seconds. Yeah, so sticking about 3.1. So it looks like for Bowen, this setup is favoring more towards the curves. We're right on board here with Reese Atkins. This is your class leader for Proto 2. And I think he's running roughly the same setup. You can see Harper there in the front end of your shot. Peter Franciscus is somewhere in the world. He's not quite close enough to be on camera, but I'm sure he's okay with that. He'll be happy to be a little camera shy. But for Reese Atkins right now, 16.2 seconds roughly, kind of fluctuating between 16.0 and about 16.3. But yeah, so for those two drivers we were mentioning earlier, these setup differences are going to have a massive impact, especially here at Le Mans. Personally, I think if I were racing, I would stick a little bit more towards less downforce. I know earlier on in the broadcast, I talked about the concept of a red and blue driver, and whether you're a little bit, you favor more towards car stability or car looseness. I, for one, would say, you know what, just for now, give me a loose setup for this track, because I can, I know there's going to be one part of the track that I have absolutely no problem dealing with. There are the other parts of the track that I will have to learn. And from there, you just make those little bit of adjustments. Well, I say I make it, I wouldn't. Someone else would do that, because I'm more about just give me the information and I'll make something out of it. That's sort of how I do all my presentations for school. Normally though, it's just more like, get the topic, put it off, and then, I'm not saying I would, put a whole presentation together, the night before it was due, and then give the presentation and get an A on it and have my professors praise me for my knowledge that I am clearly exhibiting, when realistically I'm just BSing the whole thing. But isn't that just what life is about? We join Nick Alexander here in 10th position for the GT3 class. Just a few seconds between him and Aaron Hill for Team 4 Racing in the 444 machine. And then Dan Drury over a second back there from Engine Braking. One of the few teams here that is actually running 2 cars. Lion GP was one of them. We also had Angry Beaver running a Proto 2 and a GT3 car. We've had, I believe, who was it? Angry Beaver. I just said Angry Beaver. Engine Braking and Braking Engine. Another team. Paradox Sim. That was the other team I was thinking of. So same class, or sorry, same car, same class. They are just keeping it going though for right now. And shout out to Alec Drozma saying, guys in the commentary are heroes, amazing coverage. My man, we are just doing what we do. If anyone's the hero, it's you guys, and Steve as well, because Steve is running the whole show. So the amount of work he's putting in is ridiculous, and he's doing something that I could probably not do myself, if I'm being totally honest. I could do it. It would just take a little bit of time to get right. So, Alex, on behalf of myself and everybody in the commentary booth, whether they be like me and you're behind the microphone, or you're Steve and you're behind the control panel, we thank you for that. And we also thank you for all of the entertainment and racing you guys are giving us, and not only just us, but also the viewers watching. 4 hours to go here. It has felt like it's been a long while. I just keep talking, but no, we've still got plenty of time here in this race. Currently 2:20 in the morning here, so we have plenty of action ahead. Getting to the end of my can. Oh no, I'm gonna have to get a new one. I'm sure you guys wouldn't mind, but I'll save that for a little bit later. I have to make sure I don't have too much in my system because I still need to sleep. Speaking of sleep, these teams with the drivers they have, I do have the full list of drivers of pretty much every team, and looking through it, just quickly scrolling, I'm seeing Netherlands, I'm seeing Poland, Germany, the UK, Austria, Australia, Spain, Belgium, Canada, the Dominican Republic, the United States, of course, South Africa, Greece, Uzbekistan. That's a country I've not seen in a long, long time. We have Switzerland as well, Portugal, Denmark. I mean, we've got drivers from all over the world. Hungary, Lebanon, Slovenia. You know, everybody's got different schedules. There are Estonia. There are drivers that have done everything they've needed to do for their team, and now they get to, well, have a bit of a break. They get to say, hey, you know, I've done what I've needed to do, and I am now going to take a nap, and I'm going to, you know, get myself recharged for tomorrow. For some drivers, though, they're not done. They're going to have to do more stints. They may swap out with another driver on their team, but they are going to be in this car for a longer bit of time. And of course, those that are going to be finishing this race off, they've got to, well, you know, make sure they're awake. You know, I don't know what time it is over in the UK. I think it's about 6 in the morning. Yeah, I think because British Standard Time is 4 hours ahead of me. So for them, people are waking up. People are getting ready to start the day. It is Sunday, of course, so probably not too much in the way of going to work, but definitely for, say, our parents, they're getting up, they're getting ready to start their day. For me, by the time I go to bed, I think my dad will be awake because he is up stupidly early. I don't know how he does it. But, yeah, for some drivers, it is bedtime. For other drivers, they might be getting out of bed and getting ready to hop in, probably getting the PC turned on, getting the sim rig turned on, and just starting to practice, get themselves warmed up for their upcoming stints later on. And, well, making sure that they are getting the most out of the car and giving the most to their team. Looking through right now, Andrew Karapi here for Paradox Sim number 52, running down 20th overall, but they are, I believe, 5th in their class. So for them, that is a very good result to work with. Of course, they want to get the job done just under 14 or some odd seconds to Harris ahead. For Angry Beaver Gold in the 22 Ferrari, they are going to be looking to get around that team if they can. For interesting note about Karapi, he has won the 24 Hours of Le Mans last October in the GTE class in split 2 of the main session. So that is an amazing achievement from him. Of course, a 28-year-old from the US that has gotten into racing entirely on his own. Of course, you know, starting off with any sort of racing game, surely for him it was on the Xbox, and he got a wheel about 3 years ago. He's completely self-taught, which is impressive, especially looking at what I just said of a 24-hour Le Mans win in split 2. of the GTE class in the main series. So that's, I mean, that is incredible stuff to see from him. We join Andrew Drury here for engine braking. His achievement, he didn't crash during the prologue race, that 2.4 hour we had sort of practice race. I would say that's an achievement. I think not, making a complete, fool of yourself during something like that is something you can be proud of. I know I certainly would. He also apparently worked for 6 years in F1 as a senior systems manager for Red Bull. That was in 2015 till the end of 2021. So there is definitely some high caliber names here in the race, and he's now doing a rather large podcast. So he's translated his skills and experience very nicely into a section of the market that is very interested in that kind of stuff. So good on him, of course. Very happy to see him doing his thing. I have been informed by the wondrous Steve that his handle is Engine Mode 11. I will probably look that up as well, because I know that I will listen to that when I have the chance, and it's literally the first thing that comes up. Look at that. Yeah, Engine Mode 11 on Twitter, and I'm sure same thing on Twitch and YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and Linktree. So yeah, if you're looking for him, he's got it. And he's also on Apple Podcasts, so he is pretty much everywhere, which is good for him, of course. He'll be definitely sending that information out to teams. And he's streaming the races as well, so if you want some sort of on-board action, you can get it. I'm sure he's just doing his own. He is doing his own thing right now. He doesn't know that we are above him. It looks like he's just picked up a penalty for cutting the course, though, so he does have to give that time. So we should be seeing him slow down in a little bit. Never something you want to see, of course, but that is just how things sort of happen here, as he does cross the line to start another lap. He is just keeping the Porsche pointed in the right direction, which is pretty much all you can ask right now. Jack McCauley and Devin Alley's also doing similar sort of things, but we do have engine braking, leading braking engine. I don't think they have any engine brakes installed. Those do sound very nice, but I don't think GT3s really have the space for that compared to what your standard 18-wheeler might have. 39.7 seconds to the Ferrari ahead, and 22.3 to the sister team behind. So they are just getting along nicely here as we get to just about 4.5 hours remaining here in this great 24-hour race. It has been a nice change of scenery. The lights on the cars are off. The sun is shining, lighting up the track. There is no better light than Mother Nature's very own, as this sun does affect the racing surface. The ambient temperature is coming up. The track temperature is coming up as well. Of course, when the sun is a little bit higher in the sky, some of these shadows will be shortened, and they'll be able to put a little bit more heat on the track and get a little bit more even. Of course, these teams will be changing up their strategy for tires, at least, getting their temps sort of changed up a little bit. So that way we're at a point where they're getting maximum potential. We're here with Finn Nordgaard Pedersen, who is letting one of the leading BMWs through. For him, he's sitting top of the GT3 class. On the sheet, he's one of his best achievements was crashing 2 seconds after the green flag in the Porsche curves at last year's 24 with 20 hours of practice. Pretty impressive. Also can apparently do Eye of the Tiger on Guitar Hero without looking at the screen about 11 years ago, and his jaw makes a weird clicking sound when he chews. You never know what you're going to learn about these drivers until you look at this sheet. But I have just been joined here in the commentary box by none other than the great and mighty Munch Club TV. Not quite certain who this is, but welcome to the booth. Glad to have you.
Hi, it's Nyasha. How's it going? You okay?
Oh, it's going good. I thought I recognized that profile picture. I was wondering, I'm like, when is this man gonna come in? But how are you doing, bud?
I'm good. I used to make food content before I made F1 content. So that was the logo that my friend made and looking at it now, it's actually quite scary, to be honest. But
yeah, just a little bit.
Yeah, it is a bit scary, isn't it? I can't believe I tried to build a business. But no, I'm back in, and I'm like about to try and get my bearings as to how it is. I was in here at 11, so I went to sleep, and now I'm like, I woke up and immediately was like, oh my god, where is it now? What is going on?
Well, we've had some pretty major developments. I'm sure you've heard about the M4EM team. There's your alarm waking you up again. Wake up. We miss you.
Wake up, get up.
You need to get out of this coma, dude, all right? The joke was funny before, now it's just annoying. You need to wake up,
yeah,
please.
No, come back to us.
Don't go towards
so,
the
yeah,
light.
M4EM.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had some. That was sort of the big thing. They had the damage in their car. They got it repaired, although not all the way. I know iRacing is a little bit funky with how they do it sometimes, so they just threw it into a wall, said screw it, and well, that ended up with 70 minutes of damage.
Oh, wow.
Got that fixed. Yeah, it was a deliberate thing though. I mean, they sent it right into hold on, wait a second. Has Dan Drury just gone
Speaking of sending it into the wall.
What a terrible time for that to happen. We were just talking about him earlier. Hopefully this isn't 70 minutes of damage. So he just gets a little on the grass and the car oversteers that right front, takes a massive hit, parks it up, and gets a tow back to the pit lane. That is absolutely terrible for him. Doing so well, too, but that is just what happens. So yeah, definitely not, 70 minutes of damage. However, will have a hindrance on their efforts here. But anyways, with the M4EM guys, they had those 70 minutes. They came back out on track. They said, all right, things are fixed up. We should be good to go. And they had 20 kilometers knocked off their top end, and they said, nope, we can't do this. We have to back out. And that's sort of what happened, and that was it. So it's unfortunate, but that's been sort of the big story is the host's own team has had to step out of the race.
So in first, we're in first.
In first, it's iBach Racing right now. They're in the lead overall. It's Lion GP in second. That change for position did come from pit stop, so eventually that will be handed back over. And then it's ST Racing there in third position, W&SE Motorsport in fourth, and then missing Apex Predators. They had an incident earlier on where they were navigating some lap traffic. It just got a little bit miscalculated, and they went into the wall, had to go back to the pit lane to get damages. That's why they're so far down the grid. So for the most part, they're down and out in terms of a possible podium. W&SE, though, they are trying to reel in the ST Racing team to maybe get a chance at that final podium position.
Wow, it's crazy because when I started the stream last night at 9 o'clock, W4EM were, I mean, they were so far ahead. It looked like a cruise, and then obviously you had the missing Apex guys, in second, and it looked like those two would be vying it out for the victory. And to see where we are, well, I guess nearly 10 hours later, with both of them out of the running in one way or the other for the lead is it's just very, very interesting, I guess. And it shows this is my first experience of commentating on an endurance event, and just seeing in my 2-hour slot the twists and turns that can happen really does show you can't take anything for granted in these things. Things can change on the flip of a coin, or in any given moment.
Yep, you're absolutely correct about that one. We saw it with M4EM, we saw it with Miss Apex, and we actually saw it with Dan Drury. One thing we should mention as you talk about, don't take anything for granted. Nothing is guaranteed. Right now, Dan is actually fundraising on his engine braking stream for the Samaritan, so a really good cause for him, actually. So if you got a couple of extra dollars to throw around, go on over to Dan's live stream. That was over on Engine Mode 11 over on Twitch. So just give him a couple of bucks for such a great cause, of course. He is still in the pit lane at the moment, dealing with repairs. I can't quite see how much that is. He's actually in the final minute of those damages being repaired to the right front. So it wasn't the heaviest of hits, but it was still enough to put him into the pit lane. But that charity he's raising money for, it aims to provide emotional support to anyone who is in emotional distress, who's struggling to cope or at risk. So again, it's a very great cause that he's doing. There's more information on that little widget, and there is a link there to donate. So if you have a couple of dollars, you can send that over. You will be dealing with Great British Pounds, but that makes sense. He is over in the UK, so he is going to be using his country's currency. But really,
those pounds.
Those pounds. But really, honestly, shout outs to you, Dan. It's something that I think that all sim racers could do with these events. Just set up a fundraiser of something, try to give back, show the world that while yes, we are sitting here driving our pretend race cars around real tracks that have been digitized, we're still human at the end of the day, and we still want to help out as best we can. So yeah, shout out to you, Dan, for using your platform in such a positive way. We absolutely love it.
Yeah, I would say as well, like, having gotten to know Dan over the past year or so, great guy, and even looking at his ventures into content and into the sim racing kind of stuff, it's really good to see him go into that, and for him to do that, I guess so early into the sim career as well, and to use his platform, which is getting bigger and bigger by the day, is really cool. So yeah, for sure, guys, if you do have anything to give, make sure to support Dan with that, because it is a really, really good cause.
Yeah, you never know what someone might be going through. Even, I'm sure we've all seen the memes about the funny friend in the group, the second they get home, it's upsetting. So yeah, you never know what someone's going through. And even if you can't donate, just make sure you're there for your friends. Make sure you check in on them when you can. For some, just having someone there to say, hey, I understand you're going through something, or hey, I know we haven't talked in a bit, I just want to check in and see how you're doing. That can really make someone's day, and it can really help them out. So whether it's a couple of dollars you can send over to Dan, or it's just hitting your friend up on Snapchat or texting them, whatever you can do, really. The world's a big place. It's a scary place, admittedly, and it's up to all of us to make it a little bit more bearable. So we do the best we can, and hopefully you guys are too, and these drivers are doing the best they can to keep it out of the walls, unlike some certain drivers. Dan.
Yeah, great guy, not a great driver. I'm joking. I'm joking, Dan.
You are playing with fire, my friend. You understand who you are talking to. That is listen, this is the man who did not crash during the prologue race, so that is clearly very high caliber. But of course,
Yes.
6 years with Red Bull for their Formula One team as a senior systems engineer. You might be kind of right. Also, being lapped twice by Brad during karting as a real-world racing achievement. So yeah, he's got some pedigree to his name. So you better respect him. You never know what this man has under that beautiful beard of his. You don't know. Maybe there's like another fist under it.
Yeah, that is true, right? That is true. I will keep my disrespect in check for the great Dan, and hopefully we can see that prowess back on track now and for the rest of the race. How have you been? How have you found things?
Well, my day started nice and early at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, of course. I'm not going to be using anyone else's time zone, except for, your guys's, because I have no other choice. No, I got up bright and early, 8 a.m. Finally decided to get out of bed at about 8:15. Got up, kind of just got myself situated, got myself mentally ready. I had my first stint 9:30 to 2:30, to 9:30 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. After that, I went out, got some food with my brother. Actually, really good food truck that was not too far from me. It was, oh my god, it was amazing.
What kind of food?
It was, oh my god, I think it was like soul food. It was, I might go back next time. Next chance I get, I might go there again. I got like this grilled chicken sandwich with barbecue on it and their fries. It was, dude, I'm so upset I didn't know about it sooner. So we had
You
that.
had my curiosity, you now have my attention.
Maybe I'll get some and box it up and send it over there. It might be a little bit, might be a little stale when it gets to you, but it'll get to you.
It's okay. I'll stick it in the microwave. It's fine.
Oh god. And then we got some drinks for later. I picked up my usual of Guinness. Absolutely love that stuff. And then I had some time to myself just to relax a little bit. And then I came back here. It was 6:30 to, I believe, 9 o'clock my time. Yeah, it was. Yeah, 6:30 to 9 p.m. I got up. I went to a convenience store that is literally half a mile from me. Got a couple of Red Bulls. Came back. Took a much-needed shower because I was disgusting. Well, disgusting by my standards. And then, I just, instead of just sitting there and relaxing, I'm like, you know what, I will play some games, because I want to play some games before I have to hop back in the booth. Hopped on some Trackmania. If you haven't played it, for the love of God, please, it is such a good game. And then I got a little bit more food in me, and I came back in here, 12:30. Tim was still in here, waiting for the introduction, but realized all I needed to do was just unmute myself. Tim does things a little bit differently than what I'm used to. No problem to him, of course. Shoutouts to him for being such a great guy. And, well, I've got about 2 hours to go. I'm not going to get out of here until about 4:30 in the morning. I can't remember the last time I was up this late, or early, depending on how you want to look at it. I have pulled an all-nighter before, which wasn't the smartest idea. I've also had I went to LA a few years ago, and I had to get a flight back, so it was a 6-hour flight. Didn't sleep on it, of course. Got home at about 7 a.m. So, yeah, I'll be tired, and I might be getting up here in a second to grab my second can. That'll be 2 cans. Actually, I'm really happy I only got 2 cans, because if I had a third, I was going to be like, I don't know what to do with it.
Well, look, it's an incredible effort on your part. Although my sympathy is slightly capped by the fact that you got to have some soul food last night. But just reward for a job well done in advance, I'm sure. So no, thank you for joining me on here as well. There was a period last night where Spanners left me on my own for like 4 minutes. And quite possibly the most scariest 4 minutes I've had sat in front of a microphone in my life. I was just like, okay, well, here you are.
Well, I'm in a very... I'm in a very fortunate position. So for anyone that doesn't know, I'm actually from the Octane Online Racing organization, which is a sim racing organization out of Australia. Tim as well is from there. We mainly focus on Assetto Corsa Competizione. We have a rookie series, we have a sprint series, we have an endurance series. We also have an iRacing scene, as well as, I believe we also have F1 in there as well. I am in a really good position. I've been doing commentary for sim racing for about a year and a half now. I got my start back in 2021, so actually I think it's been about almost 2 years. Yeah, just about 2 years. I did or no, I gotta think, hold on. No, it's, no, okay, it's about a year and a half, sorry, my timelines are mixed up. No, so I got started in OOR. I had been wanting to join a sim racing league sim racing organization for a while. Internet wasn't really there for it. It was very severely lagging behind, but eventually my dad decided that slow internet, enough was enough, and made the switch. And I was like, well, I've got all this, bandwidth to play with. I'm going to make use of it. I'm going to hop in. I did a season in rookies, and then I hopped over to OOR Sprint Series. There were a couple of guys I had raced with in rookies who were in the booth. I saw that, and towards the tail end of my season there, I hit them up. I said, hey, would you guys be opposed to me joining you in the broadcasting booth? They said, we have no problem, but just check with Mullick first. Mullick was absolutely fine with it. So I was sort of a co-commentator in North America, and then one of the guys left. He had a baby, and someone else in that group had taken over, and then eventually he, left because he was going to be going for his master's degree in communications, and I have to make sure I remember that because we both have the same major, and he gets upset with me when I don't remember it. And then at the same time...
You don't remember the major that you did?
Well, we have the same major. I just forgot what major he did. I know what major I'm doing. It's communications, the same as the other guy. But yeah, he would always be like, so you remember yours, but not mine. I go, well, things are different. But so while I was helping out with North America and running that show, I was also doing work with Europe. And eventually the guy who did Europe, he left. So Mullick came to me. He says, hey, are you interested in picking up EU as well? I said, absolutely, it's no problem, because that goes down at right now it's about 3 in the afternoon for me when those races happen. At the time, though, I think it was about 2 in the afternoon. So, it's still a good time to get some action in. And then the booth was pretty lonely. In North America for a bit, I had someone else join, but for the last couple of seasons of Sprint, it has been just me. So, I have no problem just going on and on and on and on and on my own in a commentary booth. It's something that, was a bit daunting at first. I'm not going to lie. I had a lot of issues, I would say, compared to where I am now. Might have been in the same position you are. So just being like, well, I'm going to figure it out as I go along, ha ha ha. But, when you get that practice and you start, figuring out, you have all these different points. And you say, okay, how can I put these together? How can I get these to flow in a way that works best for the broadcast? So with the experience I have in North America and a little bit in Europe, but right now I have 2 amazing co-commentators with me, Charles Phillips and Simon Bauer, 2 very fun guys to work with. I don't have to worry about it. But with North America, it is just me. So like I said, I have the experience of being by myself. It's obviously by myself in the commentary booth, not just in real life. That's a whole nother thing. Thank you very much. But yeah, you get used to it, honestly. And I have, I just came off of a 12-hour broadcast for the Per Mobile Suzuka 12-hour that we just did in the OOR. So I'm still on that commentating blood train right now, and I'll be reaching the final station soon. But yeah, like I said, when you do stuff solo, you just get used to it and you just do it.
Oh, wow. It's incredible to hear about the experience you've had, and I actually, having had a taste for it now, I think it's something that I may even look into myself. So it's honestly so interesting and so captivating when I was watching the race last night, and getting that first experience and talking to the racers as well, and getting into their mindset and just to be able to, and also the audience as well at home watching, and it is such a really cool experience and something that I never thought would be something that I would enjoy as much as I did. But it really is. You never really know until you try something, right? And I guess that's probably the same for some of these sim drivers. You know, they probably hadn't had the thought of driving in sim racing, and then they've picked it up, and now look where they are now. Competing in a really cool race and doing really well.
Yep, I've always been someone who has had no problem getting up and performing a little bit, whether it was, getting up in front of the class and being the first person to present a project or a final project, whatever it might have been. I was that kid who was like, oh boy, I get to present to people. This is going to be great. I did
same,
4 years in high school. I was in my high school's drama club. I absolutely loved that. Yeah, I got a little bit of those, pre-opening night jitters like anybody does, but once I get moving and grooving, it is beautiful work. I've been creating content on YouTube for over a decade now. I have my own live streams where I'm in front of people all the time. And the thing is, with all of that, that's great and fine and dandy on its own, but for 23 years of my current 24 excruciating years of existence, and probably more to come, I have been struggling to figure out what it is I actually want to do for the rest of my life. And what I'm doing right now is just that, commentating. Obviously motorsport is where I want to be, but if I have to be in, sports, whether it's something like hockey or basketball or baseball or football or actually I've done real life commentary for a community college I went to for their men's and women's soccer team. So if I got to do stuff like that, I'm more than happy, because it's the one thing in my life that I actually feel as though it's where I truly belong. So, the guys over at the OOR giving me the opportunity to do this, as well as just the guys here in M4EM giving me the chance to build up the experience. And I don't know how much this will actually be able to be applicable to future jobs, but if I can use it, I'm going to use it. But in the meantime, I will use this here, and I'll also use sort of a weekly knockout I run for Trackmania over on my personal streams as a way to keep myself fresh and ready in the commentary booth.
Oh man, that is awesome. I feel like we're quite similar then. I used to do stand-up comedy when I was a teenager, like early 20s, and then started to make content. And you have to find yourself, and you have to find what you're good at and how to put your talents to use in a good way. And it's really cool when you find that thing that you're like, this is it. This is what I'm good at. This is how I can put these talents to use. And then you just go for it. And I must say, you're very good. So from one person to another, you're really good at this. Keep at it.
Thank you. That's the one consistent compliment I get, and of course I'm never going to be opposed to such a compliment for my work. When I do my broadcast for the OOR, I'll do everything. I'll get everything shut down. I'll be like, all right, time to get up, go to the bathroom, because I've been holding it for a while. And sometimes my mom, she can hear me, and being a good mother, of course, she's going to support her child, but. The thing is, it doesn't feel like just a regular old compliment you get from mom. It's one of those you listen to it and you go, this is her realizing that you've realized what it is you need to do with your life, and she loves it. And but yeah, I get good support all around from the OOR, from my family, from my friends even, that listen in. Hell, I've got coworkers that watch these things and they go, yeah, you have a really good knack for that, you should do it. And it's like, oh, that's peculiar, because that's what I want to do. So thank you for that. And of course, you as well in the show. I appreciate you quite a lot. In the meantime, however, the number 6 of Lion GP has been closing the gap down to the 51 ahead. It is currently sitting just under 12 seconds. And we could be seeing a change in the lead in due time, maybe on track or maybe in the pit lane.
Do you know? We've got lots of laps, 338 laps done, and for us to be getting this kind of close battle for the lead, this is what fascinates me. All of these laps. All of the time spent out on track, and then for 2 cars out of the front to be separated by merely 12 seconds now, that is absolutely incredible when you think about all of the kilometers that must have been done, all of the time that's been put in to be separated by mere seconds. Do we know kind of like how whether these guys are kind of in sync with in terms of fuel strategies, and does anyone need to pit soon, do you think, or do you think we'll be able to see these guys kind of close up to each other and get some racing on track?
Well, so the thing is with the Ebok team, they got around Lion GP because they were pitting. The pace, though, for both of these teams has been absolutely incredible. It's been extremely solid. They've had just really good races overall. So while part of me says yes, we will be seeing a change for position on track, I wouldn't be too surprised if Ebok comes into the pit lane and says, all right, new tires, fuel load, maybe a new driver as well. That gap has slipped under 10 minutes, or 10 minutes, excuse me, 10 seconds, Jesus. 10 minutes is quite a few laps. No, but I would love to see these teams duke it out on the track, but of course, their situation, their strategies do change with the passing minutes and with the passing hours. So again, part of me wants to see it on track, but if I'm being realistic and looking at the trends, we'll probably just see the pass during a pit stop.
Well, that makes a lot of sense. I think one of the things that really surprised me when I was commentating for the first time was you're not only navigating the person in front of you, in your class when you're trying to pass. There's all of the back markers and how that can affect. We're looking at it now, just coming through some back markers. How that can affect the race as well, and how that can affect the battle that is on track when you have 2 or 3 back markers in front of you, and the person that you're trying to pass, and how the gap can fluctuate or get smaller or get bigger dependent on how well you get through those back markers. So it really is can be a perilous position to be out in front with such a small lead, knowing what is out there in front of you and trying to get around people in different classes.
Yeah, and making sure that the lap traffic is giving you the space you need. We saw with Missed Apex, they had an awkward bit of silent communication. They went off, they got some damage. So while you are going to be a faster car in some situations, you have to make sure that you're not compromising yourself, and you need to make sure that you and the back marker you're passing are on the same page, because it's one slight misstep and that is it. That is what's going to put you in the wall. That's going to completely destroy your chances of gaining any sort of positions later on in the race. I am going to just leave you on your own for a little bit. Don't worry, it's not going to be 4 minutes. I'm just going to grab my other Red Bull, so it'll probably be about 30 seconds. So like I said, so back on track we go. But yeah, so Dangery is on pace right now. 31st overall, that damage has been fixed up. But yes, so just make sure you're navigating these back markers properly. Make sure that you're communicating more or less with the faster approaching cars. But yes, I'll be right back. Just hold it down, Ashaya. I'll be back. Don't you worry.
Wow, that's absolutely fine. As we see Dangery just getting out of the way for someone to pass through there. And we're looking now a situation where Ben Cooper not not too far behind. I think that's Dumas there in their class. I think there's a fight for 8th and 9th there. Look, guys, we are only 4 hours away from the conclusion of this race, and there's still places up for grabs, still stories to be told, and things really can change. I kind of watched the beginning of the downfall of a couple of teams towards the front there, in situations where I really thought that it was going to be a procession to the front, but these guys, they've been on long stints, some guys through the night. Obviously you've got damage, if they crash again, that's going to be long pit stops. So who knows what could happen.
Yeah, and anything can happen as we approach the 4 hours remaining and we do have a penalty being given out. A bit of adventurous decision-making beyond what the race has dictated. They've gone over the number of X's, and that is 50. So in iRacing, there is, you know, a certain amount of penalties you can sort of incur before you feel the wrath of either the game stewards or your own real-life human stewards. So they're at 50. This is their second one. They served the 20 or they served the 30 already, so now it's the 20. They do get that drive-through. I'm being yelled at by Rich Malden Race Control in all caps that it is not a game, it is a sim, followed by the smile emoji, but I'm fairly certain that's a passive-aggressive one. So for Rich, I do apologize, please. I beg for your forgiveness. But for Daniel Cook and Toolbox Racing, they're back out on track. 3 laps down from Sam Harper in Memento Racing, and just about 2 seconds up on El Slomos there. Carl Dinkelman is getting that ship in one. Oh my god, I'm sorry. It's been a long day. Either way, they got 2 minutes over the guy behind. They got 3 laps down on the car ahead. They're moving and grooving. They're vibing. They're having a grand old time right now. They're doing what they can. Going to try to avoid more of those X's, because if they get more, they are going to be having another drive-through to worry about. We rejoin the front of the field, and this gap has been coming down a little bit. It hasn't come down as quickly as it has in the past. It is 7 seconds between first and second, but for YNGP, that is great news for them. Last time we checked in, it was, I think, somewhere in the realm of about 12 seconds, and now taking 5 seconds off since then. That is great progress. It hasn't been as rapid as before, but certainly over these laps, you know, just tenths and hundredths being taken out does add up rather quickly, and you can actually see the leading 51 there in the foreground, getting around some back markers. Now, the benefit for Dennis is that he is going to have a nice long train of slipstreaming that he can use to pull ahead, but he has to make sure that these passes are timed to perfection, so that way he doesn't lose too much time as we get up to the second Mulsanne chicane. He is very close to the Ferrari and is immediately going to pull to the right side and get the power down out of the chicane. He's lost a little bit of time here, but right back into it again. 7.1 seconds to the iBock Sim Racing team up ahead, and now that gap is coming down 6.8 seconds. Couldn't quite see the red and white 51, but that doesn't matter. He is a man on a mission. He's got some back markers, the Porsche there, and you can just barely see the green and white LMP1.
It's disappeared from my timing screen. Does that mean it? Oh, they're back. I was wondering if anything had happened, but no, they're back. They're back again, and yes, like you said, that gap is around the 7-second mark, but always fluctuating as well with the back markers that they're going to. But they've both kind of navigated that in a pretty effective way, and the battle recommences with Line GP eating into that gap slowly but surely. Like I said, we've kind of seen like a 5-second decrease in the time that I've been on, and I do hope we get to see them cruise up to the back and have some on-track action, but these guys are going at a great pace right now and showing some really good skill.
Yep, and one team that has also been navigating traffic, but unfortunately not in the best of circumstances, is the number 15. That is, if I can find it here on the sheet, that is the iBox Sim Racing GT3 team.
Oh, into the pits.
Oh yeah, into the pits for Dennis. I'm surprised. So maybe fresh set of tires. Oh, it's actually, I think this is a mirror, because you can look at the gap right now. It is, oh no, it's going up. I thought for a moment Manuel went into the pit lane. So maybe this is the undercut to try and gain some time later on. If that gap is more than 90 seconds, of course, they won't be benefiting from that. And Sebastian Burkhardt, about a minute back they can maybe gain a position or they come in. But anyways, the number 15, they are 1x away from a second drive-through penalty. So they've been a little bit impatient with the back markers. But ladies and gentlemen, we have just dropped under the 4-hour mark remaining here in the M4EM 24-hour presented by Miss Apex podcast. We are going to take a look here at the timing sheets, at the standings, and see just where everybody is at in this competition. It's iBox Sim Racing still holding on to the lead, albeit just barely. Lion GP has come into the pit lane, so that is going to put a bit of a hold on their progress, but they should be fine, because Sebastian Burkhardt is still in third position, a lap down. So when they come around, they should be still, I think, about a lap down. But either way, they are third overall and third in that LMP1. ST Racing, of course, still holding on to P4. They're a lap down on the W&SE Motorsport team ahead of them. And then, of course, this Apex, we talked about them before. They had a bit of an oopsie with the traffic. They went some laps down, so they are pretty much stuck there in 5th overall and 5th in class. ST Racing with Louis Jordan Charles with the reins on that one. They are leading the way for the Proto 1 or the Proto 2s, and it is Angry Beaver Racing Red. They are second position in their class. The Sim Racing Collective rounds out the podium, of course, and then it is PRC who are sitting 4th. The 666, they've been trying to make some deals with the devil, but it looks like it hasn't worked out all too well. They are just being teased with that podium position, so they're 4th in the LMP2 category. And then it's British American Racing rounding out the top 5. You can see the next 5 of the LMP2s, and then you can see the top of GTE or GT3 is owned by Obsidian Edge Black. We don't have to scroll down to see them, but we do have to scroll down to see the rest of the GT3 category. It's Paradox Sim Racing, number 90, who is second place for them, and then Get Closer Racing is third, so that podium is sort of sorted out. Those two teams I just mentioned, they could do some battle there for their just sort of finalized order. Paradox Sim Racing, the sister team of the number 2, is sitting number 4, and then Angry Beaver Racing Gold, who is the sister team of the second place team in Proto 2, is sitting in the top 5, of course, in their class. And you can see everybody else down to 17th getting sorted out here in the standings. And as we scroll back down, we do see a couple of the Proto 2 guys down here. Destino Motorsport there is sitting 11th in class, 33rd overall. They've had quite some troubles there. Same with QRT 420. They're 12th overall, or 12th in class, 35th overall, and then it's Truffle Hunting Lion GP and Penguin Racing Team Yellow to round out all of the current runners. M4EM, they have pulled the car out of the race following the damage from earlier, plus the iRating repair gods being a little bit rude to them, so they've had to pull out. Lion GP Esports Daha as well, same with 4X, PPTX, and Ring Physio are all teams that have unfortunately had to bow out early from this competition. But outside of those 5, it is still on for a lot of these drivers. There's still some possible position changes that we will be seeing later on. And in the meantime, while all the blabbering I was doing, El Slomos has picked up a drive-through penalty. They've reached their allotted 50, so now they've got to be careful. They'll have 30. And IBAC as well here, Rich Malden in race control. So they've gotten through their 50 allotted that first time around. So they got to be careful. They've got 30 X's to work with now. Not quite my brother's 30 X's, but it's 30 X's here in the race. So yeah, those have been some of the penalty updates. But the timing sheet, as you're seeing it on the left side of your screen, is pretty much what it has been for the last good while. We're here with Toby Winkleman, 14th in the GT3 class, but 29th overall, almost 2 minutes behind the team heaped together BMW, and then almost 20 seconds to the chasing Ferrari behind. We check back in with Dennis Firmakheim. This has been a driver change, and despite that, they are still 8 seconds back from your race leaders.
Yeah. Yeah, no, despite all of that, and yeah, they had a pit stop, right? Which we watched. And you know, we thought, okay, you know, that's going to set them back some time, but they have got that lead, also got that gap back down to pretty much where it was before the pit stop. So, you know, I guess unless the team in the lead planning a pit stop soon, which we did actually kind of, obviously, we thought that they would be the team to go in first. Yeah, they, again, you know, with some fresh tyres and a new driver in there, seem to be eating back into that lead. Has that all been on pace? Surely not.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was on pace. I don't think it's traffic, because if it was, I mean, I think that the gap would be a lot less as they pass the Toolbox Racing Dallara. I'm surprised they saw it with the camouflage livery. I don't know if you were here earlier, Nishaya, when they talked about it, how their Lollipop Man blended in a little too well with the pit lane, so they completely missed their box.
Oh wow!
Yeah, no, it was I couldn't believe it, but then, you know, I had a chance to look at the livery and I saw the way the car was set up, and I could kind of extrapolate what I thought the Lollipop looked like, and basing it on the surrounding grayness of the pit lane, I thought, yeah, that seems reasonable. That makes a lot of sense. A little bit humorous, but yeah, I'm surprised that Dennis saw them, especially given those red taillights. You know, do they want to blend in or do they not? It's like the camouflage, the guy who wears camouflage but also has the high vis on.
That is, when you made the camouflage joke, I thought that, I'm not joking, comment, I thought that was just, yeah, a camouflage joke. So I didn't even know that was something that could be an issue, and just should go to show you've got to have your wits about you. You don't know what you're going to come up against in these kinds of things.
Oh my god. That's great. That's amazing. This is why I always, you know, my pit crew, I run like the black and blue. That's pretty solid. You know, my liveries are nice and bright, sort of. You know, the livery I have for the Ferrari here, it's like a vaporwave kind of thing. For my Miata, it's a Castro livery, because honestly, Castro liveries just look good. And then for whatever the current Toyota they're using for D-Class, because I took a long break from this game, whatever that Toyota is, I have a Hello Kitty livery on it, because it's annoying and it's pink and it stands out. Pit crew is still black and blue, but at least it stands out.
Yes, yeah, exactly. At least it stands out, and it's you know, you're getting into that pit lane box as easily as possible without any kind of issues. So, you know, it does the job, and that's all you want.
Oh no, I'm not doing races long enough to be in to be in the pit lane. It's just your standard, you know, 15-20. But yeah, you know, gotta be seeing all of that. We're all about pit lane safety, especially in the virtual realm. So yeah, it's nice to see the customization though that players have access to in iRacing. I kind of wish ACC had it in the same way. Having trading paints, of course, installed is a great way to see all of the custom liveries, but ACC doesn't have that, unfortunately. So you go into lobbies and you see a lot of default, or you just see a lot of plain, almost carbon fiber looking cars. But you know, if it's something like Octane Online Racing with our Sprint Series, we have a livery sync tool that we use that downloads all the liveries from every driver, and that's how we can see some of the amazing artwork that comes to play. But we can see it right here, right now, with Steve making sure that he's got his proper programs open, as we do see Mike Farla for the LG M4EM racing team. That is the 690 Ferrari in the GT3 category, 7th place overall. Strip the Dip is sort of the nickname of the team, and I gotta say, I am a huge fan of the livery. It actually looks pretty sleek, despite it being only just 3 of the colors. And I mean, I don't want to say a simplistic design, but it just, I don't know, there's just something about it that tickles my brain just right.
tickles your brain. Is I like that.
Well, it was either that or something else I don't feel like saying, and it seems as though he's back again. He dipped out for a moment, but he has returned.
Hi,
Welcome
I'm back. Sorry.
Did you hit a button that you weren't supposed to hit?
I think I hit a button I wasn't supposed to hit.
Those pesky buttons always showing up when you least expect it. How could they?
Let me blame the inanimate button instead of my functioning brain on that. To be honest, that button should not have been there.
Is it inanimate, or does it do something when you press it? Does it move a little bit? So is it still inanimate?
Oh, that is true. In fact, it cannot be inanimate because when I pressed it, it moved and done something wrong. So yeah, again, my fault on that one.
And are you really pushing it, to be honest, or is it just the atoms pushing apart? Okay, now I'm just getting a little bit too smart.
Now we are getting deep.
Well, I mean, that's not deep. That's just true, though. When you touch something, you're not touching it. You're feeling the force of the atoms pushing apart, because those atoms come together. Well, guess what? You are now a weapon. But thankfully, that doesn't happen, and hopefully I don't have that 1 in whatever billion or trillion odd chance of having my hand just clip through a table like it's Gary's mod. And one thing that is good is these drivers not clipping each other or the barriers right now, as the sun is really starting to come up here in the French countryside. I can't wait to see I'm gonna say about the 12:30 p.m. sun here in Massachusetts, because it is still dark out. It is about 3:15 in the morning here, and I shouldn't be seeing any sort of light for, I think, another hour or so.
Oh, okay. Would you be able to see that? Have you got the windows with the clear view, or have you got it blacked out?
Well, so I'm in my basement right now. I do have my green screen set up because I know you were there for it, we had sort of that little sort of rundown of what was going to happen in the booth, and I know Steve talked about sort of the acoustics coming through the mic a bit. So I just set up a green screen. I've got some wood planks sort of set up. Well, not planks, they're very skinny, but just to sort of close things off. I can just pull it back though. The blinds are closed, but when there is light, I can sort of see it come through. But the problem is that I don't think there will be enough light for it to really make a difference. And the only reason I know if there's any sort of light that gets thrown, and it's not like, the light we're seeing right now in game, it's, the very extremely early morning sunshine, where it's like, the sun's there, the sky's lit up a little bit, but not enough. And the only reason I know that is because, I go to the gym in the morning before my streams, but on Fridays it's full body, so I try to get there right as they open at 5. I've been pretty good about doing that. It's a pain, but I do it anyways. But yeah, that's how I know that the sun will kind of be up, but I'm not normally one to be up with the sun. But seeing as my classes are out, I've had more time in the morning, I just work out, get my day started. It feels really good, honestly, now that I have the time.
Working out in the morning?
Yeah, I used to do it in the afternoons
I do
before work, but now that I don't have an 8 a.m. class, it's like, well, you know what? I might as well just do it now so I don't have to worry about, rushing the end of a stream so I can get to the gym and get to work. Oh, geez, Dennis is rushing through some lap traffic right now. Look at the gap. It's come down. It's been almost cut in half. It's about 4.5 seconds up to Manuel Spizzelli there in the iBlock 51. So while we've been sort of shooting the breeze here in the booth, Dennis has been slowly working his way up the field.
This gap is coming down.
It really is. And I think, no, the leaders aren't in the pits. There's your leader. So, 3.7 seconds. So that lead has been cut in half. Hopefully Dennis doesn't get to a point where he's just chopping halves in half, and you end up with an infinitesimally small number that is still being cut in half. So hopefully he can find the zero at some point and start, pulling away. We do see one of the BMWs. That is the Valhina, the 290, Singaporean car. Or, it's a Hong Kong car. I called it Singapore. I got my flags mixed up. I apologize. I know my flags, I promise you. It's just my brain is a little mushy right now.
Totally understandable. Totally
Yep.
understandable.
Navigating the traffic, it's now 6.3, got held up a little bit, but now you can see, look at how much open space there is between both of those guys. There's no lapped cars. This is going to be purely pace until either Dennis catches up, or I think there was just a back marker ahead, so
Yeah,
maybe
just
that
in the
plays
background.
into it.
I mean, yeah, look, this pace from Dennis has been phenomenal. You know, at one point we were under 4 seconds, and you can kind of see them now on the same bit of straight, and it's going to be interesting to see, can they cruise up to the back, can they navigate these back markers in a way which is clean. But must say, Manuel seems to be navigating them just as well, and it's kind of having that concertina effect where the gap goes below 4 seconds and then they meet some back markers and it kind of climbs up again. So but these two really are showing some phenomenal pace up front and giving us a really good show.
It is, and that is that's the engine braking 333 Porsche that is letting the 06 BMW of Dennis on through. So that's the first little bit of lap traffic. I know we saw, yep, there's the Ferrari there. I can't quite tell who that is at the moment. Black front end. It could be Angry Beaver. That's really the only team I can think of. It could also be Team 4. They also have a pretty darkened front end of the car. I think there's just a little bit of color there on the side skirt. So Dennis is really starting to pull in, navigates around the outside, back to the inside. So that is another back marker. That is the Team 4 Ferrari they're getting around, or getting sort of just moved over a little bit for this 06 Lion GP BMW. And as we take a little seat here on the roof of the car, obviously not slowing it down in any way, shape, or form, we can really take a look and see what the speeds are like, what the setups are like actually. If we have the chance of seeing both of these cars go down the Mulsanne straight with no traffic, we'll see who has set up more for aero and who has set up more for that straight line speed.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the things that I learned last night when I was in with Spanners, kind of talking about setup choices, and obviously if you go with a higher downforce, obviously you're going to be better in the corners, but then you're lacking on straight line speed. And in other he had experiences in other races where they'd gone too far on the downforce, so that when it came to the straight, they were then just stuck behind a car that they thought they had quite a big speed differential over, but it was almost impossible to overtake. So you do have to get that balance right, even in, I guess, endurance racing. I guess especially because you need quite a big speed differential to overtake down the straights. I've seen it a few times where people have cruised up to the back through slipstream and then maybe tried to do the overtake and it's not worked. Oh, a bit of traffic here.
It's a little bit hairy, but thankfully able to get around it. But yeah, that's a really good thing. We've seen a lot here. You just hit that brick wall. You have all of that air hitting the car, and it's the thing is with the slipstream. Obviously, the car ahead is punching that hole in the air for you to use, so there's less resistance on the car, and because there is less resistance, the car is able to push ahead a lot quicker. But when you step out of the slipstream, there's no air on the side of the car. There might be a little bit of a wake or a little bit of like side drafting you could have done, but in the overall though, there's really nothing that you're able to use, and that air hits the car, it hits the aero, and you just slow right down, and you're going maybe the same speed as them at that point, and then you just start slipping back a little bit more. So yeah, it's the Constantina effect, and what you really have to do is sort of hope for the slipstream to bring you in close enough, and then during the sort of more technical twisty sections, that's where you gain the time just because of the amount of downforce you have.
Well, look, thank you for educating me there. I'm learning so much in the short amount of time that I've been doing this, so so thank you for that. Got a gap here that's not too big, of around 7.5, 7.6. Is that between Team 4 Racing and So I can't quite read it.
Mid-pack Muppets. We got some great team names. We have some that are, very professional. 4X Racing, Lion GP with Fenster.com. Obviously M4EM, WNS that we talked about earlier. ST Racing, iBox Sim Racing Team. Missed Apex Predators, but that's more of a joke name. Angry Beaver, of course, that's one of those we have a little fun with. Penguin Racing, there's one. You have, obviously, Mid-Pack Muppets. I think if anybody went into a serious event with that kind of name, I think everyone would laugh. And I can't tell which Muppet that is on the hood of the car. My Muppet's character. It's who? It's an animal.
Animal.
Oh, yeah. I've been informed who it is by Steve. But yeah, that's what I like, because, obviously, being here in the States, when I hear Muppet, I think of the Muppets. But I know for someone like you, Nisaya, when you hear Muppet, that's, that's sort of, you're talking down to someone. You're calling them, I think, silly or stupid?
Yeah, Muppet is an idiot.
Sounds like me.
It's like, no, never. I would never refer to you as a Muppet.
No, not you. Oh,
yeah,
I'm not saying you.
yeah. Kind of like you, but not you, but kind of like you. No, I think, Muppet is an idiot. And to be fair, I haven't heard the word Muppet for a while. That is a very kind of old school English phrase to call someone an idiot, made famous by the show Only Fools and Horses, which is a classic British show. Big up the mid-pack Muppets. I'm going to be calling people Muppets for a while now because it is a great word.
I was...
Okay.
When you said classic British shows and the word Muppet, immediately went to Top Gear, and then you didn't say Top Gear. I'm like, oh, that's right. There's other shows in Britain that you can watch. I got introduced to Top Gear, and I love the trio. They are incredible. Obviously, kind of off the air now, but yeah, that's where I heard it a lot. And then of course here it's like, oh, it's the Muppet Christmas special or whatever. So we don't use that as a term for an idiot. We just when you say Muppets, we're talking about Muppets. But that just goes to show you, the beauty of motorsport, whether it's IRL racing or it's sim racing, is you have all different drivers from all different corners of the globe. We've got drivers from Europe, we have drivers from North America, we have drivers from Asia, we have a couple drivers from Africa, surprisingly. I know we have 3, it looks like, guys from Memento Racing, South Africa, and the UK is the flags that they get to fly there. And we also have drivers from the wonderful, wonderful world of Australia, and that also includes our very own Steve A here running the show, running the cameras, running all of the fun little graphics and whatnot that we see here on the broadcast. But that's just the beauty of motorsport. No matter where you are, the message is the same. Car goes fast, brain goes brr.
Yeah, we've got a very under 3 seconds now between Lion GP and IBAC, and this is getting tasty. This is getting really tasty.
Yeah, I didn't see any traffic in front of Manuel, but there could have been just outside of camera shot. This is purely on pace, and you can see just how much speed these BMW hybrids have under the hood. Look at just how close he is. Look at the time gain that he has. Dennis is just approaching at incredibly high speeds around a back marker. I got a little excited there for a second. I apologize. Yeah. I was like, God, that is some rapid pace. And I go, oh, it's a Proto 2. Never mind. But no, I mean, the gap now just under 2 seconds. Dennis has ripped time out of Manuel just a little bit each lap. That's the thing with these endurance races. You have this gap. Maybe the gap is a minute. Maybe it's 20 seconds. Maybe it's 30 seconds. In a 20-minute race, in a 30-minute race, there is almost zero chance that you actually overcome that deficit in time for the checkered flag. But when you have 24 hours to work with, heck, even when you have 12 hours to work with, that is plenty of time. when you're lapping maybe a tenth here, maybe a couple tenths there, maybe a few hundredths around there, it doesn't matter. You're taking time out of your opponent. You're taking the wind out of their sails. You're bringing yourself in. You've speared the ship. Now it's time to pull it over and possibly grab the treasure. So we head onto the Mulsanne Strait. 1.7 seconds is your gap from first to second, and we'll see if it truly is the setups that are causing these Constantina effects right now. And it looks as though they both have a similar setup. There was a tenth or so that was grabbed away from the 06 car, and now it's 1.4, so they've got that first chicane a lot better than their competitors. So as we head up actually to some lap traffic here, there is one of the Proto 2 cars. They have to make way for the chasing BMWs behind, and this is going to be really good news for the Lion GP team, because if this Eibach car does get held up long enough, they can catch up, and there's still more up ahead. There's still more traffic to navigate. Now, here's the thing. Dennis is playing it smart right now. He's just sticking behind the Proto 2. He wants that slipstream. He wants a chance to pull in closer. And with that hole being punched in the air, there's less resistance, and you can see how much approach speed he has into the corner. There's quite a lot. He's able to get the car slowed up. 1.1 seconds now is this gap. It's getting very, very close. That slipstream really coming into effect now. Uses the slingshot, clears the Proto 2. Maybe a little bit slower than he would have liked, but he does clear it. That gap, 1 second now, and decreasing. And look at what's up ahead. They've got, what is that?
Traffic.
Oh, it's going to be like rush hour out there for these guys.
I mean, look, and put yourself, this gap is under a second now. Put yourself in the position of the guys in the Manuel in the lead. You had a healthy gap, you thought you had it, and now the pressure must be on. You've got all of these back markers. You've got a precious lead. You've only got under 4 hours left of this race. And the pressure must be telling now, because all of this traffic they're having to get through. Oh no, that's them. This is on track now.
Yep, this is Dennis pulling up to him. Well, you can see the lap traffic. They're causing a lot of problems for these top 2 drivers. The first, Dallara, getting out of the way very, very quickly. And to keep in mind, looking at the numbers, anybody with 2 numbers, that is the pro category. Within each class, 3 numbers is amateur. So everybody in these Proto 1s, this is the pro race. But when you look at the, say, the Proto 2s, you see a team with 3 numbers. That is an amateur class team fighting for the win overall in Proto 2 over a pro team. So that's also something that we've kind of lacked on mentioning, but we are, eventually getting to it, as all great things do. But Dennis, he's getting... Oh, it almost looked like he got a little bit impatient. Went around the outside, though. Half a second, though. Manuel is going to be feeling the pressure, and I think as we head to the Mulsanne Strait, they should be close enough to pick up that slipstream from the 51. So here we go, onto the Mulsanne Strait. It's just outside of 3/4. I don't think Dennis is going to pick up that slipstream.
No, he looks like he's a bit too far back, and that move that they tried to pull off earlier seems to have hindered them slightly, but they are picking up a small slipstream maybe, but yeah, that gap isn't coming down anywhere near as fast as he would want it to.
Yeah, but now we go through the first chicane. This is where he pulled 3/10 out the last time. Unfortunately, he isn't going to be as lucky. It's only a couple of tenths, but here's the thing: slips in the slipstream of one of the Ferraris. I believe that was the number. It was Paradox Sim Racing 52, I believe. If the livery lines up with what I know. But through the second Mulsanne chicane, a lot closer now. It's just about a 1/4 of a second as they head down towards that right-hander. This could be on for the move. There's a bit of a slipstream, and now that gap's coming down. 0.2 seconds. Now it's 0.18, and it's going to be 0.14. It's 1-2, and now it goes back up. He wasn't close enough, Dennis.
Just ran out of straight.
Yeah, just not enough asphalt there. It was looking like he could have, maybe if he had an extra, I'd say maybe 500 maybe or so meters, could have had the move on, but he hasn't given up the fight just yet. There's another bit of a straight line spot that he can take advantage of into the left-hander. He's getting closer, pulls to the outside for the first part of it, gets the move done. Dennis now on the inside. He outbreaks himself.
Into the wall.
They're both off. They're both off into the gravel. It's actually Manuel that gets out of it the best. We're going to get a replay of this. So Dennis had a huge launch coming out of here into the left-hander. He had the inside line, just missed his break point, locks up, goes straight on.
Damage as well.
There's got to be some front-end damage on that. Manuel got out of that one, far better. Just avoided the barrier altogether. And Dennis, that is not what you need at this point. 3.5 hours to go. But if that damage is significant, you might have just thrown away your chances. In that car, oh my God, the right front. The right front is completely off. Oh, jeez.
That's not going to help either.
He has to pit. He's got to pit. That damage is too much.
And he's going from bad to worse.
Oh, Dennis, and he's going to get tagged up by one of the cars behind. So that right front is causing a lot of issues. So I think he just touches the grass a little bit. Oh, this might be it. This might be it for Lion GP. And ST has picked up a drive-through penalty for track limits, so that is all sorts of chaos and calamity being thrown into the LMP1. Here is Dennis Firmakheim, who is into the pit lane now. That damage is going to be fixed up. And for Ibach, this is what they need right now. They have been getting hunted by the chasing 06. But now that the outbreaking has happened and they both went off, Manuel Spitzel has been the winner in that kerfuffle, has gotten away with it. He went into the gravel, sure, it's not a huge problem because he avoided the barrier. Dennis didn't have the same sort of pleasure, so now it is into the pit lane, and then along with the S&T guys picking up a drive-through. This is just... I don't want to say it's it, but I don't know how much damage the 06 has picked up, and if it's a lot, then, if Manuel can pick up an extra lap, that is going to maybe seal the deal. But again, can't call anything, of course. We are, or I don't know if you're aware, Desai, but I am certainly aware of the powers I have as a commentator. But for right now, it's looking very, very good there for Ebot Racing. Lion GP, though, did have a fast repair, so they're on track again. That is very, very good to see. Obviously, these teams are allowed 2 fast repairs. You can use them whenever you want. You don't have to use them, of course, but they've used their fast repair, and they're only 1 minute and 43 down. So, for Dennis Bever, you've got to pick up where your fellow Dennis left off, hopefully not on the same sort of bookmark page of left or right front damage, but you've got the gap to overcome. You have 3.5 hours. This might still be on. I don't know if they've used both of their quick fixes. If they have, they're only going to be allowed regular fixes, but if they have one remaining, that's really good for them.
Yeah, I just, you have to question, did they need to go in so hot there? It really was, like I said, over 3 hours to go, and it just seemed that they could have been a bit more patient, but the opportunity was there. They were closing, and I guess, I thought now is the time to go for it. But like I say, hopefully it hasn't hindered them too much.
No, but the thing is, when they were sitting in that slipstream, they were gaining all of that momentum, of course, and the problem with that is if you set your braking point to what it usually is, well, you're not gonna stop in time. You're gonna overshoot it. You have to calculate for that. You have to pull back. I think that was just a little bit of the impatience we've been seeing from these teams. Normally, it's with lap traffic. You want to get around those slower cars as soon as humanly possible. But when it comes to fighting for the lead, it's your own hubris and your own greed that is going to be your downfall. Thankfully, Lion GP got out of that one relatively, I'd say, unscathed. Of course, they, went into the pits. They had damage. They used a quick fix. That's whatever. But, like I said, with that slipstream, with the added miles per hour or kilometers per hour, whichever you prefer, that gets added on to that car, you have to pull your brake point back. You can, if, say, a brake point is usually 150 meters, if you have, say, 10 extra, kph on you, that might have to come back to 175, maybe 200, depending on what the track is and how the turn is laid out. So, that's why we saw Lion go off the way they did. I don't know why iBot went off. I think they just got spooked a little bit. And we've just received word from Steve that Lion GP has picked up a drive-through penalty for track limits. It just gets worse from them. So, well, before it was 1:20, well, now it's going to be a little bit more.
I have come to the end of my shift, and I've got a hungry dog that is absolutely looking at me like, "Why haven't you fed me?" And it's hard to explain to them that I've just been watching some absolutely enthralling sim racing here at the Missed Apex Racing 24 hours. But it's been an absolute pleasure, and thank you so much for this. This was really cool.
Absolutely. Thank you, Nishai. We appreciate you as always, and hopefully see you back in the booth again. Nice to have you, and of course, you get that experience under your belt. And as you said earlier, maybe do things you aren't really used to doing. Step outside of your comfort zone, whatever it may be. But thank you for joining us. We appreciate you as always. Go feed your dog, and we'll hopefully see you again sometime down the line.
You definitely will. Take care, guys. God bless.
And with Messiah out, it is back to me here in the booth. Hi guys, my name's Nick Amon. Thank you for joining us. Also, Legion K may know me as. But yeah, so the folks over at Lion GP, they had the little touch with the wall there. We saw they used a quick fix, but the reason they picked up that track, or not the track, excuse me, the drive-through penalty, we talked about them going over their point limit. They had that 50, and then it became a 30. So when they went off, that gave them a 9 on the X counter. That put them over the 30 limit, and that was why they had to go through the pit lane again. So that is just a whole bunch of ish being thrown onto that team at this late in the game. They're just a smidgety-digity under 2 minutes. It's something that they definitely can overcome in the next about 3 hours and 20 minutes. Should they keep the pace up, it's going to be a very slow burn. And you wonder if there's going to be enough embers in the fire. Oh, not with that, though. Not with one of the... I believe that's one of the BMWs. Yeah, that's Get Close Racing, it looks like. Sort of holding them up. So that is not what you're looking for. But anyways, so 1:20. Oh, it's because the leaders have pit. Okay, so the leaders have pit. iBot Racing has put Christopher Kramer in the car. Should be moving soon. But this gap will come down. So for Dennis Beyer, that's good. That is some time that he is going to, well, not have to put too much effort in overcoming. The gap, though, was still 1:11 seconds. So that's fresh rubber as well for Kramer. That'll be good use for him. We can see the sun really starting to shine here in France right now at Le Mans. We have a bit of a warmer ambient temperature. we have a pretty warm track. That's going to be good news for the tires. Get them up into that operating window sooner. Make sure those brakes are also up to temp. That is crucial. Make sure you don't overheat those as well, because that is going to have a pretty hard effect on your braking, which is never fun. The tires as well, making sure they're at the right temperatures so they get the most grip. Even the pressures. The pressure of the tire will increase as you drive around. It'll reach a certain point, of course. It's not like it just goes up forever and ever and ever, and you end up with, tires that have, 100 PSI that are, screwing you over. But when everything is right in that sweet spot, that's where you're able to get the most out of your car, and that is where you are able to try to open up the gap as much as you can. Speaking of gaps, though, 1 minute and 8 seconds from Kramer to Bayer. This is going down. It's been 3 seconds over the course of a single lap. That's huge. The gap from Bayer to Burkhardt and the W&SME Motorsport team, that's almost 3 minutes, almost a full lap. So not too much to worry about. Of course, anything can happen. You got to be careful with what you say here in the booth. The caster's curse does exist, and anyone that says otherwise has never done any commentating. I've done it plenty of times, and of course, to those drivers I have affected, I do apologize. Sometimes I forget the powers I have, but for Dennis, we can leave him be. We'll just put a pin on that. 1 minute and 6 seconds is that gap right now, back up to first. With some traffic, can use the slipstream and maybe gain just a little bit more time. I don't think there's been any huge changes setup-wise during the pit stops, unless the guys over at iBock did something that we didn't see. But for right now, it's Dennis Bayer just running the same pace that he always has, which is what you need with your drivers. Just run it consistent. You don't have to be fast, but if you're, taking points out of the lead over those guys ahead, that's at least something. That's progress being made. It's sort of like in life. If you make progress a little bit each time, you're still making progress. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and for Dennis Bayer and company at Lion GP, that's what they're doing. They are starting their 1,000-mile journey, and they've got to take it one step at a time. They've got to keep their head in the game here. They have to make sure they're staying focused if they want to get back to where they are. They need to, learn from that, though. They need to say, okay, we did this. We got a little ambitious. We had some extra speed that we didn't account for into a very tight left-hander. We went off, hit the wall. That right front was messed up. Had to go into the pits immediately. Used a quick fix to get back out there. We picked up that drive-through. But we're not going to let that stop us. We're not done with this race just yet. The gap has come down by a couple of tenths in the meantime. Still 1.6. The gap to Sebastian Burkhardt behind in the 46th BMW M Hybrid V8 is it's actually gone up a little bit. It is just about 2 minutes and 54 some odd seconds. I'm sure that's with traffic. Oh no, it's actually with a pit stop. So for Burkhardt, this will be a lap down on the number 6 car. Second overall and second in class. We also need to give a very quick shout out to the boys over at Mid-Pack Muppets, Devin Alley's, Byron Kutzer, Alexander Smith, and the other Smith. Only 9 incident points in the entire race. That is extremely impressive over the course of the last, 21 or so hours to be that consistent and just to, keep your nose clean. But yeah, Mid-Pack Muppets, 314 in the GT3 category. It's been amazing stuff from them, of course. I believe they are currently, we're on board here with Devin Alley's. This is 10th in class, 25th overall as we get through that first chicane here on the Mulsanne Straight. These guys really working that Ferrari to the best of their abilities. 6.2 seconds to Nicholas Stamos for Team 4 in the Ferrari 488 GT3. And behind, it's Jory Smith for braking engine in that Porsche 911. They are just over a minute and 40 some odd seconds back. So they aren't in the picture. But like anything in motorsport, you are just going to be sitting there. You're going to be lurking. You're going to be waiting for somebody to make a crucial error. And if that does happen, well, you can count on some crazy things happening. In the meantime, of course, Dan Drury, the Engine Mode 11 man, the best racer here, of course, definitely haven't dunked on him a little bit. Just finished his last stint. Of course, he's had a great time, and of course, we appreciate what he's doing right now, especially with his charity fundraising that he's doing for this race. Great stuff, of course, out of him, really giving back to a community that has given him so much, even if it might be a little bit of on-track stress, but it's just the ebbs and flows of life. Anything's going to happen. But Devin Alley's 4 mid-pack Muppets has found a way to get just a little bit under that 6-second gap to Stamos up ahead. These two teams, despite being this far back in the GT3 category, compared to some of the battles we've been keeping an eye on that are up top, it doesn't matter where you are. There's going to be some team somewhere that is eyeing up another team and saying, that's a really cool position you got, I want it too. And they'll try and take it as best they can, as Devin Alley's will be showing us, actually pulling up to the 333 engine braking, so the sister team of the car that's in position 11, the braking engine team. Hopefully not breaking their engine, of course, but more just engine braking. They're braking their engine. You guys know what I mean. It gets confusing when you have those names that are just slightly different. And the cars are slightly different. Engine braking, of course, it's a black front with an orange rear. Braking engines, an orange front with a black rear. And they are one number separate. Engine braking is 333, braking engine is 334. So, you know, these teams, they really do like to do their own thing. They do like to have a little bit of fun while they're out there. You're riding on board here with Jory Smith, who is position 11 at the moment. Mark DeLang for the 555 Invictus Racing League Blue Porsche. They're about a minute and 5 seconds back, so they're a little bit closer to the braking engine team than the braking engine team is to the car ahead. And then looking from Mark DeLang back to Christian Duplov for the team heap together, BMW. They're a lap down to the car ahead, but they are just about 32 seconds clear of the team behind. That gap is sort of in a purgatory state right now. It's not really going up, it's not really going down. You know, yeah, it's a couple of tenths here and there, but realistically, it's not anything that is, having too much of an impact. Car 06, that is the Lion GP team. They've been given a calm down warning. They were rolling back across the track during a spin, causing the collision. We did see that as they went into the barrier there, as they went for a move on Kramer for the lead. That gap 1.4 just about, so they are doing work right now. It's very slow and meticulous work, of course, but it is something that they are getting closer and closer to towards the end of this race. Just about 3 hours and 10 minutes to go here in the M4EM 24-hour of Le Mans, presented by Missed Apex podcast. Again, huge round of applause, huge shout out to all of the drivers and the production team and the stewards and of course the viewers as well for making this event what it has been. We will be obviously giving you all of the action we can for as long as we can, and just welcoming into the broadcast everybody else who has been asleep and is finally rejoining us in the world of consciousness. We're glad to have you. My name's Nick Amon, and I'm going to be working with you guys for the next about 40 minutes before I finally get the chance to also join the world of the not quite dead, but close enough to it. I have had a pretty long day, but I did sign up for it, so that's on me. And honestly, with the amount of talking I've been doing today in relation to this long 24-hour race, it has been a blast. You know, I do like a lot of action, of course, and being from Octane Online Racing Sprint Series, you know, we get action all the time, and you get used to that. You know, these hour 10, hour 20-minute races, but 24 hours really gives you that strategy. It's probably the closest I'm ever going to get to actually playing chess, because I don't like chess because it's too smart for me, but then I have no problem just breaking down strategies of a motorsport team and how they handle a situation that's given to them, and why pitting on this lap was actually a really smart move because it sets them up for this later, instead of pitting on that lap, because while they could have done that and it made sense in the moment, you got to think a little bit deeper than that. So yeah, shout outs to the drivers as well for all their strategies and really showing that there is more to motorsport than just driving in circles, whether that's a circle with some left and rights or what feels like the quite literal circles of NASCAR, which still has a lot of strategy to it. I know there is the 24 Hours of Daytona, but that uses the infield, and it uses a few parts of the oval, of course. It uses what is Daytona's turns 3 and 4, and a little bit of turn 1. Well, I say a little bit, but it just goes immediately into the infield. So, yeah, so a lot of these races, a lot of these disciplines, it doesn't matter where you go, there's always some form of strategy. There's always something in there that the average person who maybe doesn't know much about motorsport wouldn't quite get. I know for a fact that, you know, whether it's, you know, something like NASCAR or IMSA, IndyCar, you know, WRC, WRX, the WEC, Formula One, lawnmower racing, MotoGP, go-karts, it doesn't matter. There's always something in those racing disciplines that keeps you on the edge of your seat and really gets the gears in your brain turning. In the meantime, Car 666 is in the pits for service. I'm not certain what that is all about, but they also have a drive-through that they still need to serve for reaching that 30x and 20x penalty sort of, I want to say penalty lines, penalty points. So not only are they going to be in the pits once, they're going to have to be in the pits again. And they've just come out of the pits as well, so it's very good news for them. We're actually just following them now. They're about a lap down, they're a little over a lap down on Andrew Pike, but just about a little over a lap or half a lap ahead of Yashivan Graval there for British American Racing, in position 10 overall, 5th in class. So they are in the same sort of situation we saw with Lion GP, who did go into the barrier as they were coming up on the Eibach team. But, you know, going on that off track, they copped 9 X's, and that gave them a drive-through. So not only did they have to go into the pits and repair their damages, they had to come back around and do it again. Thankfully, just a little bit of a stroll down pit lane, a moment to just sort of recollect yourself, breathe, and say, okay, not going to do that again. But for David Brown and the team, that is what he is going to be dealing with, hopefully very soon. Get that out of the way. 2 minutes, though, he's pulled out over Graval there. So that's good news. That just shows he has that pace, he has that ability to open up the gap, and well, just work with what he's got and try to find a way around this track for the next 3 hours and 5 minutes, just about. We'll give you an update in a few minutes as to the running order of the entire field. We just like to give that at the top of the hour, of course, make sure everybody's more or less on the same page here for the M4EM 24 Hours at Le Mans by Missed Apex podcast. Big shout out, of course, to M4EM for sponsoring this event. They're a company that makes wooden structures, which is very interesting. They happen to be massive motorsports fans and personal fan of Brad Philpott. We've had him in the booth here. He was part of that M4EM team that unfortunately had to back out of the race, and they are actually the provider of the trophies we'll be heading out. And these are real life trophies. I haven't seen images of them. I can only assume they're pretty small compared to the trophies you see getting handed out at the real life 24 Hours of Le Mans. But huge shout outs to them, of course, for providing such great things. And then Missed Apex Podcast, of course, the organizers of iRacing events. They provided the server, both ones that were racing in and the Discord server that I and many others here on the production team find ourselves in order to bring this race to you. Obviously, drivers and Steve, the video producer. So big shout outs to all of that. And really quick with the an update here in the developments of penalties. The class leaders of the GT3s, which is the Obsidian Edge Black, they are 1x away from a drive-through, but over 200 seconds ahead of car number 11. That is the Get Closer Racing BMW, number 64. So even if they do pick up that 1x, they are not really going to be all too worried about that. They can go from the pit lane, no problem at all. Just about, 60 seconds, I think, from start to finish. So regardless of what happens, they are going to be cruising with a smile on their face. They'll lose some time. It'll suck, but hey, that's how things go. But yes, like I said, shout-outs to M4EM for all they do, and shout-outs to Missed Apex for all the things they're providing for us. It makes this event really the best it can be, and that plays in pretty well with the sort of the ethos of what we're all about, and that is anybody can race, whether you're a top team or an amateur or somewhere in the middle. Of course, there is a sort of a pace requirement that you have to uphold, sort of like the 107% rule that we see in Formula 1. But for the most part, we try to let everybody in here. Of course, you got to pay your entry fees. Thankfully, for people like me and Niesa and Luke and Andy and Tim and all the others that have popped into the booth, for the most part, haven't really had to pay for anything. I wasn't paid I didn't have to pay anything to be here. It was actually the other way around. So that was big from Brad. I did not expect to get any money out of this. I was just doing it because it sounded like fun, and well, Brad decided, hey, I want to give a little bit of thanks to you. And I mean, I'm not going to pass up free money. I say free money, but it's costing me my sleep pattern. But then again, my sleep schedule has been absolutely wrecked since COVID. It has been a rough 3 years, and probably a rough 3 more to go. But yeah, this event organized by everybody involved, it's been a blast. It's been really fun, and it's just been running very smoothly. Not really any issues that I've seen for servers. These cars have been pretty stable. I know the pings are going to be different for each and every driver, but it hasn't been at a point where the server has to be reset because everybody is having problems. There might be some people who are running a little bit high on the ping test, especially those that are joining us from places like in South Africa, where the internet might not be the best, or in Australia, where even if you have the best provider in the land of the kangaroos and koalas, you have all that distance to cover from Australia all the way up to the northern hemisphere into Great Britain. That's a long distance for data to travel in. Even here in the US, it's not quite the same, of course, but it's still a distance that my internet service provider has to cover for me to be where I am right now. So if you haven't had a chance, make sure you just say thanks to everybody for giving in their all for this event, whether it's organizers, it's producers, or it is the drivers as well. This is a big team effort. There is no one person that does all of this, but yeah, it's a whole team effort, and everybody here knows that, whether you're on track or you're in the booth. We've got a question from Jesper. It's obviously saying great stream. We appreciate that. Wondering how we participate in this race next year. I will probably be given information from those above me in a text channel that I can just read from. Hit nudge nudge. We'll get to that when I have it for you, of course, there, Jesper. I'm sure it's pretty simple, but ladies and gentlemen, we have just passed under the 3-hour mark, and you know what that means. It is time for the top of the hour timing update on the standings here for the M4EM 24 Hours of Le Mans presented by Missed Apex podcast. So we'll get that graphic up for you on screen in just a second. There it is. Ibach Racing is leading the field there over Lion GP after their excursion off the track as they caught up. Both of those teams were off track, but it was Lion GP that got the worst of it. They had to use their quick repair in order to get that front right back into working order, and of course they picked up that drive-through penalty, so they had to clear that as well. W and SE Motorsport, they're running in a comfortable third right now, and they have a 1 lap gap over ST Racing, who are a lap down, but 4th overall. They started 4th. They've stayed 4th. So for them, at least it has been a consistent ride here. And then Missed Apex Predators, they are a good handful of laps down. They had some damage that had to be repaired, so they are 5th overall, 5th in class. But at the top of Proto 2, it's still ST Racing, who are on the same lap as Angry Beavers Racing Red. But it is still a pretty good battle there for those teams. You can see they started 14th for ST and 10th for Angry Beavers, so they've both been improving on those times. The Sim Racing Collective runs P3 in that class. The 666 of PRC X Pass is sitting there 4th overall in their category, and then it is British American Racing rounding out the top 5 there of their class, and the top 10 overall. You can see 11th through 15th there as well in Proto 2, and then at the top of GT3, it is still Obsidian Edge Black keeping the gap over Get Closer Racing. That team has been trying to get closer, but unfortunately things have not panned out. The 2 Paradox Sim Racing cars, the number 90 and the number 52, are keeping each other company 3rd and 4th on the GT3 side of things. And it's Angry Beaver Racing Gold, the sister team of the Angry Beaver Racing Red Squad up in Proto 2, but that team, Gold, is sitting not quite in the gold medal position for GT3. They're sitting 5th overall for that category, and you can see the rest of the GT3 teams as you glance down the list there, maybe finding your favorite team. Destino Motorsport for Proto 2 down 33rd overall. They've had some problems that they've had to deal with, and they sit 11th in class and 33rd overall. Like I said, Strip the Dip is separating them from fellow classmates. QRT Esports, the number 420, they are 35th overall, 12th. And then it's Truffle Hunting, Lion GP, and Penguin Racing that round out the grid and round out the rest of the GT3 categories. We've had 5 retirements, of course, the biggest one being the M4EM car driven by Brad Philpott that we saw earlier and Luca Harrison. They had some damage that they copped. They went into the pits, got it repaired, and iRacing in classic fashion had a little bit of trolling they didn't actually fix the car, so they decided what they were going to do is send it into the wall deliberately when they had the space to do so, and that gave them 70 minutes of damage that had to be fixed. And they went in, got that sorted out, and they got back out there, hit the Mulsanne, and realized, hey, we've got 20 kilometers less to work with. And they decided, you know what, we've got to pull out. We can't be out on circuit anymore. And unfortunately, that was the end of their journey. They were running extremely well. They were running up at the top of the, Proto 1 category, and then there's a few of the other teams as well that have had to back out. So out of 43 teams, 5 of them have had to bow out early, and you hate to see it, but that is just motorsport. But as we head under the 3-hour mark, we have got some exciting racing here. We're running above right now Reese Atkin, who is first in the Proto 2 category, 6th overall. For this race, they are leading ahead of Jendrik Poganese, one of these names I'll get right, for Angry Beaver Red. It's 53, just about 54 seconds is that gap. Of course, they're going to be 5 laps down, but that's because it's a Proto 1 car. They've been lapped a few times by them, and that is just how it works. And the other gaps, too, we're looking at here. It's about a minute between Lion GP and Ibach. That gap has not come down as quickly as it did before. I think the last time we checked it was about 1.15, 1.6 if memory serves. So they are not taking as much time off as they would have liked prior. And then for the GT3s, it is Obsidian Black with a pretty significant margin over Get Closer Racing. Dennis Bayer, excuse me, is just trying to close up to Kramer, but hasn't really had that much luck. He wasn't having the same sort of pace he saw before. 39, just about 40 seconds over the guys over at W&SE Motorsport. That is the top three you see along the bottom of your screen. Those are the live gaps that they are working with. And those have stayed pretty consistent. Obviously, the gap to third place has gone up. So it's a little bit of a time gain, per se, for Dennis and co. But they've just found out that the gap is about 1 minute, 2 seconds, just slipped under that right then and there. So they still have some work to do if they want to catch up. Just about under 3 hours left in this race. Their progress has slowed down, but I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibilities for them to actually get through and back up into a position to challenge for the lead. But the thing is, they got to make sure that if they get the move done, they don't do what they did the last time. They sat in the slipstream. They got a huge boost of speed, but they tried to work with the same break point they had before. They went off. They hit the wall. Ibach went off as well, but they thankfully had enough of a shallow angle to where they just took a little bit of a trip through the gravel and kept going. That right front there of the 06 was just smashed up. They got the meatball, and they had to come in, and then they had to come in again to serve the drive-through because of the 9X they picked up for their off-track adventures. But has done pretty good of just keeping their head down and keeping things rolling here at Le Mans. It has been quite a day for all the teams involved in varying ways. For some of them, it's just been the case of I thought for a second the rear right disappeared. I thought maybe Houdini was in the pit box for this for the Lion GP team. That would have been a very interesting mechanic to have. But no, for some of these drivers, they've been challenging for the lead. They've been gifted the lead just because of things that they couldn't control. Not to say that that's a bad thing. Sometimes it's a good thing to have aspects of your race that you can't control that ends up playing into your favor. For some, they have been actively hunting down drivers to pass, and for others, they've just been happy to be here. They know they've been getting passed by just about everybody, but at the end of the day, they don't care, because for them, they're just getting the experience. They're just getting to the finish line, and that's pretty much good enough for them, it seems like. We do see some of the GT3 Ferraris getting passed right now here by the Lion GP driver Dennis Bayer, and he'll be coming up to some more traffic that he's going to have to navigate. That's one of the Proto 2 cars and one of the GT3 BMWs as well that will have to let that Dallara through, and soon enough it will be letting the sister BMW through. But let me tell you, this sister is not going to be gentle. She is a very angry beast, and she is all over the rear bumper right now. The exit out of the corner, but the back marker BMW is letting that car through, and the Dallara as well sticking to the inside, not impeding the progress of the second overall and second in class Dennis Bayer for Lion GP in association with Fenster.com. Great race they've had. iBox Sim Racing Team, though, they're actually pulling some time out because of that traffic. It is 1 minute and 3 seconds that has been added on since the last time we checked. You've seen these guys up and down the grid a little bit, and one thing that is going up and up and up is the sun as we get further along into the virtual day here in France. It looks as though, I don't know if we've had some cloud coverage come in. If we have, I've completely just glossed over it. If we could get a quick onboard, perhaps, from Bear's perspective to see if the clouds are truly well in there in the sky, or if it's just the game playing tricks on me and making it seem like there aren't clouds. But it seems as though there are shadows being cast, so at the very least, maybe there's a spot between the clouds that the sun is peeking through. But the ambient temperature and the track temperature, of course, starting to, it's been heating up, and now it's going to be reaching sort of a constant, and that's where teams can probably make, ooh, that looked like a little nice slide there, if it was a slide. Yeah, no, sky's pretty clear. So they're calling for blue skies today, so I'm sure Mr. Blue Sky is playing in the ears of some of these teams. But as I was saying, the temperatures just coming to equilibrium and coming to a nice balance. So for a lot of these teams, they are setting, they must have already set the pressures back to where they should be for conditions like this. Obviously through the night, you want to get slightly different pressures, and even through the early morning, things are going to be different. But now things should be staying pretty solid, unless there's some clouds that come in that change the temperatures ever so slightly. And if that happens, maybe you have to change the temperatures just for a bit until skies clear. But that is not something we really need to worry about right now, as the weather stays pretty solid here. Still waiting for the weather update from the iRacing team, if that ever comes in. But of course, we'll take all the sun we can get here, especially as summer is slowly, ever so slowly, getting upon us. It is May 28th, 2023. We are still very much in spring, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe the summer solstice is June 21st or 22nd, or it might be July. I don't know. I feel like they move them around on me, even though they haven't. But yeah, temperatures are getting warmer. We're getting into the summer, of course. School's being let out, so a lot of people are coming back with more time to sim race as Dennis Bear comes into the pit lane. Why, oh why do I feel like this might be for track limits, because they came in not too long ago. Oh, they're drifting over, so this looks to be a change for drivers, maybe for tires. We'll see who hops into the driver's seat for the number 6. We are with the W&SC Motorsport team as they come through the final section. They will go back onto the lead lap, at least for their competition ahead, and that's good for them. But they do have to come back around and do it again, which is definitely not the easiest thing in the world to do. We do check in with your race leader. They have got a lot of road to work with here. Just about 2 minutes is the gap they have to work with, and there it goes, ticks right over. So this is probably for tires, of course. From end to end in the pit lane, it is 60 seconds, and you're looking at another 30 as you get tires and fuel put into the car. So we'll see if Dennis Bear comes out with that car, or if he is sticking, or someone else is getting put in the car. It doesn't look like it. It looks like Bear is just getting tires on that car. So for him, a fresh set of rubber might be what he needs to overcome this deficit. Keep in mind, though, 90 seconds at the very least is what you have to overcome if you want to make a pass in the pit lane. The guys over at iBach haven't had to do that. That gap is about 2 minutes. So you think 90 seconds, that is 1 minute and 30 seconds. So if iBach were to go into the pit lane right now, they would still have a 30-second cushion to the cars behind. And for that, it's good news for them. It's bad news, though, for the Lion GP team here in LMP1. We have just, sort of hot lapping right now. Just the natural ebbs and flows of the endurance racing scene, and that is just what you get to deal with every now and again. We did have that very possible exciting overtake between Lion GP on iBach, but with the slipstream that added forward momentum they had, their break point should have been pushed back a little bit, but they got just a little too impatient. Went off, and it's another spin. Dennis Bear, the back end, he locks up in the back end of the 06, just decides to peace on out. Thankfully, did not have the same sort of end that we saw earlier. We're gonna see if we can get a replay on that. We just caught the end of this here on the M4EM replay. We are going to head back. So this will be towards the end of the Mulsanne straight into that right-hander. So I think that back end just locked up. I was checking a few things here for the race, and I caught it out of the corner of my eye. So as we head down here, it is going to be onto the brakes here for Bear. Yeah, just the back end. That's strange. It wasn't like he, touched anything that would have spun him out. I think it just onto the curb, and maybe the car reacted in a way that it wasn't supposed to. That gap now 2 minutes and 7 seconds. Scary moment for that team, though, considering what they've been through in the last handful of laps. It's not really something you want at this point. You don't want to be copping a penalty and, or not a penalty, but getting some damage thrown against your car. That has closed the gap up to the car behind, to the WNSE Motorsport team. 3 minutes, so not quite a full lap, but getting pretty darn close to it, and 2 minutes and 6 seconds right now is the gap to your leaders, iBox Sim Racing. And if that number 51 team does decide to come in right now, they do have, if I'm not mistaken, they have just about 100 seconds of, or no, not 100 seconds, I apologize. It'll be 120 seconds, there we go, I can do math if you give me enough tries. But that means they would come out with about 30 seconds of freedom between themselves and the number 6 car, and especially once this lap traffic gets in the way of both of them, we will see the Constantina effect come into play. These two guys will gain time and lose time naturally because of that, and then once we get to a certain point, we'll have hopefully some cleaner to work with. We'll see a little bit of that pace come out, and we could be seeing that gap come down a little bit, maybe a couple of seconds over a handful of laps, but with about 2 hours and 42 some odd minutes to go here, that is a tall order to overcome for Bear and Lion GP. They're gonna be wondering, when is Kramer coming in? He's been out for a long while. Will he be swapped out, or will he stay in the car, just grab some fuel and tires and get back out there? I did see someone in chat ask for an update on the incident points. While every team has had some book thrown at them, it is the number 12 of Obsidian Edge Black who are 1x away from getting the drive-through penalty, but they are the only team that has has not gotten anything of the sort. And Mid-Pack Muppets as well. Obsidian Edge Black is 1x away from a drive-through. They have several car lengths, and when I say several, I mean a ton of car lengths over second place Get Closer Racing. It is Mid-Pack Muppets, actually. They have only had 9 incident points this entire race, which in my eyes is a far greater achievement over the last, almost 22 hours. So that's really the only big changes we've seen in terms of incident points. If Charles Leclerc was here, it might be a little bit different for him. But yeah, it's been a great run for a lot of these guys. 1 minute and 6 seconds right now. So Dennis Bear he must have cooked those rears and maybe even flat spotted them as well, and maybe the fronts as well to some degree. So that's sort of the last thing you want. You navigate some traffic here and there, of course, but if you're in a position of trying to catch up, the last thing you need to be doing is ruining the tires, and that is unfortunately what they haven't done all too well right then and there. But this team, not ones to quit so easily. They pick up a couple seconds here, but if I had to bet on it, it's because Kramer is running into some traffic. So through the final chicane here, they're doing pretty well. Christopher Kramer, I'm not seeing any sort of traffic around him, but what I am seeing is quite a lot of open air that he gets to work with, especially here on the Mulsanne straight. And as I say that, of course, it is the braking engine Porsche just up ahead of him. He is approaching with what must be escape velocity in the slipstream as well, and just pulls alongside into the chicane. Obviously, it is a left and then a right, so he's going to sit on the left side of the road, the inside part of the corner, and on exit, he will be more than happy to get the hammer down and pick up some more pace. Actually, that was the second chicane there. I apologize. So, either way, though, he has cleared the lap traffic, which is very, very good. If he's looking to just open up that gap to the car behind, it is about 1 minute 3.7 seconds. Of course, that was with the back markers in the equation, but he has a little bit of open room right now to work with before he pulls up to another of the GT3s. That appears to be, I believe that's the Invictus Gaming League blue Porsche. The 555, yes it is. So he's going to just pull alongside and, well, move on through like a hot knife through butter. Nothing that he cannot handle. And continues on in the quest for the prestigious first place overall and first place in class. And even first place in category. Like we stated earlier, cars with 2 digits in their naming or in their numbering, those are the pro drivers of their class. So, of course, everyone in the Proto 1, they have at least 2 numbers. Even if it's a 0, it still counts as one, as you see the 06 there in the bottom right and in the top left of your screens for Lion GP. That's 2 digits. That's a pro categorized car. And then if you see 3 digits, you're actually looking at an amateur. And a very interesting case of that is the 588, which is the Proto 2's very own, ST Racing, who have the lead over Angry Beaver Red, who with 2 numbers is a pro-rated team. And that's one of the great things about these big endurance events when you have these multi-classes is, well, even though you are given what is considered to be a lower classification, quote unquote, here, you can still have an amazing result. You know, it's never really the classification that makes the driver. You know, I've seen guys in the OR Sprint Series who are maybe classified as an amateur, and you know, you see them out there and you go, okay, they're a little bit timid about everything. But eventually, and when I say eventually, I mean within that same race, they just find whatever rhythm it is, and they grow from, you know, maybe low down on the grid and fighting for a top 10, maybe even a top 5 position, and you realize, a very good example of not letting a label like that dictate who you are as a racer. Of course, the guys at the OR, we just had a bit of an update on drivers who have been moved up into the higher categories. Some Pro-Am drivers getting put into Pro, and of course some of the Am drivers getting moved up into Pro-Am. Not to really fill the vacancy, but just because of the skills that they exhibit. So, with that said, it is just a really cool thing to look at in each of the categories. Of course, the GT3 guys, you can see the 2 numbers at the top. Those are the pro drivers in that category. Same with 3rd and 4th, and I think 5th beyond that is 3 numbers, as Kyle Power is meeting up with the Grid Finder Racing 812 Ferrari there. It looked a little bit dicey into the final chicane. It just looked like there was a gap that kind of closed, but thankfully Power was able to pull back on that, and that is your 5th overall and 5th in class for Proto 1. That is the missed Apex Predators. They missed a little bit of the race because they had some damage they had to repair as they were navigating. Coincidentally, some back markers, a little bit of that unconscious or non-verbal communication that sort of slipped through the cracks. But they were saying, you know what, it's going to happen. We'll just get back in the pits, we'll repair it, and get back out there. Of course, they are a good bit back from their closest rivals. That is the ST Racing team. But it's actually 4 laps. I think before at one point it was about 7. But they have done a very good job of just keeping their heads down and keeping the car running. And that is really much all you can ask for at this point when you've had sort of the story they've had. When you look at the sort of plot points of their story, They've done well of keeping things going. The ship has been turned a little bit, but they have righted it as quickly as it turned. As for Kevin Rowland, that's just been sort of just been a race. They're kind of in their own world right now. They've got a significant gap to power behind. They're a few laps down on Forster there. I'm probably butchering that last name. I apologize. If I had the opportunity, I would ask one-on-one in a DM, but I don't have that. But that's okay. We live with what we got and we keep going. But yeah, the W&SE Motorsport team has just been doing a really good job of keeping the crew going, keeping that car pointed in the right direction, and making sure that these laps are getting turned down. And of course, it's a lap down to Dennis Bear in the Lion GP. They've had quite an eventful last, I'd say, maybe 45 minutes or so, catching up, copping some damage, getting a drive-through penalty, and then having that spin earlier on. So they are doing everything they can right now to not only stop the bleeding, but perhaps catch up to the Ibach Racing team. But the thing is, with the gap that there is right now from first to second, your leading team can go into the pit lane and not really lose any time. They might come out and have a 30-second gap to the car behind, but they know that the 06 will have to pit again at some point for tires, for fuel, maybe even a driver. So for them, there's not too much to really stress about at the moment, and that, I think, they are more than happy to deal with. There's always stuff that we're happy to deal with, and one thing that I'm going to be very happy to deal with here is joining me in the booth for the end of the race to bring you guys out is Andy Alston. Andy, thank you for joining us here. It's been a hot minute since you've been in the booth.
Yes, Nick, it's great to be back. Hello, everyone. And yeah, this has been a fantastic race, and very much looking forward to seeing how the final few hours unfold. And Nick, it's one of those things as well where, for me, this story just really underlines the importance of resilience in motorsport. And you look at the Proto 1 category, Ibach Sim Racing team currently leading the way there. Of course, if you think back to the early stages of this race, they were leading, but then had an incident. They suffered substantial damage to their car, had to tow to pit lane, and then it was very much a recovery drive from there. They didn't give up, and they are currently looking in a very strong position indeed.
Yeah, you're 100% on that. I could not think of anything I wouldn't agree with. Oh, we've had an off there. That is the second in Proto 2. Getting around some lap traffic here. I'm not certain what happened. It doesn't look like the car misbehaved. I think we just missed our brake point a little bit into the wall. It doesn't look like there's too much front-end damage on the number 29, and actually they are stopping. They are getting a tow back to the pit lane. So yeah, there is some pretty significant damage there on your Proto 2 team. But anyways, Andy, to go back to what you were saying about resiliency, that is what racing is all about in these long endurance form races. You can have a terrible start. You can be at the back of the pack, but you know that over the course of the next maybe 8, 9, 12, 24 hours, things are going to change. You know, the wheel of misfortune eventually lands on all of us at some point or another, and people will have to maybe deal with the same things that you're dealing with. Maybe it's crashing, maybe it's spinning out, maybe it's having some bad lap traffic to get through, and just keeping your head down and getting those laps done and dusted and into the books. You can even catch up to guys without actively trying to do it, and that's always, I think, a really big surprise, especially for me.
Yeah, absolutely. And for me, another important aspect is not chasing lap time. And I know that can sound a little bit obvious, but when you're practicing before the race, and these drivers and teams have been preparing for months in advance for this event, but you know, drivers will get comfortable with the setup. They'll feel that they can post a particular lap time, and sometimes in the middle of a race you can start to chase that lap time because you know that's your optimal performance. But of course, track temperature's changing, the tyres are evolving as well, and you know, it's about running your own race ultimately, and trying not to focus on staring at your relative too much, almost, you know, and sometimes it's about picking your battles as well. And if there's a faster car behind you, sometimes it's best just to let them go past, follow in the draft, and then just see how things unfold from there. So it's been very interesting to see how each of the teams has approached this race. But of course, the final couple of hours will be the real big talking point.
Yeah, I usually think within the last hour and a half of a race like this is where you start seeing teams weigh the option of, okay, do I start pushing here and gaining the time? You know, if I'm close enough to the guy ahead, do I start going for a bit of a later braking point? Do I maybe go for a move that some would consider a bit dicey? Or do I just sit back and hope that I can passively let this position come to me? It's those questions that we all sort of ask ourselves at the beginning. And, you know, you don't think about it too much. You don't think, okay, well, this is going to happen. You never say this is. You say this might happen. You don't want to get it into your head that something is going to go down. But again, that last hour and a half of a 24-hour, and that's where you start asking the questions. And I think that last hour is where you go, okay, here's the plan. Here's what's going to happen. Here's what we're going to do to try to gain a position. Or here's what we're going to do to try to pull away from the chasing car behind.
Oh, absolutely. You know, these drivers that aren't necessarily behind the wheel, they're all still there supporting whoever is driving that car. They're doing everything they possibly can to try and make their way through the field. So this is when they're looking at, can we potentially stretch out an extra couple of laps on this stint? Can we fuel save at this particular corner? They're doing everything possible, looking at the time of the cars around them, to try and just close those gaps towards the end of the race. And it's you know, it's a real battle, not just on the track, but off the track as well. And that's what, for me, makes endurance racing so special.
Yep, and one thing that these teams are watching are the lap times. You can see them there, right side of the tree there. The last laps for these drivers, and when you take a look at them and you see what the gap is between them, if depending on where the camera is and who we see, you know, these teams are going to look at that and say, okay, you know, we're a few tenths quicker, or maybe we're a few seconds quicker. You know, if that is the same story the next time around, then we know, okay, we can start going for moves. We can start getting ready to set up some sort of effort to try and overtake when the time comes. But for some of these teams, they look at those last lap times and they compare it to theirs and they say, well, we're doing better than the guys behind, but we're not really gaining ground ahead. So, you know, for right now, we can just sort of maybe put it on cruise control before we check again at a later point and see, okay, are we able to actually go for a move now? Are we in a position to overtake near the end of the race?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, and the teams are also, of course, having to deal with cars that are in potentially quite a different set of characteristics to what they had when they were first behind the wheel of the car. You know, and this is again something that the drivers will have to contend with. Of course, they are allowed 2 fast repairs that they can take at any point during the race, but you almost have to be strategic with that as well. Some teams have already used allocated 2 fast repairs, but you know, it's again another interesting dynamic to this race, and what makes endurance racing so interesting, not just to compete in, but to watch as well on the iRacing service. So 2 fast repairs, of course, which can speed up things in the pit lane, of course. But if you have to tow, of course, it depends when you are on the circuit as well. And we did see that just a few moments ago with the car going off, just going into Indianapolis. And you know, if you tow there, it's going to take a lot longer than what it was if it was, you know, the other end of the Porsche curves. You know, and those little factors as well can make a big difference through the race. So it's one of those ones as well that's very, very interesting to watch. But you know, we're just seeing the LMP2 or Proto 2 battle here as well. The sim racing flight currently in 3rd in the Proto 2 category. Of course, worth reminding ourselves that cars that we see out there on track with 3 numbers to their name, so the David Brown there and the 666 car, they are AM class cars in the category, but it's the ones with just 2 digits in their car, they are Pro category, so they're over 3k in iRating, and of course they're competing for Pro accolade, but also for accolades as well. So just worth keeping an eye on that as the race unfolds, and that's also demonstrated just on the time tower on the left-hand side as well. But as we go into the final few hours of this race, Nick, I'm keen to get your thoughts on how the evening went for all these teams, because before we went into sunset, the order was quite different, and there's many reasons for that, of course, now. But keen to get your reflections on how the night was for the teams out there.
Well, the night was full of surprises to be expected when the sun goes down, and I would say when the lights come on, but the problem is there's not many lights around here at Le Mans unless you're in the the end of the third sector, start of the first. As you get towards the they call it the stadium section, as I would. We had the M4EM team back out. They had some damage that they had to get repaired into the pit lane. And, the problem with that is, iRating sometimes gets a little bit funky, and they say that they repaired it, but they really didn't. So what they had to do was they said, okay, when we find a gap, we're just going to throw it into a wall full speed. We're going to get damage. We get that. We're going to break this thing in half, but we're going to do this to try and fix that damage that was quote-unquote fixed, but wasn't. So they did that, hit the wall, picked up 70 minutes of damage repairs, and they said, all right, that's fine. We'll get up, take a break, grab a beer, and maybe just sit back for a little bit, watch the broadcast, and come back to it. Eventually that time was over and done with, and they came back out onto circuit, and they quickly realized that everything was repaired that should have been repaired in an impact like that. However, there was one small caveat. They had somehow lost 20 kilometers per hour off of their top end, and they just looked at that and they said, you know what, we can't run with this. It's not going to work, and they had to back out. So that's very surprising. The event organizers team having to bow out early. Of course, we would have loved to see them make it to the checkered flag. And then as the sun started coming up, obviously that mess with M4EM, that was sort of the big news of the night. No one else really having problems. Nobody really going off on an excursion. Nothing too crazy. The sun came up, started heating the ambient air, started heating up the track a little bit. Tire pressures getting moved around as that sort of started becoming more of a factor, as it is now with the sun very high in the sky at this point. We also had, you mentioned the, I know you asked about the night. We're talking about the morning. I'm just trying to get you caught up here. With the quick fixes, we had the Lion GP team actually running down the IBOC racing or sim racing team there. 51, who's in first. The 06 was catching them. And, the gap was coming down. It's still coming down. Finally, it's about a minute. So they've made up a few seconds over the last good while, but they need a lot more work to go. But anyways, they caught up to IBOC, and they were sitting in the slipstream. I think it was up and towards Indianapolis, where they were in that slipstream. They had more speed, and they tried to brake at the same point that they normally had. But the problem is that momentum, it carried them forward. And what ended up happening is they locked up. They went into the barrier. They were on the inside, of course. They went into the barrier, and that front right was just smashed to pieces. So they had to go back to the pits, limping home. It felt like an eternity for them to actually get into the pits. They used their quick fix there, of course. They still had one at the very least, so they got that. And then as they came out, the game said, hey, because of what you did, you just picked up 9 points. You have a drive-through, so they had to come through and go through the pit lane a second time. So that's why their gap is at a minute, because they caught right up. They got some issues. They've had to do some changes in the or not changes rather, but just tires and fuel. So it's been kind of the same, but there have been some flashpoints of excitement. So I think you and Luke, when he comes in about 15 or so minutes, I think he'll be ready to pick up the action as well. But I think it is time for me to finally bid my final farewell to everybody here in the broadcast. Steve and Rich as well, who has been keeping us updated on some of the happenings in the world of penalties, and of course to you, Andy, and to Tim, and to Nyasha, and to Spanners, and Trumpets, and Philpot. It's really been a blast, and I can't thank Mullick enough for asking me if this was something I was interested in, and of course to Brad for being incredibly helpful and insightful for this event. You, Andy, of course, as I said, but also during sort of the lead up to this event, Steve as well for running everything, giving all of us commentators a rundown of how the broadcast should go and what we can expect in the meantime. And of course, we can't forget about our amazing viewers at home watching all over the world here. We've had guys from Europe, from North America, from Africa, from Australia to Asia, all coming together under one roof to enjoy this beautiful, beautiful genre of game that we all tend to enjoy day in and day out. Even on our worst, we still love it. And the opportunity I've had, the hours I've put in today, and well, I guess you could say yesterday into today, is something that I never thought I would be doing. But here I am. And I gotta say, I've learned a lot from the experience. It's something that I will definitely be cherishing, and who knows, maybe someday down the line I will be at a point in my life where I'm not doing this from my basement on my home computer. I'm doing it from a studio on track, on location. But that is something that I think we'll have to wait and see what the cards of life, or what the poker dealer of life has in store in that deck. So, Andy, I will hand it off to you. You won't be alone for too long, of course. Luke will be joining you, but everything that you've done with me, even though it hasn't been too much, has been an absolute blast, and I can't continue to thank you guys enough, honestly.
Oh, great stuff, Nick. It's been an absolute pleasure working with you on this broadcast, and thank you very much for all your insight, all your support, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon. That is Nick Amon there, and great insight throughout the broadcast here on the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. Some fantastic action to keep you occupied throughout the evening, and just seeing the Proto 2 team, British American Racing, making their way into pit lane, currently 5th in class at the moment, 10th on the road. Worth just bringing you up to speed with a couple of the incident points status at the moment, because of course, remember, teams are allowed a maximum of 30 incident points, and then they'll receive a penalty, and for every 20 points thereafter that they accumulate, they'll also receive a penalty. So we'll just bring you up to speed with a couple of teams that are potentially at risk of being given a penalty. So Memento Racing in the Proto 2 category. We've also got we've got a number of cars in the GTCs actually. We've got the Invictus Racing League Blue, sitting Ed Black. Also got Sim Racing Collective, the number 99. Also, they're sitting at around 29 points, I believe, so they're just one away from going over that cusp. The Wrong Stuff also. Paradox Sim Racing, the number 52 car. So we've got a number of cars, particularly in the GT3s, that we should keep an eye on here, who we might see dive into pit lane, and it won't be for fuel and tyres. They'll have to serve a penalty for going over that limit. Of course, we do have our live race control here for this event as well. The drivers can raise any incidents that they'd like a bit of clarification on, or they'd like race control to take a look at, by speaking to Rich Mulligan there, who's doing a fabulous job behind the scenes, looking and reviewing at each of the incidents throughout the race. So great to have race control here with us for this event. And yes, we're just here, still with the Proto 2 categories here. This is the Missed Apex Predators Turnip team, currently 10th in class, but looking to close down the old Slow-Mo's team, currently again well in position. So very interesting to see how things will unfold in that category for Proto 2. For me, one of the really interesting points here, with a couple of hours left in this race, is the fact that we do have a number of teams still competing on the same lap, and that's a very impressive feat in itself. Of course, got the same in the Proto 1. Proto 2s, there's a few gaps here and there as well, but still very much in contention for for trading positions. And of course, all the podium finishers at this race will receive a trophy brought to you by M4EM, who are providing fantastic support to this event, and we very much appreciate their support for this one. M4EM sponsoring this event for us, so thanks very much to them. But keeping an eye on here the turn-up team here, the 999 car, just trying to navigate a little bit of traffic at the moment. And again, of course, that's been one of the big talking points throughout this race. How do you navigate traffic? Do you look for a particular point on the track to do it? Or is it just one of those moments where if the opportunity presents itself, you have to try and make the move? Of course, the cars that are trying to make way, they're not looking to lose too much time either, so they do have to work together. But some parts of the circuit are easier to do that than others, of course. So one to again keep an eye on here in the final few hours of this race. So very interesting to see how things unfold there in terms of traffic. But just keeping an eye on the timings in the Proto 1 category, because that gap between iBack Sim Racing, our leaders in class, and the Lion GP team is down to 55 seconds. So it looks like potentially the Lion GP team finding a little bit of pace in that car at the moment. Dennis Bayer currently behind the wheel of that car, and we're following there at the moment the number 6 machine, looking to do everything they possibly can to close that gap, put some pressure on the iBack Sim Racing team, and they can secure the top step of the podium in this race. Lion GP, of course, a very accomplished sim racing outfit, and one that will be doing everything they possibly can to finish on the top step of the podium. They compete in various leagues in sim racing, and had 3 cars entered in this race, 2 in the Proto 1 category and 1 GT3 car as well for Lion GP. So very much in podium contention at the moment, and doing everything they possibly can to go one step further and win this event overall. So it's been an impressive one for Lion GP. They've been always there or thereabouts, it must be said. And that is one of the key parts of endurance racing, of course. It's about being consistent, doing everything you possibly can just to keep the car out of trouble, hand it over to your teammate in the best possible state as well, and then trying to just build from there. So we'll ride on board with Dennis Bayer in the Lion GP esports car, and just coming through the S's here now, going into this very tricky, deceptively so, Tetra Ruse, the fast right-hander. It's almost flat out in this Proto 1 car, and you really have to be brave when you are going through that corner, because you want to maximise the speed down the Mulsanne straight here, and we go into that first of 2 very tricky chicanes. The first one, of course, the right-hander, then we go into the left-hander before we hit Mulsanne corner. But you go into those chicanes, and you do have to be a little bit cautious with the curbs as well. You don't get greedy with them, it will throw you off the car, particularly on the outside here, as you see Dennis just keeping to the right side of the curbs on that occasion. And again, the car can get a little bit nervous there, but of course it also depends on the setups of the cars as well. Some drivers will run the cars a little bit lower than others, but Dennis doing a great job here behind the wheel of that car, and looking to close the gap. So that a battle we'll certainly keep on as we go on here, because look at that gap now, 50 seconds. Dennis Bayer has taken 5 seconds out of the iBack Sim Racing team over the last couple of laps here. So Dennis Bayer putting the pressure on in that Lion GP car. Currently second at the moment, but looking to do everything he possibly can to win this race. So I'm delighted to say that joining us in the commentary box is Dan Drury, of course a former Red Bull team member, also known as Engine Mode 11 from Team Engine Braking, who joins us now. And Dan, thanks very much for joining us here in the commentary box. I'm keen to get your initial thoughts on how the race has been going so far from your perspective.
Well, thank you very much for having me. Yeah, so it's certainly been a large step up for myself. So a month ago, I hadn't even installed iRating. And then Brad turned around and said to me, hey, would you like to come and do a 24-hour race? And I thought, yeah, how hard could it be? Well, it turns out quite hard. But no, I'm super proud of the the team and everyone that's been driving. We had a little shunt this morning that's pushed us down the field in our class, but other than that, everyone's been doing an amazing job.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting to see you're still fairly new to the iRacing service. What's your initial thoughts on iRacing? Of course, it's a service that so many real-world drivers use as part of their kind of development when they're not at the circuit. What do you make of iRacing?
I'm fully sold on it. I'm already eyeing up where I can put a sim rig in my office. Yeah, no, I'm fully sold on it. It's frustrating. So like you can have, for me personally, I'll have a bunch of really bad races, and then there'll just be that one race where I'll have a really good battle and end up third or something, and I think, yes, this is what I'm talking about.
And it's one, of course, where you have been involved at Formula 1 level. You're an ex-senior systems engineer. Is there any experience there and any kind of skills that you can draw upon here in the iRacing world? Because we know just how dedicated the drivers are in terms of car setup. So is there anything there that you see in terms of skills that drivers can maybe tend to potentially look at and take into the real world? Because you can be so in depth with the modifications that you can make to setups in these cars.
Yeah, the depth of the changes you can make to the cars in this game and what they affect is incredibly impressive. In terms of like any skills transfer, let me tell you, 6 years racing in F1, nothing I've learned has been any use to us for this race. The only thing that was useful was don't talk to the driver when he's in a corner. That was it.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point as well, because there are some drivers who will happily take any feedback as the race goes on, but there's some who really don't want that at all. They want to absolutely focus on corner by corner. So it's interesting to see that element of it. And of course, you have two teams that were entered into this race in the GT AM category, the 333 and the 334 car. How has the race been for both of those teams?
Yeah, the 333 car, the main car that I've been driving, we started off really well, and we were sort of fighting for that last podium position through most of the race and through the night. And then this morning, sadly, I'll have to hold my hands up and admit that I had a little incident, and typically it was when I was on the main feed as well, so you may have seen it, and that cost us 20 minutes in repair time. That pushed us all the way down now. We're 16th, I think, something like that. And the 334 car, they had a little shunt early in the night, and they've just been on a steady recovery drive ever since. So they're the sister car, the braking engine car, 334, that's ahead of us now. Unfortunately, I said that might mean I have to change the podcast name.
Yeah, and tell us a little bit about the Engine Braking podcast that you organised. How did that all come about?
Yeah, so I obviously have an engine braking podcast. It's me and another ex-F1 engineer, Blake Hinsley, and he left his role to do full-time content creation. I left my role to spend more time at home with my family and whatnot. And then we both just sort of spoke outside the workspace, and we said, hey, why don't we do a podcast? And we were like, yeah, okay, cool, let's do that. And it started off as a bit of a joke sort of thing, and it's been growing steadily ever since, and it's now enabled us to have two teams in this event. So yeah, we're an F1 podcast, two ex-engineers. We're nowhere near as serious as Missed Apex. If you want professional quality, stick with Missed Apex. If you want a couple of clowns shouting in their mics in a spare room, then yeah, that's us.
And of course, I do have to ask, we've got Monaco Grand Prix this weekend as well. Just give your thoughts on qualifying and how things will be shaping up for the race there.
Yeah, so of course, any Tifosi fans, I want to apologise in advance because I backed Ferrari for this weekend. And of course, Ferrari did Ferrari things, got Charles a penalty, and yeah, but disappointed we didn't get Alonso on pole. I think, you know, I'd love to have seen the Dark Lord himself on pole. And I thought once he took P1. He should have just done a Michael Schumacher and parked it up personally, but there you go. But yeah, no, hopefully, I mean, as exciting as a Monaco race can be, let's put it that way.
Yeah, and I'm keen to get your thoughts on the Aston Martin situation as well. Of course, Fernando Alonso moving to that team for this year. What's been your thoughts on how that situation's unfolded, and can they really put Red Bull under pressure as this season goes on?
I think their turnaround has been incredibly impressive, especially for... It's very easy to sort of sit back and be cynical about it and say, oh, Lawrence Stroll has, just thrown a load of money at it for his son. But no, it's a team that has, or is building for the future and is starting to pay dividends. So that's very impressive in that term. In terms for challenging Red Bull, I think Red Bull have probably got too much of a lead. We really need to see how this ATR aero restriction penalty affects them later in the season. But I think Red Bull have got such a lead on everyone at the minute. They're quite happily just going to finish at the front.
Absolutely, and looking at the final few hours of this race for your teams, what are the kind of objectives as we go into the final phases of this race?
Yeah, so obviously we're in the amateur class. For a lot of us, this is our first 24-hour race. We came into it saying, look, let's just finish, positions be damned. So as long as we get both cars across the line, fairly competitive, we're all going to be happy.
Yeah, absolutely, that's it. It's a great experience, this event. It's been great to have so many teams and drivers from across the world at this event, and also joining us here for the final couple of hours. We'd like to say Luke Etheridge joins us here in the commentary box too. Luke, very good morning to you, and great to have you here joining us as well, and keen to get your initial thoughts as you return to the booth.
Yeah, once again, it's one of those where I've come into the booth and things are looking quite different to what they were. At the moment, you've got iRating Sim Racing in the lead after 22 hours. They did start from pole position, but that doesn't quite tell the whole story of the race. I think if by the end of it they ended up winning, it'd go, oh, they won from pole position, makes it sound like it was fairly straightforward. And it has been everything but, and I'd still say there is the possibility for Lion GP to beat them. Missed Apex have had their troubles, they've dropped down their order as well, and you've still got teams picking up drive-through penalties. I think the 21 car just had their first drive-through penalty of the race, so that's making things interesting further down the order. But yeah, we've still got a lot of cars in, we've still got plenty of action to happen, and you still never quite know. We're now at the phase where you are really thinking about the end of the race. You're thinking about your strategies and do we shorten some stints? Do we try to lengthen them? Do we just go all hell for leather to try and push and possibly get ourselves up that position onto a podium or even onto a class win? And this can sometimes be the time where the mistakes start to come in.
Yes, absolutely. And we were saying we were just, as Nick was just leaving us in the commentary box, we were talking a little bit about how this race really does underline the importance of resilience in motorsport. The iRating Sim Racing team, they had a strong start to the race, then they had a bit of an incident still early on, found themselves well down the order, but now they are very much in the driving seat at the moment, currently in the top step of the podium. But of course that Lion GP team does look very, very fast indeed. So that race in the Proto 1 class is far from over, and it'll be very interesting to see how things unfold.
Yeah, it certainly will. As critics of our race leaders, and now we've got about a 48-second lead, and it is now driving for them. I imagine he'll be taking that car to the end. Dennis Bay has been in for a while, so it wouldn't surprise me if there's a driver change to come at Lion GP. And again, how's that's going to affect the dynamics? Who's going to be the faster driver out of those that does the end of the race? 47 seconds sounds like a very sizable gap indeed, but over the course of 2 hours, that can come down very quickly. One slight trip across the gravel, you can easily get yourself a slowdown, even if it's only meant to be a couple of seconds slowdown, will cost you more than that. And I think, as we are at the 22-hour point at this race, 2 hours remaining, we're going to take a look at how things are going at the moment. And as we just said, it is iRating Sim Racing recovering from issues at the start of the race. They are now in the lead. Lion GP in second position with Dennis Bayer behind the wheel, still on that lead lap, still within a minute, still with a shot of taking the victory. And the WSE Motorsport car also, I mean, all those top 5 cars have had their various issues in the Proto 1 class. WSE currently in 3rd place. ST Racing with Ribbon Escape still leading in Proto 2 for them and leading that Proto 2 AM category. Angabibi Racing Red, they had that slight issue just about 20 minutes or so where they had to have a tow back to the pit lane, but they must have had a fast repair left because they were able to come out in 2nd place again. Sim Racing Collective in 3rd place in Proto 2. Then you've got PRC X Treble 6 car and the 570 British American racing car and the flag Proto 2 AM class as well. And as you can see, still Obsidian Edge Black leading then in the BMW M4 in the GT3 category at this moment in time. And it looks like they are probably just about doing enough to take the victory in that class. Get Closer Racing up in towards 2nd place, and Paradox Sim Racing not out of things yet with the number 90. You can imagine they are fighting a kill battle. And as you can see, we've still got plenty of cars on the circuit. I mean, I think we're up at about 34, 35 cars, still taking, about 33 cars still taking part of this race, which is great to see. Now's the time where the fatigue starts coming in. Now's the time when you are just starting to think you've put so much work in getting towards the end of the race, but you've got to keep those levels of focus up. You've got to keep concentration up. And if you're Dennis Bayer, you've got to try and keep the pressure up and keep the pressure on Manuel Spitzley. You've still got a chance of taking the victory in this race.
Yes, I believe IBAC have just pitted as well, so we'll keep an eye on that gap. But yeah, Dennis Bayer very, very fast behind the wheel of that Lion GP team. And a great job there. That gap was around a minute or so earlier in this race, so that gap is coming down considerably in the Proto 1 class. But IBAC Sim Racing team are very, very accomplished and experienced team as well, and they will not be giving that one up without a fight. So it's definitely worth keeping an eye on that battle in the Proto 1 class. And here is our race leader riding on board with the IBAC Sim Racing team at the moment, just navigating a little bit of traffic. And look, of course, that's a big part of this race, how you navigate through traffic and try and pick your battles, knowing when to attack, when to defend, because sometimes it's maybe better just playing the long game and losing a second here or there at one of the corners rather than taking a risk, particularly so close to the end of this race.
Yeah, especially if you are the car that's in the lead. You're in that situation of, do I want to send one up the inside where you're not 100% sure if the car's seen me? Would it be better off just sitting back, just waiting for a more an easy opportunity? If you're in the BMW hybrid, that's usually on the exit of the corner. You can use that hybrid energy to get a better exit. You don't want to be too conservative, of course, because then you are easily going to start hemorrhaging time, and that is just going to give the car behind you a lot of confidence if you're the car behind. So if you are Dennis Bayer at the moment, they might be thinking, do we settle for 2nd place or do we go for things a bit more? So they might be sending it slightly more on some lap cars, and we're going to see that all the way throughout the field. I think different mix what cars are doing. I mean, you look at their gap at the moment, they're 50 seconds ahead of David Wasserman and have been in and around that gap all the way through the last half an hour or so. So nothing is really changing in that one. In fact, there is David Wasserman. In fact, they're actually a lap ahead of them. I do apologise for that. So they are a lap ahead. They have got that little bit of a margin over them. It's not too bad of a situation for Dennis Bayer to be in. They're just focusing on ice front, trying to see if they can get that race victory. At the moment, since the driver change, it just looks as though the 51 might have a little bit of pace advantage, but that can flip in a minute.
Yeah, it certainly can, and it's David Wasserman here riding on board with currently 3rd in class at the moment in the Proto 2, and it's been a very strong event for that team as well. They'll be keen to do everything they possibly can to secure that final step of the podium in the Proto 1 category. Of course, we do have trophies for each of the winners in all the classes here as well. So as it stands, David and his team will be receiving a trophy at the end of this race, but they've got a 2-lap advantage over the ST Racing with Recrop.com team. So that may seem like a considerable gap at the moment, but anything can happen in motorsport, as we well know. So lots to keep an eye on in this one. And look, of course, keen to get your thoughts on the move into the evening part of this race as well, because the action before we went into the evening was very, very interesting to say the least, but there were quite a few talking points as well in the early phases of the evening stage.
Yeah, that is where you started seeing the more little just incidents happening and a few more mistakes and a few more frustrations coming in with the drivers. So multiple of the Proto 1 cars, as we saw the M4EM squad and also the Missed Apex Predator squad that we are on board with, had their own little incidents trying to overtake GT3 cars, Porsche curves. I think some GT3 cars. I'm surprised at how quickly the Proto 1s were able to close that gap up to them, and just being caught out ever so slightly by that. Just one of those things that these have got to deal with. And when we started seeing a few big incidents, let's not forget, of course, it was looking so good for M4EM, and it was Danny Henney, who's the unfortunate one, who put it in the wall at the exit of the Dunlop chicane. Didn't look too much of a big impact, to be perfectly honest, but because they'd used up their fast repairs, 25 minutes worth of damage, and even when they came out of the pits, the car was still broken. So yeah, it was pretty much game over for them. We saw it in other categories as well. 21 and 6 had battles all the way along in the Proto 2 category. They were fighting extremely hard for the entire race, and they're still running, third and fourth at the moment in their class. Although it does look as though now, barring any incidents, will be that Sim Racing Collective car bringing it home in third place in that class. You had that constant swapping as well in the GT3 class. It was Obsidian in the lead, then it was Paradox Sim 90. It just kept going back and forth between them, and it does seem like the consistency of the Obsidian car has paid out in the end. Nighttime wasn't as chaotic as I thought it would be. I'd say the main thing that got me in the nighttime was just the consistency of Manuel Hoyer when he was in that 51 car. He was gaining, I think in the just one stint that I was watching, he gained 20 or 30 seconds on the race leader, and that is probably one of the things that's helped put them in a very good situation right now. 1 hour 53 minutes remaining.
Yes, absolutely. And look, it's one of those ones as well where we have a situation here where we're looking at the order and seeing so many cars throughout the field battling on the same lap as well at this stage in the race is so impressive, and it really is a testament to the skill and ability of this teams, and also underlines just how much planning and preparation has gone into this event as well, because this has been something that, make no mistake about it, these drivers have been preparing for quite some time, and it really is shown by the quality of the action that we've been enjoying throughout this race.
Yeah, definitely. And I'd say that's normally something that you won't see it as much in terms of outright pace, who's been doing the practicing. You'll see it in terms of the consistency. You'll see it in terms of who's getting their strategy and their fuel saving right. You'll see it in terms of when it comes to the night time, who was able to cope with those changing conditions quite the best, because most of these drivers will be able to go out and do one fantastic lap every now and then. It is just having to do those fantastic laps, lap after lap after lap, if they have got the need to. Having that ability to put in some really fantastic performances, putting that preparation in is absolutely crucial in all forms of life, particularly in motorsport, particularly in sim racing as well. Making sure you've got the setup to your tuning, making sure at this point as well that you know how the track evolution has worked, the way it works on iRating. Things will probably be quite a bit slower now, and the track temperature starting to raise once again, so grip will be quite low. You're quite tired. Just got to try and focus on getting towards the end of this race. Some cars that might not be able to focus so much on getting towards the end. We could see a battle, 2:17 and 5:20, only separated less than 10 seconds at the moment for 6th and 7th in the Proto 2 category. That'll also be 4th and 5th in the AM category in that series. So definitely an opportunity. Maybe later on in a few minutes' time, we could see Sam Watley getting onto the back of the 2:17 car. So one perhaps to keep a bit of a keen eye on in the midst of everything else that is going here at the M4EM 24 hours.
Yes, absolutely. Look, and it's one of those ones as well where we have that gap of just over 7 seconds, as you mentioned, and the drivers will be supporting both Sam and Mark behind the wheel of their respective cars, and it's almost, you don't want to hear the gaps now. It's now 7 seconds, it's now 6.8, 6.7. Sometimes you maybe just want to let the driver focus on the track ahead of them, but it's always that balancing act, that judgment call that the teams have to make here at this critical stage of this race. But the Memento Racing team, they've had a great event so far. They'll be keen to finish as strongly as they possibly can. But let's not forget as well, we've got the Toolbox Racing team just down the road, 8th in the 117 car, 35 seconds behind at the moment, but all very much competing and looking to exchange places in this one. So great action in the Proto 2 category here, which we did expect going into this one. Look, we knew how fast these two this class is. And we spoke a little bit about the comparisons between the Proto 1 class, which is of course the BMW hybrid power cars, fairly new still to iRacing, but the Proto 2's much more experienced, the LMP2 Dallara, and still very popular here and proven by the strong entries that we're seeing in this grid. But back in the Proto 1 class, there is currently second place man Dennis Bayer in the Lion GP team. That gap 46 seconds now between Lion GP and the iBack Sim Racing team. That gap was around a minute or so earlier on in this race. Dennis is doing everything he can to close down on the number 51 car, making his way round Ulsan corner now. Very long straight here before we go into that tricky left-hander at Indianapolis. There's that curve into the braking phase as well. You've got to get your braking marker absolutely spot on before you go down the gears and into the left-hander. Then there's that tricky right-hander at Arnage as well. Dennis committing early there just to make his way through the traffic, and that gap now, look, down to 45 seconds. So Dennis Bayer very, very fast behind the wheel of that car. He has been behind the wheel for quite a while now, I believe, so it'll be interesting to see if we will see one final driver change behind the wheel of that Lion GP team.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if we do, just to try and get someone a bit fresh in. We spoke very early on about how the different length stints that everyone was doing, but Dennis has been in the car for quite a while, so would not be surprised whatsoever to see a final driver change, get someone fresh in. They're just going to have the objective of, I think, pushing like absolutely crazy just to see what you can do. Whether they are relaying the gap to Dennis, I don't know. I think in this situation, I'd like, a bit of updates every now and then of whether you are closing in, maybe not specifics on what the gap actually is, just a bit of an update of you've gained a bit of time on that lap, or on that one we've lost a little bit more, and in fact they've gained quite a bit there. I wonder if Splitslide just had a bit of an issue getting through some traffic on one of the parts of the circuit. The gap has now come down. Small it has been for quite a while, 43 seconds at the pace that they're going at the moment. I think they is going to need a few more moments like that from Splitslide just to try and get that advantage. But bro, you said it yourself, there's made so many tricky corners on this circuit. All it takes is one little lock-up from Splitslide. You don't even need to hit the wall, just need to skip it across the gravel and easily lose 10-15 seconds in a moment like that. Then you've got to clean your tyres up. That would make things very interesting indeed. And if both of these two split up, David Wasserman's not too far away in the WSE Motorsport car as well. He's within 1.5 minutes of the lead. Considering all the separate issues that all these cars have had, to still have 3 cars there or thereabouts in this race is pretty incredible. I do think Wasserman's actually a lap down as we just look at the timing on the left-hand side. But after 22 hours and 15 minutes of racing, to only be 1 lap off the lead and still in with still in with a very good shot of a podium, possibly a slim shot of something more if there are some issues. Take that at the start of the race, I think.
Oh, you absolutely would. It's a fantastic display by all of these teams here, and it really does set us up for a thrilling finale at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. David Wasserman we're following here at the moment in the WSE Motorsport car. And of course, that was a car as well, Luke, that had an incident earlier on in this race, but has managed to recover and finds itself currently in a very strong position indeed.
Yeah, definitely. It was the big moments that were coming through Tetra Foods, wasn't it? We saw the 62 had to take avoiding action, and in doing so, the 58 and the 46 didn't quite take the same amount of avoiding action. All that sort of shenanigans that were going on, and that did at the time put the 24 in a very good place. The M4EM by JWR car, but I think a lot has been said about all the things that have gone on with them. They've all recovered from their own incidents. All of them might still be driving with a little bit of damage, but at the pace they're doing, if they are driving with any damage, they are managing it absolutely beautifully at the moment. And another team who's managed to race absolutely beautifully, Obsidian Edge Black, who we are looking at the moment, on board with Steph Janssen, 16th overall, winning in the GT3 category. They have nearly got a lap lead over the nearest rival, the Get Closer racing car, currently being driven by Marco Blumenthal. This is always a very nice situation to be in. You've got to keep your focus up, but you can afford maybe just to take it a little bit more easily, just manage the tyres, manage that fuel that little bit, just to ensure you're in a good position. Someone who probably can't afford to do that is Marco Blumenthal, 22 seconds behind them. Paradox Sim Racing car of George Needham, and we've seen what pace George has had generally throughout the race so far, so that could be another one later on, and I'm sure we will get a bit of an update to see whether George is actually catching up to Marco, whether that gap is staying pretty constant. 22 seconds over 100 minutes is definitely doable, and Paradox will definitely be hoping to get themselves up into second place. They were 1-2 earlier on. Cars have had various technical problems and various incidents. Running 3-4, still an incredibly good achievement. For a racing driver, you always want that little bit extra, especially when you know it's so close at the moment, being within 22 minutes of the car, 22 seconds within the car in front, for 22 hours. You know you've got a good opportunity if you can just nail the final part of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And following George Nader here, Paradox Sim Racing number 90 car is a very fast driver indeed. Has experience at F1 Esports Pro Exhibition level and has been involved with the Haas Esports team as well. Very quick driver indeed. And look, a driver that I'm sure you're very familiar with as well, who has done a great job behind the wheel in the GT3 category.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of those that, as we're starting to see a lot more now, we don't really get specialists on one game outside of those that are at the very top level, probably, of F1 Esports. You don't get that same level of specialism. Drivers that tend to be good on iRating do quite a bit of ACC, do quite a bit of as well. Those who are at the top level of F1 tend to stick to F1. I'd say, probably apart from Freddie Rasmussen, who seems to be incredibly quick no matter what sim he goes into, winner of Formula the Accelerate event before. And yeah, George is another one of those that's proving that if you're quick, chances are you're quick in anything, and it doesn't take yourself too long to get up to speed. Just having a little bit of an issue with some lap traffic here. He'd have been hoping that would have been a bit more compliant than it has been, but thankfully for him, manages to get himself ahead before he throws it into the right-hander at the Porsche curves. And Nader hoping he's going to have to use all his experience if he wants to get that car in towards the top two, but I'm certain that will be the target for them. Again, just make sure that you're not pushing too much, forcing yourself too much out of that optimum window. That gap, when we first changed him, it was about 22.0 seconds. Now it's about 22.0 seconds as well. It just shows how evenly matched they are. They are in identical cars, but of course the setups will be different, the driving styles will be different, fuel loads and tyre wear probably going to be different on them as well. And it always amazes me how different drivers, sometimes how different drivers in the same team manage to find their lap time across this 8.5-mile circuit.
Yeah, definitely. And it's an interesting point there, look, that you make around the drivers being very fast across different disciplines. That is such a big part now of modern sim racing. And it's, earlier in the broadcast we spoke to Danny Haney from the M4EM by JWR team, who is so unbelievably quick in almost any car you put him in iRacing, particularly in open wheel cars. But Nader, a great example here of someone who is also very fast across many different cars and many different forms of racing as well, and certainly one driver worth keeping an eye on here in sim racing. But back in the Proto 1 class, there is the Lion GP team. Dennis Bayer still behind the wheel of that car. That gap is just hovering around the 43-second mark at the moment. iBack Sim Racing team still leading the way, and look, this is an interesting dilemma for iBack almost, isn't it? Because do you just try and just consolidate here, just try and run your own race, or are you trying to stretch out a gap almost as well? It's an interesting approach to see how this team tackles the final few hours of this race.
I'm a big believer of just carry on doing what you're doing. It's what's got you into the lead of the race at the moment. Don't try to overthink the situation that you're in. You're in a pretty good place right now. 42.5 seconds lead with 100 minutes to go. Again, you'd have definitely taken that at the start of the race. You know the car behind you is going to have to gain 1.5 seconds a lap, somewhere in the region of that, if they want to have an opportunity of taking this victory. So maybe you can afford to just take a step off the gas a little bit, save a bit of fuel if you want to, because that will mean probably shorter pit stops towards the end of the race, and you'll save some time in all of that. You don't have to go for the risky overtakes on the back markers, as we've already spoken about. What you don't want to do is switch off completely, because if it does get to the stage where you're losing that 1.5 second a lap, possibly losing 2, 3, 4 seconds a lap, switching yourself back on and getting into that mindset of, right, we've got to push all of a sudden, can be very difficult. And sometimes we've seen it before where drivers make more mistakes when they're cruising around than when they're actually driving flat out, because when you're cruising around, it sort of goes against that natural instinct to just drive a racing car as fast as humanly possible. So it does require bit more skill, and sometimes these racing cars don't like being driven anything less than flat out.
Yeah, it's a very interesting approach to this one, isn't it? You do see some drivers who are quite comfortable just bringing the car home, but there's others where that can be, they just want to drive absolutely flat out here. And, we're following the Angry Beaver Racing Gold outfit at the moment. Again, a very fast team. They are competing in the GT Pro category. That's why they have the number 22. It's not a 3-digit number on that car. So they are in a strong position at the moment, and very, very fast. Quite an experienced team in the Angry Beaver Racing outfit as well. Martin Arts, who we've seen earlier on in this event, he's been sim racing for over 20 years and been in lots of experience to that outfit. So 7 seconds or so is the gap at the moment in that battle. But look, I've been very impressed with the GT3 action throughout, and what I've also been very impressed with is how those cars have been managing the traffic as well, because they're trying to do everything they can to avoid minimising any time loss. They're running their own race as well. It's a very, very tough job to do that and deal with traffic from not just one, but 2 different classes as well.
Yeah, it's one of those where I feel like if you're in the middle class, in the Proto 2s in this case, it's sometimes a bit more difficult because you're in that situation where you've got to manage A, letting the faster cars by, B, also making sure you're getting ahead of the GT3s. Yeah, the size of the GT3 field as well, it is surprisingly, given that the cars are a bit more accessible, especially the Ferrari we've spoken about. It's not, it was for me, I think it has been for a lot of people. If you're going down, it's more GT prototype endurance racing rather than the single seaters, chances are the Ferrari will be the first car that you purchase on iRacing, and that's why I think we've seen so many cars in it, especially in the AM class. It's such a nice, steady car to drive. And yeah, very impressed with how they've managed with traffic, because you don't want to get in the way. Blue flags are advisory, but of course, if you hold anyone up, you are going to get in trouble with race control, and also you're going to definitely take yourself off the Christmas birthday card list of whichever car you've held up. And it's a skill to think, right, where can I let these cars by and lose the least time possible? You don't have to go diving out of the way, but sometimes it might be easier for yourself if you just lift off slightly on the way into the corner. You can save yourself a bit of fuel, save yourself a bit of tyres in doing that. Maybe realise that you're not pushing 100%, you get to take a slightly better line, then get out of the corner and put yourself in a nice place. And if you do it coming onto the straight, even though the prototypes will pull away from you, you can slipstream them, get that little tiny boost again, save that little bit of fuel. All these different things that drivers have got to think of at the same time as nailing all 38 apexes on this circuit, lap after lap after lap. I cannot tell you just how difficult it is, especially at this point. You know that you are so close to the end. But yeah, I think that could be a battle to watch later on for 4th and 5th in the GT3 category. We're currently on board with Juan van Rensburg in the El Slomo's car, currently in 9th position, looking fairly comfortable in that 9th place at the moment. It is about half a minute back to Evan Anderson in the Matt Turnip car, who've had their own different problems and different issues in the race, as is the 428. I think they were another one, a bit like the number 90 car, driven by George Nader, that had some connection issues and had some internet issues earlier on and got kicked out of the lobby, and thankfully were able to get in. But they are currently 30 seconds ahead of the Matt Turnip car, and that is for position as well. Those 2 cars both on the same lap, so perhaps another one where if there's any incidents or any problems, things could get interesting. And talking of getting interesting, I've just put some plans at the gap at the front of the field. All of a sudden, Lion GP car has got within 40 seconds of this race lead, so it's still closing in. I think it's going to be tantalisingly close at the moment. I think they still need to find a little bit more pace, a little bit more of something if they want to get this race victory. But yeah, if they get that down to about, if they get to the 1 hour point and they've got that to less than 30 seconds, even if they get it to less than 20 seconds, and the pressure will really be on Spitzley in that IBAC sim racing car to bring it home. Could get very interesting in this category.
It certainly could. Lion GP are putting in the fast laps at the moment. That gap coming down very, very quickly indeed. And IBAC sim racing team will be well aware of that. But, it's Lion GP who've got it all to do. They've got to really put the pressure on here. They've got to take the risks. They've got to do everything they possibly can to maximise the speed out of that Proto 1 car. But, of course, David Wasserman still waiting in the wings as well, still very much in contention, and a very fast driver into the bargain. Fastman, of course, has real-world racing experience since 2007. Very, very fast driver indeed. He was second in the 2019 PCR Endurance Championship as well, so he knows what it takes to deliver strong results in endurance racing, and currently occupying the final step of the podium at the moment. So this battle for the Proto 1 win is very much alive, and we will be looking forward to seeing how this race develops, with a little over 90 minutes to go in the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. But Lion GP doing everything they possibly can to try and win this race. Dennis Bayer performing very, very well indeed behind the wheel of that car. But look, it's one as well where, you know, we spoke a bit about just the preparation that these teams and drivers have been putting in ahead of this race. It's months of planning, and it's almost on a daily basis in some occasions. They're doing everything they can to maximise the setup from these cars. If it buys them a tenth or two here and there, they'll absolutely take it. They're looking at how they can squeeze as much fuel out of the car. Can they stretch their car to go an extra stint here and there as well? Make no mistake about it, these teams are planning so much for this event, because they want to get themselves into podium contention and try and get a trophy into the bargain as well.
Yeah, definitely. Let's not forget there are trophies for obviously the winners in each category, second and third place in each category, and that also includes the AM winners, the AM second and third in each of the bottom two categories. There are no AM cars in Proto 1, so yeah, definitely still a lot to fight for. And like you said, they'll have put so many hours in, and this is where all that comes to fruition, all that, you know, preparation, fail to prepare to fail. That is the point that they are all in now. This is where you've just got to rely on all the work you've done, all that hours that you've put in, the talent that you have got. And I don't want to, you know, they're all talented to take a part in this race. They are still extremely good drivers, even the amateur ones. Anyone below an iRating of 3,000, if you're in that 2.5 to 3,000 iRating, you are still a extremely handy driver indeed. Yeah, and it's all coming down to this. We just got from race control that generally on average it has been, you know, a couple of seconds a lap. Lion GP are taken out of Manuel Bitsley, so it seems like they are putting in a very good performance. We're looking at Sam Harper now 3.5 seconds behind Mark Laviolette, and I'm delighted to say we have been joined by one of the organisers, of course, of this race, one of the drivers from the 24 car, the M4M car, Mr. Brad Philpott. It's all starting to get very exciting at the top of the order in Proto 1.
It is. Good morning, guys. Yeah, I've come to join you because the race is hotting up and it's the final couple of hours, and I'm extremely interested to see what's going to happen in all the classes. I've been watching on my phone, I've been listening to you guys and all the other guest commentators through the night, and this race has actually been genuinely fascinating to watch. Our own race was interesting and then ended, and so that's given me plenty of time to watch everyone else and see them go through some of the same things I've gone through, have some happy periods, have some despair. I feel terribly sorry for the Missed Apex Predators, who look like they had it in the bag at one point as well, and now they're obviously trying to just get whatever they can from the remainder of the race. But the real fight looks like it's iBack versus Lion GP, with Lion GP having made that mistake when they passed for the lead about an hour and a half ago. Did you guys see that?
Yes, we were speaking to Nick, who was telling us about that move. Lion GP were really chasing down the iBack team, but went into the wall as well, got a penalty as well for their troubles, but doing a great job of closing down that gap. And Brad, I'm keen to get your thoughts on if you were in that Lion GP car at the moment, you could see that gap as they're just coming into pit lane at the moment. What would you be saying to Dennis and the team if you were involved there when you're looking at that gap between them and the iBack sim racing team? Is it a case of just letting the race come to you, or are you doing everything you can to try and encourage them to reduce that deficit?
So it's a pretty simple one. There is a big difference between finishing second and finishing first in a race like this. You'd probably have the attitude of you'd rather crash trying to win than finish second without having tried. And for the guys in the Lion GP car, especially coming back from that setback where they made a driving error effectively, they overtook, got on the marbles and went in the barriers, they need to just push like crazy, they need to put pressure on iBack, because iBack themselves only have 9 incident points remaining before they get a drive-through penalty. So there's everything to play for the overall win, and you'd much rather say that you've won than finish second in this event. So that's what I'd be thinking, and that's what I'd be telling my drivers if I was a team manager. What I'm interested to know is the stint offset. So I've just joined you guys, having kind of got showered and dressed and ready, so I've missed half an hour or so. How are they looking in terms of stints? Lion's just come into the pits. I'm going to have a quick check on iBack and see how many laps they've done on this particular stint.
Yeah, Lion GP have just made a driver change as well, so Dennis Furheim behind the wheel of that car. I suspect that will probably be potentially their last driver change as well. Dennis Meyer doing a great job behind the wheel. So a driver change at Lion GP. They have came into the pits, but nothing at the moment for iBack Sim Racing. They've stayed out, number 51 leading the way.
So I've just had a look through their laps. I believe they've got 3 more laps to go, including the one they're on before they're in. So they're not massively offset in terms of their strategies, but it is iBack that have a 3-lap advantage in terms of the end of the race. If we're getting close to the end, it's difficult to tell right now how this is going to play out. But when we get towards the end, they might be the ones that get away with 1 fewer pit stop. In fact, with an hour and a half to go, we could probably work it out if we were any good at maths. I don't know whether you guys are. Around roughly 37 minutes per stint. So it's going to maybe be a splash and dash for a couple of these teams.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think at the moment, Lion GP are in a situation where they've got to make 2 more pit stops. They're not going to be able to stretch it out far enough to, get away with only making 1 more stop. iBack, I mean, if they're careful and if they're a bit aggressive on the fuel saving, they might be able to do this, or they might decide, let's just go hell for leather, let's have a bit of fun, let's just do those extra pit stops, knowing that they are probably going to be shorter. And in fact, I think you can see that answer now. Manuel Spitzer is coming into the pits. It's probably not a bad idea, to be perfectly honest. They're in the lead of the race, so just copy what your rivals are doing.
I've got a feeling this is a driver change. I mean, I don't know whether they've got someone particularly quicker than Manuel, but they've done under the normal, even the minimum number of laps you'd do in a stint, but they can probably see they're losing 3 seconds-ish per lap to the Lion GP guys, which they probably can't afford to do over the next hour and a half. So I've got a feeling we're going to see a driver change here. Let's see what happens.
Yes, we could well do. Of course, a new driver behind the wheel of the Lion GP team. Dennis Furheim behind the wheel of the number 6 car. And iBack Sim Racing team now in the pits. This could be the last driver change of the race for iBack. And, Brad, it's one of those ones as well where maybe the team's made a call. We want to go another driver in. You just get a fresh driver behind the wheel of that car to try and consolidate the lead of this race.
Having said that, Manuel's only done that 1 stint. It was Christopher Kramer in before that for a long stint. So maybe Manuel will stay in the car. Maybe they've got confidence in him to bring it home.
Just a bit of information here from Rich. Dennis, 5.7k iRating. Manuel has 2.3k. So on that basis, you've got to say that obviously Lion GP would have been the favourites, but it was a very long stop for Lion GP. So I wonder if, again, did they have any damage on their car that they decided that they needed to fix in that situation? Because after they'd got the gap down to 35 seconds, all of a sudden, it is now 1 minute 20. And even if you have got a massive iRating disparity over the driver in front of you, catching up 1 minute 20 in the space of just over 1 hour 25 minutes at the moment, Dennis Furheim's going to need to pull out about 3 or 4 seconds a lap here. This is going to be just flat out towards the finish, and with the way the stint lengths are working out, that's something that it looks like they can afford to do.
Yeah, absolutely. This is it. Lion GP have just got to go for it here. They've got no other choice. Manuel, of course, a very fast driver in his own right, but that raises an interesting question around the iRating of the drivers. Of course, drivers, when they compete in official iRacing events, they can gain or lose iRating depending on how they perform. But of course, iRacing also tries to group the drivers into splits based on their skill rating. And Brad, of course, our pro drivers, their teams have to be above 3k iRating overall. Tell us a little bit about the grouping of the teams for this event.
Yeah, so ultimately it's slightly arbitrary because we can set the pro level at any point we wanted. We wanted to put it at a level that meant that we would actually have a good split of teams in each of the categories. I think we ended up pretty much with that. The Proto 2 class maybe was slightly thin on the ground in terms of pro entries in the end. but we are limited by how many teams can actually enter an event like this in iRacing. So there's always, when you split between various classes, you're always going to get, you can't get 40 cars in every single class, for example. But we thought 3K was probably a good point at which any driver over 3K probably is extremely good at iRacing. And if you're not quite there yet, then you're still on your journey, probably maybe on you're still learning your craft. But ultimately, like I said, it's arbitrary. We could have set that bar anywhere. We kind of put that in a place to give each of the classes someone to race against. And we might review that in future races based on this one. We've got quite a while before our next event that's planned, not firmly planned, but October, we've got a Nürburgring 12-hour event penciled in, so maybe we'll take another look at that then.
Yes, absolutely. And Brad, I'm sure we'll see lots of teams keen to sign up to that next event in October, the Nürburgring, which of course would present quite a different challenge to the drivers and the teams and what they've experienced in this event, and a circuit, of course, that you've had a lot of success at over the years as well.
Yeah, it's certainly, I love Le Mans. This has been awesome. This has been brilliant. Nürburgring's just another thing entirely. What you tend to find is a race like this, Le Mans, even though it's an extremely special track, the race itself and the cars involved and the battles, they tend to be like the main feature. They're the main focus of everyone watching and driving. Whereas the Nürburgring, the track is the star. The Nürburgring is such a crazy place in itself that you're really fighting against the track rather than the competitors. So a big field of GT3s and GT4s we're hoping for then. So if you want to get involved in that and you're watching the broadcast, then you can email racecontrol@missedapex.net or brad@bradphilpott.com, and we'll try and get you into the server.
Ooh, that's getting very close there between Furkheim and one of the GT3 cars. That is very less than ideal. I think it's fair to say Furkheim trying to move around the outside and the BMW sort of squeezing him towards the left-hand side of the track. Definitely there was a little streak between the two. Well, that could have ended a lot worse for the Lion GP car, and all it could take is a moment like that, and it's going to be, game over for their chances of winning. It says there was no contact. It certainly looked on my end as if it was close to some contact. That was a nervy moment for both.
That's one of the trickiest places on the track. Having driven a Proto 1 car for many hours yesterday and having been in that exact situation a lot of times, you have a decision to make when you come out of the left-hander of Indianapolis. Do you stay to the right and hope that the GT car just takes their normal line? Or do you use your extra momentum and your better acceleration to drive around them on the left? And there's a split second where if the GT car doesn't move left immediately, as the Proto 1 car, you have to just go. You have to make that decision and take the prerogative of just going to the left. If the GT car then moves across and squeezes you, you're in a really tricky situation. And that's exactly what happened to the Lion GP car there. He won't have wanted to go around the outside. He will have wanted to stay to the inside for the next corner at Arnage. But if the GT car took just a couple of moments, just a slight hesitation in there moving across, that's what can happen. And no one wants it. No one's intending for there to be a little rub, but sometimes there's a slight miscommunication.
Yes, and the BMW was far from happy there as well. The GTC car was a flash of the lights to the Lion GP team saying they were not happy with how that happened as well. I mean, it's difficult enough, the Arnage corner, that tricky right-hander, very easy to get it wrong under braking there, but it's even more difficult when you throw some traffic management into the mix as well. But Lion GP live to fight another day here as they make their way down the Mulsanne Straight, navigating a little bit of traffic once more. But it is interesting to note that it's a new driver behind the wheel of the Lion GP car. IBAC opting not to do that, but there was only just one stint there, as Brad mentioned, that Manuel had behind the wheel, so likely to see them go to the finish. But, very interesting battles indeed. There is our current leader in the Proto 1 class, the IBAC Sim Racing team, with quite a big lead at the moment. Interesting, he did pit just a lap after Lion GP as well, just to try and get some fuel and tyres into that machine. So interesting battles in the Proto 1 category. And Brad as well, we were talking a little bit about the GT3s and the action in that class as well, because there's been some great action throughout the field in that category.
Yeah, so the GT3s have been particularly interesting for me. They were our biggest field, they're our biggest entrance. It's a very popular category in iRacing, and they certainly made up the majority of the cars in the field here, split between the two classes, Pro and Am. Quite a healthy Pro entry as well in the GTs. We've got, certainly at the moment, still 5 Pro cars ahead of the first AM car, so shows that they're all still going strong. Obsidian Edge Black, who had a little bit of a coming together earlier on today, well, in the last 24 hours, I should say, with Get Closer Racing. They're running 1-2 on my screen at the moment. Get Closer looks like they've just come past Paradox, maybe after Paradox just had a pit stop. But the top 3 there have just been metronomic. They've been super consistent. So any little error, any problem that they've had hasn't been able to be really made up for. If you lost a minute 12 hours ago, you're probably still roughly a minute behind now because everybody is just pounding round, not really making any mistakes. And leading the AM category in GT3s, for the majority of the race, or the second half certainly, it's been the LG M4EM Strip the Dip team. They've just dropped down to second, but I think that's courtesy of a pit stop, so we'll probably see that shake out soon. And then we've got Ring Fits here, and obviously Gridfinder, who have just assumed the lead in that class. So there are fights. It's close enough right now, with an hour and 20 minutes to go, that a pit stop, a 1 minute pit stop, will swap the order around. So that tells me that there's plenty of time and plenty of closeness between the top cars in those categories, that we've still got some excitement to go. So I'm going to look forward to watching that. So it's 2 cars in the Proto 1 class really in the hunt. At the front of Proto 2, what's the gap looking like there? Maybe not quite so close. 1 lap gap between the top 2 there. So there is really a fight for the podium. You've got a couple of cars 17 and 18 laps behind respectively. So pretty close in Proto 2. And then the GT Pro class as well. Podium battle still ongoing. So it's not over at all anywhere in the field.
No, absolutely, Brad, and it's one of those ones as well where the Obsidian Edge Black team in the GT3 category, very experienced drivers behind the wheel of that car as well. Lawrence Costwinder has took the car earlier in the race, the initial stint, and did a great job behind the wheel as well. And Brad, I'm keen to get your thoughts on the driver selection for the stints. Is there moments within the race where you think this is where one driver would be particularly strong, or confident that this driver would be good in the night stint, for instance? Tell us a little bit about the thought process and the decision making behind that for the teams that will be out there on track at the moment.
Yeah, so in this event, as with many iRacing endurance events, there's a fair share rule applied. So that's an iRacing system to basically make sure that every driver pulls their weight within the team. And the way that works, and this is going to sound moderately complicated if you've not had to think about this before, is that every driver in the team needs to do 25%, or at least 25%, of what would be an actual fair share. So if there were 3 drivers, for example, then your minimum time you could drive would be 25% of an even split between those 3 drivers over 24 hours, which works out in that case at 2 hours, because an even split would mean that it would be impossible to actually achieve, because you'd have to time the driver changes so well that you all came out at exactly the right time. So anyway, iRacing gives you a bit of a leeway. It gives you a really big leeway actually, because you only need to do a quarter of what an actual fair stint would be. And because of that gives you a bit of leeway as a team to put your slower driver out for less time if you want to be brutal to them. The best idea though, in an event like this, any endurance race, is to have all the drivers as good as possible. If all your drivers are of a very similar ability, like with a lot of pro teams in real world racing, everyone can relax, and it doesn't really matter who you put in the car. You might have someone who slightly prefers the night, and if they do, that's fine. They can do more night stints, and the others can do more in the day if they agree that. And likewise, someone might be better in traffic, in battling traffic at the beginning of the race. Maybe someone prefers doing the initial fight. Maybe someone wants to bring the car home, but then you can kind of decide that amongst you. If, however, you've got quite a disparity between the drivers, then you really need to think about it. So at this stage in the race, I'd hope the top teams here will have cycled through all of their fair share. Hopefully everyone will have done enough driving that doesn't matter anymore, so they can effectively pick and choose who goes in. And if I was either of these top teams, I would be being brutal and saying, sorry, driver 2, 3 and 4, whoever you are, driver number 1 now needs to be in. We need our top guy. We need to make this time up, or we need to consolidate this lead, because this is, everyone wins if the team wins. So that's the way I'd be thinking about it.
Yeah, it's one as well, Brad, where you mentioned the importance of drivers being behind the wheel particular points in this race, but it also comes down to a lot of experience with traffic management, particularly if you are behind the wheel of one of these cars in the GT3 class, because it's a very difficult job for teams racing in this category, because they're dealing with traffic from not just one but two different classes as well, who are all keen to make their way through. And Brad, it's a testament to the skill and ability of these drivers that they're managing to safely navigate their way through the traffic in the GT3 category, because they're running their own race as well, of course.
They are. I just seen something in the corner of my eye, and that is the absolute consistency of Dennis Furkheim in the Lion GP car. Despite traffic, his previous 3 laps have been separated by less than 1/10 of a second. In fact, around 0.5 of a second between his last 3. 24.7, 24.8, 24.7 over the last 3 laps. And let's compare that to the IBAC car that he's chasing. They have done a 26.5 and a 26.3, so still 2 seconds per lap quicker. That's not going to be enough in itself to close down over this final hour or so, but it's certainly putting the IBAC car under pressure, and that's going to make it more likely that they will take a risk in traffic, or maybe make a driver error on their own. But so far they haven't been doing that. They've been solid, and that's why they are out front.
And Brad, tell us a little bit about the tyre management in the Proto 1 category, because when we see these drivers take new tyres, once they're up to temperature, the first few laps they can deliver really good performance, but then do seem to tail off a little bit. So great to see that consistency from Dennis behind the wheel of the Lion GP car. But how do the drivers manage the tyres throughout this race?
So it really varies depending on the conditions. Right now it's 26 degrees track temperature, 18 degrees air, so it's pretty cool at the moment. The track is going to be 100% rubbered in, so nothing's changing in that respect. So the track is kind of in its ultimate state. The marbles will move, the parts that the cars drive on will get more or less dirty, but in terms of the conditions, these are pretty good, so I don't expect they're doing a whole lot of tyre management right now. In the early stages of the race, when we were kind of midday yesterday, it was very, very hot and people were battling hard. It's very possible for the rear tyres to overheat, obviously depending on your car setup, but certainly talking from our point of view, we knocked our traction control up. These cars have traction control, lots of different settings. You've got slip and gain, a couple of different things you can adjust. You've also got anti-roll bar adjustments. So one thing people might not realise is a lot of the Proto 1 drivers, certainly in our team, are changing the anti-roll bar settings corner to corner based on the handling of the car. So if I was feeling slight rear slip, I'd be adjusting the rear anti-roll bar to make it slightly softer in the middle of the corner so that I'm not getting such a loss of traction, and so I had slightly better traction on the exit, and therefore you don't get into this spiral effect of getting the tyres hotter and then they slide more and then hotter and they slide even more. So I was probably making 4 or 5 anti-roll bar changes every single lap through the 5 or 6 hours I was driving. I'm sure these drivers are doing a similar thing. Traction control is a little bit less on the fly. If the car feels slightly loose on exits, maybe you could click it up 1 notch. You won't lose a lot of lap time ultimately by having slightly more intrusive traction control, but it will save the tyres over a stint. In terms of wear, there's no problem. It's thermal degradation is the issue in this class. Because you can change the tyres at every stop without any kind of time penalties. They're always fresh, they just sometimes get a little bit too hot.
And do the drivers tend to adjust the brake bias as well, particularly midway through their stint or depending on the track conditions? Is that something that lots of the drivers we can expect to see throughout the future doing as well?
Yes, not as much though. I've found that the brake bias you're able to keep relatively consistent, and the reason is it's extremely easy to lock a front wheel going into one of these corners. I'm watching maybe slightly ahead of the stream at the moment, but into Mulsanne corner, into all the tight corners, all the slow corners where there's not really any downforce acting on the car. It's really easy to lock a front, so you don't want to move the bias too far forward, even if you are suffering a little bit of rear instability, because you're going to have a big problem if you lock up and slide helplessly into a barrier. So I set ours at around about 50% and kind of left it there, give or take 0.25% forwards or rearwards. So yes, the drivers will be changing brake bias. I don't think a lot in this class, maybe a little bit more in the GT class, but they'll have to tell us.
Yeah, and it just goes to show all these different elements add up, throughout the course of a stint for a driver. There's so many things they need to consider when they're behind the wheel of the car, and again, it's a testament to the skill and ability of the drivers out there on track as well. And almost an hour to go in this race as well, Brad, so give us a bit of an insight as to what the drivers will be feeling at this stage in the race, because the pressure really will be on. They want to not only bring the car home, but do so in a strong position as well.
In some ways, the pressure is actually off at this point, because you know all you can do is go as fast as possible. Maybe in the situation that IBAC find themselves in, that is a bit more pressured, because they have everything to lose right now. They're in a situation where if they don't make any mistakes, they're probably going to win. If all they need to do is just bring this thing home. But as we've seen throughout the race and throughout lots of endurance races, even with your best intentions, even when you're trying very hard to be careful, there can still be miscommunications. You can still clip a GT car. You can still lose easily the minute and 13 seconds lead that they've got in a tow and a fast repair, if they've even got one remaining. So the pressure maybe is on IBAC to just not do anything different to what they're already doing, not be lulled into chasing the lap times that the Lion GP team are doing. And again, Manuel Spitzley did do a 24.3 a couple of laps ago, which compares pretty well to the Lion GP guys, who are in the 24s and actually now dipping into the 23.4s. But not be tempted to chase those times, because even 1-2 seconds per lap quicker for Lion, that won't be enough over the next hour for that gap to be closed down. They're going to need something more than that. They're going to need traffic intervention. So IBAC's mindset really should be keep doing what you're doing, follow the process, don't get a pit lane speeding penalty when you come in for your final pit stop, don't hit a curb in the wrong way, and don't go for any silly moves on a GT car. Whereas Lion GP, there is no pressure. Lion GP can throw caution to the wind now and just push like crazy. And that's similar for anyone else who is effectively second or third, but with a chance of getting the win in their class. So I'm going to have a little look down through the order and see how that's looking in the other classes.
Yeah, very interesting stuff indeed. And look, is there anything as well that you've been noticing here throughout the action? Because, you know, when we're following Dennis Furheim in the Lion GP esports team, he's got a little bit of pressure from third place as well. David Vassman, again, a very accomplished, very fast driver, drawn upon years of experience in the real world as well here. And it really does set the stage for a thrilling finish in the Proto 1 class.
I just... Sorry, go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say, it just seemed towards the end of the last stint that the Lion GP car was able to do a better job once the fuel came off and once the tyres got older, so maybe we'll see whether they can start to gain that 3 or 4 seconds a lap that they need. But it is getting to that point now for Lion GP where they pretty much do need about 4 seconds every single lap. It doesn't really matter how good you are. That is quite a big ask. But like Brad said, the pressure's just off, because from this situation, you're not expecting to win. They are probably expected to finish in second place, but they know there is a slim chance of getting their victory. So they are definitely still going to be going all guns for leather.
So we can probably work this out. There's around 20 laps to go by my calculations. Maybe more like 17 or 18 actually. My maths isn't my strong suit. So you're right, they're going to need to find a little bit more time than they're finding now. But as we know, one spin can cost you a huge chunk of that. A spin could cost 20 seconds. So IBAC are the ones that need to just keep it on the island. Further down the field, I'm looking at the battle for the win in the AM category in the GTs. And LG Strip the Dip have retaken the lead in that class. And they're currently around about half a lap in front of Gridfinder, so that's swapping between them. LG Strip the Dip are going down the second part of the Mulsanne Straight, whilst Gridfinder Racing coming through Tetra Rouge right now. So it's not half a lap actually, maybe around a third of a lap. So still a close fight there, and I can see from watching the Gridfinder car, they're definitely pushing very hard.
Yeah, and I think that is obviously that's to be expected. They're in that another situation where they know GTs, one of those where obviously being a slightly slower car, there's probably in a way more potential gain time, even though they're then going to have less laps to do it. I'm interested to see what's happening in the battle for get his second place overall in the GT class between the Go Faster, Get Closer car and the Paradox Sim Racing car. That was around 20 seconds at one point. All of a sudden, that gap has got down to about 12 seconds. So both of these cars looking good for a podium. That is another battle that just could start to heat up towards the end. Sean Schneider probably needs to find about 6-7 well, probably about 7 or 8 tenths of a second a lap if he wants to have a chance of taking that second place.
Absolutely, it's a very, very interesting battle. Yeah, and Nader, who we've mentioned earlier in the broadcast, a very fast driver, though, and he'll be determined to do everything he can to close that gap. So it'll be very interesting just to see how that battle develops in the GT3 category. And yeah, we'll see how. Just over an hour, in fact, look at that, just over an hour to go. We reckon around 28 laps in this one. And in that battle for the Proto 1 lead, Lion GP, can they do it on pace alone? It's going to be very difficult. They may be relying on iBack to make a mistake here and there, but as we've seen time and time again, you know, this race is far from over. Anything can happen in this one. So lots of big talking points still to go in this one. Lots of podium positions up for contention as well. And Brad, of course, the winners of podium places in each of the classes, they will receive trophies supplied by our partners at M4EM as well, which is a great reward for them for all their hard work.
Yeah, absolutely. So the trophies will be posted to each driver individually. So that's something slightly different about this event, certainly to an iRating official event, which you don't get anything but pride if you do happen to finish well. A lot of other events that do hand out physical prizes for virtual racing will give one trophy for the team owner. But in our event, we think that all the drivers deserve their prize if they've done the work. So all the trophies will be posted around the world. Hopefully they're not too far afield because it'll cost us quite a lot of money to get them sent. But a trophy, which is a laser-etched map of the Le Mans circuit along with their class name and position they finished, laser-etched into that on a nice heavy wooden base. They'll also get an event poster. We commissioned some artwork for this event. So the official event poster in a little poster tube will be posted along with their trophy. So in a couple of weeks' time, the guys that finish on the podium in all the classes will be receiving a little treat in the post.
Yeah, it's great to see that that kind of trophy there for each of the podium finishers. And we're just hearing that in the Proto 1 category, iBack were very slow on the last lap. They've lost around 6 seconds due to traffic challenges, and it just goes to what we're saying. You know, Lion GP are having to hope for some incidents for iBack, and they've lost 6 seconds on the last lap alone. So this battle is far from over yet, and it does again underline the importance of traffic management throughout this race. Sometimes it will work for you, and there's other times you'll have a gap and then you've got to build it again. So iBack Racing, a little bit of pressure there due to the traffic on the last lap.
With 1 hour to go, just over 1 minute gap. So they need to be pulling back a second per minute to be in the fight by the end of this. So let's see if they can. That equates to roughly 3 seconds a lap. So that's the kind of gap that the Lion GP guys, Dennis Furkheim, need to be going for. And I wish I was in that car right now. I'm so jealous of Dennis being able to throw caution to the wind, make moves on GT cars that he probably would have held off from making earlier in the race when he was trying to preserve the car. He doesn't have that option anymore. And the cars that he's lapping need to probably bear that in mind. They see a bright green and white Lion GP prototype approaching them in their Delta box, in their relative box. They need to be probably thinking about getting out of the way because he's not going to take any prisoners now. And as he approaches the Ring Fitzgerald Porsche, they probably want to be thinking about that.
Yes, absolutely. Dennis Furkheim, a very fast driver as well, though he's won multiple top split events in iRacing. 5.7k rated driver out there on the field as well, so of speed behind the wheel of that Lion GP car. However, let's not forget that Manuel Spitzley has also won very big endurance events over the years as well. He won the 24 Hour of Daytona and the Nürburgring 24 as well back in 17, so a very fast driver as well. Bit of real world experience as well there as well. He also works in motorsport with BMW as a #1 mechanic in GTC and LMDh hybrid categories, so again drawing on lots of real world experience there as well. So very fast driver, still behind the wheel of that iBack car, but this battle for the Proto 1 win is not over yet.
No, it's definitely not. And what I'm interested to see is when are the drivers going to come into the pits? For both of them, it was around about half an hour ago when they last pitted, and as you can see, with as Davis makes no difference, 1 hour remaining, they're going to have another couple of pit stops to go. So do you decide to go for 2 stints of roughly about half an hour long, or do you go for one slightly longer stint, just have an absolute splash and dash at the end? Brad, if you were in this situation, what would you go for? More equal stint lengths, or go for a longer one and then a shorter one where you can just push absolutely crazily towards the end?
the drivers are used to, at this point, the car feeling a certain way when they leave the pits, having a certain amount of fuel in. I think it's tricky to judge exactly how much fuel to put in at the end without slightly under or over calculating it. I think I'd try and keep things as similar to what the drivers used to as possible, and so they've got a kind of consistent platform to work with and just let their driving do the work.
Yeah, I think that might definitely be the best, wisest thing to do. I've done it myself when I've been trying to work it out, and I think I said to my team, you don't work it out, I'll try and work it out, because I think at least if it goes probably wrong, I've only got myself to blame. But we are into the final hour. We've had 23 of the 24 hours at the M4EM 24 hours, brought to you by the Missed Apex podcast, and it is all still to play for. It looks like it might just be too little, too late for the Lion GP car. 1 minute 6 seconds now, the gap between themselves and the iRating sim racing car, who are leading in this race. But we've seen iRating have a few issues with the traffic, but who's to say they won't come a cropper with some more issues. David Massaman currently in third place in the WSE Motorsports car. They are looking pretty solid in that third position, barring any incidents. Also looking pretty solid leading in Proto 2, the 588 ST Racing with Driven Escape car. They've got two Pro Class cars behind them, and Viva Racing Red, who qualified on pole position, and the Sim Racing Collective, 4th and 5th in that class, and currently on to take some trophies for the Proto 2 AM class, 666 PLC X-Pass car, and the 570 British American racing car. Obsidian, Edge Black are looking like all they have to do is bring it home in the GT3 category, currently 16th overall, leading that one from Get Closer Racing, who will be hoping that the Paradox Sim Racing 90 car doesn't get too much closer to the end. That gap has pretty much halved in the last hour. So could we see George Nader and Marco Blumenthal battling for the second and third place in that? And in the AM category, 690 LG M4EM Strip the Dip racing car leading Gridfinder Racing, and Ringford Right Sim Racing Ripperman currently third place in the AM category in that, and with 2 second lead over the 444 car. That is the running order then, with 57 minutes, 57 seconds remaining. We are still following the Lion GP car, who are doing everything they can, and it does look like they are doing what Brad suggested, just sticking with a more normal stint length this time around, possibly the same next time around, then in the final stint, putting a bit less fuel in, having those fresh tyres, and seeing what they can do. But it certainly looks like Spitzley is doing just about enough at the moment, and even if he is losing a little bit of time, this is where, if you're the team, you've got to be relaying that information like, no, what you are doing is good enough right now. You don't need to push any harder than what you are doing.
It's amazing when you're relaying that to a driver and they just ignore you completely, because I've been the driver and I've been the person relaying that, and it's so hard to slow down someone who is in a rhythm and they feel comfortable with the car and they're in a race for a win. You can say to them, don't worry, it doesn't matter, there's no pressure, you have a big lead. You can say it as much as you want, but ultimately it can be detrimental if they start trying to drive differently to what they're used to. If they start trying to drive more slowly or more carefully, you can tighten up, or the car can do something different to what you expect. You can hit a curb at a different angle or a different speed, and it can bounce you off. So maybe just keeping them informed of the gaps and talking to them in a calm manner is the best way.
It's one of those ones as well, Brad, where you're just hoping that when you're navigating through the traffic, that everyone is as cooperative as they possibly can be as well at this stage of the race. You're just hoping that, you know, every overtake just goes as smoothly as possible. However, I would say as well that the cars that they're navigating through the traffic, they're well aware of who the leader is in class as well. They don't want to be the one that slows them down at all as well. So it's in the interest of both parties to work together. But traffic management is always a critical part of endurance racing, and even more so in the final hour of this race.
I have to say, from a real-world experience point of view, you do treat the leaders differently. If you're in a slower class and the leaders are approaching you, I remember very clearly in the 2016 Nürburgring 24 Hours, I was in a very slow class Fiesta ST, and there was a almighty scrap for the GT3 wing going on just behind me on the final lap. And as I came through the carousel, for the first time in the entire race, I decided to go round the outside and let them have their battle down the inside. The last thing you want to do as a slower class car is affect the fight for the overall win this late in the race. So it certainly does does change the mindset of all the drivers on track.
And Brad, give us a little bit of an insight into the comparisons here with endurance racing in the real world versus the virtual events here, because drivers in the real world, they will be feeling the feedback from the car as they make their way through a challenging circuit like the Nürburgring in particular. We do hear sometimes drivers saying, when drivers in the real world go into virtual racing, they find it initially quite difficult to cope with the lack of feedback that they're used to when they're behind the wheel of the car. But then we hear drivers who start in the virtual world moving into the real world, well, they haven't had that initial feedback and response from the car, so sometimes they can see it's less of an obstacle for them because they're used to almost driving a little bit more on instinct.
Yeah, that's certainly the way I've seen it play out over the years. Drivers who begin in the virtual world and then move to the real world, instead of having a sense taken away from them, where real drivers coming to the virtual world suddenly don't have the G-force to rely on. They don't have that inner ear or seat of the pants feel that they might have been basing some of their driving decisions on. The other way around, the virtual driver moving to the real world suddenly has additional tools to what they're used to. So if they're already brilliant by just using what they can feel through the steering wheel, through their force feedback, the sound they can hear, the tyres slipping or the engine revs, all that kind of thing, and obviously their eyes looking at the screens, if they then suddenly have G-force added into that, it's almost like you've given them extra goodies, you've given them this extra tool to work with, so they can tend to find it easier going into the real world. Then obviously you have the fear and the danger and the expense to deal with on top of that, which are also relatively large hurdles. But from my own point of view, nowadays with modern, good, expensive sim equipment, I'm lucky enough to be sitting here in a very high-end sim with some excellent heavy force feedback, a butt kicker drilled into directly under the seat, so I'm getting all the feedback from the curbs, the roughness of the road. The only thing I'm missing out on myself is the G-force. But with enough practice, you can tune in and get around most of that if you're used to using that to judge your driving. So I think it's much easier nowadays with better equipment than it would have been maybe 10, 15 years ago with much more plastic, kind of standard consumer sim racing equipment that was available.
Well, Brad, if anyone's watching this race and they're keen to get involved, potentially at the next event in the Nürburgring later this year, or they're just looking to get started in sim racing, what would your advice be in terms of equipment, and what should they be looking to do to get involved?
Well, first of all, in fact, I should probably just stop talking for a moment as the iBack team come into the pit lane to make what will be not their final stop. They're going to have to make one more because they won't be able to go 50 minutes. So they are going to need to make one more stop after this. So penultimate stop for the iBack team. What people would need to do to get involved, obviously, first of all, get iRacing, because we're always going to be running these events via iRacing. You'd need enough sim equipment of a level that allows you to drive safely. Really, we enforce 107% rules generally. We've not talked about it too much in this event because it's got a mixture of classes and we specifically have an AM class, but it's important to be safe and fast enough so you're not causing problems for other drivers. But basically, just get a wheel that you can afford, clamp it to your desk, get iRacing, clean the fans out on your computer so it runs as fast as possible, doesn't overheat, and get some practice in. And then once you feel you're up to a speed where you can, take part safely and enjoy it, no one's going to enjoy it if you're just spinning or crashing or too slow. Once you're at that level, send us an email, get in touch, and we'll get you into the Discord channel. Just looking at the iBack car leaving the pits now, and they've got clear run, no cars around them, so exactly what they'll want. And they've still got the number 01 flashing on the side of their car to designate that they are still the race leader.
There is a driver change there in the iBack Sim Racing team as well. We do have a new driver for this final part of the race, so iBack make a driver change. In comes Line GP for their stop as well. And look, interesting to note that we've seen iBack stop just before Line GP there for that stint, even though they pitted initially 3 minutes after the Line GP team as well. So just that one interesting caveat to all of this action.
Yeah, so they're definitely going for the slightly shorter stints now then, aren't they? If they're pitting earlier and earlier.
Yeah, they're in a situation now. If you have an 11-lap stint, we're talking roughly 35 minutes, and you are going to have a very short final stint, or you knock a couple of laps off that, do about 8 or 9 laps in your next stint, and then around 8 or 9 laps in the final stint as well. But it's like you said, Brad, it's working out the fuel, get that at the right point to make sure that you're not, getting it slightly wrong. You don't want to overfuel yourself and end up with a couple of extra laps at the end of the race, because that's just extra weight that you've carried around for no reason whatsoever.
And it makes quite a big difference in these cars as well. These light prototypes, one thing we've noticed is they really come on song once the fuel burns off. They feel super fast right towards the end of a stint. So you're completely right. The last thing you want to be doing in a fight for the lead like this is carrying around an extra 5, 10, 15 litres, because it's 5 litres a lap these cars use. Just before I hand back over to you, I just want to give a shout out to Dave Cam, prolific iRacing and general sim racing streamer in the chat there. He asked, is a controller okay to join? Probably not. We have had to ask people to go and get wheels instead of controllers in the past. It's quite easy to spot that on the onboard cameras and in the attitudes of the car kind of swerving around. Dave Cam, come and do our next race. I know he wanted to this time, but he was unavailable. He's certainly not using a controller. Take a look at Dave's streams. He's got one of the nicest sims you can imagine.
Yeah, it's great to have Dave Cam joining us here, someone who does so much great work for the sim racing community. So if you are looking to get it started, highly recommend you check out Dave Cam's channel. Does so much great work for us all here in sim racing, and a great ambassador for the community as well. So great to have Dave here with us. And looking at this action in the GT3 as well, there is our leader overall, Steph Janssen in the BMW. And look, we spoke a little bit about just the skill of the drivers in this GT3 race, because they're having to manage traffic throughout this event, and to see such interesting battles with under an hour to go in this race really does just show how much practice, how much planning has been going in, and just the skill of these drivers out there on track.
Yeah, in the GT cars, you're never on your own at any part of the race unless you have an absolutely storming start or an absolutely dreadful start, because you're going to be either surrounded by the rest of the GT3 cars, being the biggest last. Now, law of averages says it's probably where you're going to see some of the closest battles, and once things do start to spread out a bit more in your class, you've got the Proto 1 and the Proto 2 cars flashing their headlights, coming at you at an enormous rate of knots, causing all sorts of trouble for you. We did see there George Data's got the gap down towards less than 10 seconds now between himself and the another 11 car, but we are looking at the 3-4 Jack McCauley in the braking engine, about 45 seconds to the back of Freak's mate in the mid-pack Muppet. So just driving around pretty nice and standard at the moment. Probably not going to get near to challenging for the AM podium unless there is an absolute disaster in the final stage of the race. And this is the point I know Brad said, obviously you don't want to overfuel the car. You certainly don't want to underfuel the car, because that would be very embarrassing indeed if it comes to their final lap and you get that calculation slightly wrong. You end up having to do 1 lap more than you thought you were doing. You're going to be either crawling round at a slow speed to avoid running out of fuel, or the car is just going to ground to halt and you're going to look very silly.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point as well, Luke. And Brad, keen to get your thoughts on the fuel saving element. Is there anything here, I'm thinking more towards the Proto 1 category and that battle for the overall race win, is there any consideration going to be given to fuel saving to make it to the end? If we're expecting around 37 minutes for a stint here, can the teams try that to minimise any time spent in pit lane?
It's always a little bit of a give and take in that respect, because fuel saving will lose you time. On this track, in these cars, I found it didn't really lose you very much time, but you were certainly quicker if you were just pushing 100%. But since they have the luxury of really choosing how much fuel they put in now, they won't have 2 full stints remaining, so they have that luxury of choosing. And because it is almost exactly 5 litres per lap used, even if you're pushing really hard, I think all they need to do really is just put the amount of laps in that they need to get to the end of the race, and that should be enough. They shouldn't need to fuel save, because it's very hard to save an entire lap, if that makes sense. So you kind of either put the lap in or you don't. There's no point putting in half a lap, because you won't be able to save enough to then get to the end of it.
Yeah, and it's one as well, Brad, I'm keen to get your thoughts. Is there any particular points on the track that teams will be identifying as areas for fuel saving? Perhaps, lifting off early, going into the left-hander at Indianapolis, that might be one area where you can just save a little bit of time potentially. Is there any value in doing so into the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight perhaps as well?
Yeah, so from my point of view, when I was doing my fuel saving early in the race, it's at the end of every straight. You just lift off 50 metres earlier than you would on a qualifying lap, And if you do that at the end of each of the straights, you save cumulatively enough time. Also, really, the big one in a race like this, the really key one that you have to get your head around is judging whether or not you're about to be held up by slower cars. If you're approaching a chicane or any corner and you see, well, by the middle of that corner, regardless of what I do, I'm going to be held up, well, you might as well lift off the throttle earlier. You might as well lift off well before your braking point, because you're still going to catch those cars and be stuck behind them in the middle of the corner anyway. So you can just have free fuel at that point. You just save fuel that you would have wasted by staying on the throttle and just catching the gaggle of cars that you can't overtake at the apex anyway. So that's really the big one, is planning. Judging, will I catch that group by the next corner? Is this a place where I'm just going to be able to sail past one? Or should I just accept that I'm not going to get them until after this corner? They're going to hold me up, so I'll lift and just save a bunch of fuel.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. It's picking your battles almost, isn't it, as well, and, like you say, if there's a little bit of traffic ahead, sometimes it is best just to lift off the throttle a little bit and then let that race come to you. But here is a couple of the cars still in the Proto 1 category. We'll ride on board with David Wasserman, a very, very fast driver with considerable real-world experience as well. Currently on the final step of the podium in the Proto 1 category here as well, and drawn upon as much of the slipstream here as possible down the Mulsanne straight here, and pulls into the inside just to cleanly make that move on some traffic. So good move there from David Wasserman. He's had a strong event here at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. And Luke, keen to get your views as well. Is there anything else that's caught your eye throughout the field?
Well, that was David Wasserman unlapping himself on the leader, so I don't know how much Christopher Kramer would be happy about that, but this does give Christopher a chance if he wants to think, you know what, do I just sit behind you for a bit, use that advantage on the slipstream of a car that's in the same class, which in the Protos isn't going to be something that they're going to get too much chance to do, to maybe just save that little bit extra fuel and make sure that they have got that faster pit stop at the end. But the last thing Kramer wants to do, get involved in a little bit of an unnecessary fight for Wasserman, because it is not for position at the end of the day, but he doesn't want to lose too much time for him. But with, what is that, about 43 minutes to go in this race, they've got 1 minute in hand. It is looking better and better. It's going to take, I think, some issue now for iBack Sim Racing Team LMDh for them to end up not winning this race, whether that be a problem on the way into the pits, because that's another one, we haven't seen it so far. If you get it wrong on the way into the pit lane, you get that speeding penalty, all of a sudden going to be in a world of trouble. So I imagine they'll be a bit more conservative coming into their final pit stops. Said that we're going to be trying to get the slipstream off Wasserman. If anything, it looks like Wasserman is just pulling away and having a bit of fun in the end of this race, and who can blame him? Pretty much safe in third, barring any calamities.
And we gave an update on the gaps at 1 hour. It's now 40 minutes to go, and really it's around about the same in total. It's around about 1 minute still, the gap between the top two cars. So Lion GP haven't done enough in this first third of the final hour to make inroads into the iBack car. So it really is looking more and more like iBack just need to bring the car home. And so maybe Kramer is just taking that on board and letting the car unlap itself, letting the third place car go, because he knows this is just about cruising to the finish now.
Brad, give us a little bit of an insight as to what this Lion GP team will be thinking here at the moment then, because they're seeing that gap now, it's going up a little bit. This race isn't over just yet, of course, but how do they approach the psychological aspect of this race now? Is it a case of, right, we've just got to run our own race, we've got to just focus on apexes and exits here, we can't get drawn into chasing relative or monitoring too much of the gap, we've just got to do everything we can, focus on ourselves, and then let hopefully that iBack team come towards us, because those ebbs and flows of confidence that drivers experience throughout a race, it's a big part of motorsport as well.
Yeah, well, really, the situation's changed slightly since we last discussed this. I previously said that Lion GP will be going hell for leather and really just pushing absolutely as hard as they can to keep iBack under pressure. But now there's just not enough time. It's clear at this point there isn't enough time for them to do this on pace. There was enough time just before the hour mark. If they'd been pulling in 3 or 4 seconds a lap, it was doable. At this stage, it's now not. It's impossible for them to do it on pace. So they've got a real tricky situation. They need to push hard enough so that the gap doesn't get any bigger, because if iBack do have any problems, they need to be able to capitalise on that. A 1 minute gap is still enough to take advantage of an extra pit stop or anything like that, or a spin and some minor damage for the IBAC team. But also, Lion now, they also aren't going to win this if something goes wrong for them, and they know they can't win it on pace. So it's really tricky judging the push level. And looking at Dennis's lap times, Dennis Furkheim in the Lion car, he's done a 3-minute 26. That kind of matches the IBAC car, so they're doing roughly the same pace at this stage in the race. 24 on the previous lap, so slightly clearer one. How's that compared to IBAC's last lap? A 25.8. So yeah, the Lion car is still the quicker of the two, and they're going to hate me saying this, but without the crash, the unforced error when they took the lead earlier in the race a couple of hours ago, without that, it does look like they would have been pretty clear on pace. They were level and overtaking IBAC, and they have had a clear pace advantage since then. So really, it's that mistake that's cost them a clear chance at the win, but it's not completely over yet.
Pit stop about an hour ago as well. It was about 30 or 40 seconds longer than the same pit stop for Christopher Kramer. So if it wasn't for that, they'd be within 20 seconds, and all of a sudden there'd be a lot more pressure on the shoulders of the number 51 car. So yeah, perhaps that was as a consequence of having that crash. We know how things sort of snowball on iRacing, and once you damage the car, it's a lot easier to then have another problem. You spend more time in the pits, and so on and so forth, and all those little ifs and buts in endurance racing. I mean, IBAC will be saying, if we hadn't had our own issues, we'd be a couple of laps ahead of everyone now. I think everyone in this Proto class will be thinking, they'll be glad they've got to the end. They'll all be thinking that they perhaps did have that opportunity to take the victory. The gap has just dipped back below a minute again, but with roughly 11 or 12 laps to go, 5 or 6 seconds a lap is going to be a mighty ask for Dennis Furkheim, and it does not look like at the moment he's got the pace to do that. But we'll keep an eye on this, because, as we said, one slight little mistake, pendulum could swing back towards Lion G.
And of course, for those that didn't see the start of the race, it was the IBAC car on pole position. So they took a commanding pole and then really pulled a big gap in the early stages. But they had a crash on the exit of the pits, well, on the out lap, I should say, which caused them to use one of their fast repairs and then drop behind the main fight for the lead. So it has been a race of ups and downs for IBAC. It's kind of happened in the right order, though. It went wrong at the beginning, and they fought back, and they're now out in front again. So it just goes to show you, in endurance racing, even if you have a major issue early in the race, it's not over if you just keep going.
Yes, it's a story of resilience for this IBAC sim racing team. Early in the race, as you mentioned, Brad, things didn't go their way after such a promising start as well. But they find themselves currently occupying the top step of the podium with a little over 30 minutes left in this race. But anything can happen in motorsport, as we well know, and Lion GP will be doing everything they possibly can to put our race leaders in the Proto 1 category under pressure. So very interesting finale here to watch at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. Lion GP will be determined to close that gap. They'll just be doing everything possible here, but it's going to be a very, very interesting finale, to say the least, in the Proto 1 class. And look, I'm also keen to get your views looking through the field and into Proto 2s and into GT3s as well, because there's a couple of interesting storylines beginning to develop in those categories as well.
Yeah, I'd say one thing that I've been really impressed with, pretty much most of the commentary that I've done, has been the consistency of that 588 car. They've been looking pretty good in that car for quite a while. They've now got a 1-minute 40 lead. It's been around 1 to 1.5 minutes for the majority of the race. Fiesta Racing with Driven Escape as an entire team, they've just done a phenomenal job in this race so far, and they are in a situation now where they've pretty much got about 10 laps to go. Just bring it nicely home. Don't have to worry about too much. Just all the drivers in that car just kept their head down and have done a fantastic job. Dan Ferron currently second place in the Angry Beaver Racing. They've had a few moments. They might be thinking gifts and thoughts and maybes about what could have happened. And also, we go towards the GT3 category, Obsidian, which is brilliant from them. Coached with a lot of pressure that Paradox Sim Racing were putting on them. Paradox Sim Racing, I was about to say, still putting the pressure on that second place, but as you can see in the bottom of the screen, they're doing more than putting pressure on second place, because George Nader is now up into that second place. Might be due to the pit stop situation, not 100% sure, but Paradox Sim Racing 90 are back up into second position in this race, ahead of the number ahead of the number 11 car. And looking at that gap, 58 seconds suggests to me it's certainly down to some differences in the pit stops. But whenever George comes into the pits, that's assuming that, you know, he does have to come into the pits one more time. If he does, coming out pretty much identical place, Mark and Blumenthal on the track. So second and third, GT Racing could go down to the final lap there after, what, we're talking about 350 laps for these cars.
Car 62 causing an avoidable collision. That's the missed Apex Predators. Just having a look back through. It might have been a while ago, so it might be tough to find on the replay where that is.
Yeah, it's been some great action in the GT3 category, to say the least. Obsidian, Edge Black, great drive through there. Let's just get this replay here, Brad, and see what that incident was. So the car on the outside there, and just cuts across, going into the right-hander at Arnage, and both cars go into the gravel trap there, and the GT3 having to go across the circuit there just to rejoin and get back onto the racing line there. So we've seen the missed Apex Predator car on the outside going into that right-hander at Arnage. And Brad, that's a very challenging place to be at the best of times, trying to navigate the GT3 traffic on the inside. They wouldn't have wanted to be in that position on the marbles as well, of course, just on the midway part of that corner. So very, very tricky situation there, and both cars colliding ultimately.
Yeah, so it looked to me, looking back at that replay, it's a very subtle jink from the rear of the missed Apex Predators car as it gets on the brakes on the dirty red edge of the track. It looks like he was going around the outside, touched the brakes, and the rear snapped and kind of pointed him towards the GT car on the inside. Fortunately, such a slow speed area, and the Proto 1 car managed to get it stopped really before they made any significant contact with the wall. So hopefully no harm done, a bit of a warning. They're not really in the fight for anything other than just satisfaction of getting the thing to the finish, because of course a large number of Proto 1 cars haven't got it to the finish. Half the field effectively are out of the race, so it's an achievement just to get one of these fragile cars to the end of this race. And so 8 laps down, the missed Apex Predators probably won't be too worried about what happened there. I'm going to have another look at the replay just to see if I am being silly. I think as the car brakes, it just snaps. Yeah, it looks like locked the rears. I'm pretty certain of that. So it's just unfortunate there was multiple contacts between those two cars, but hopefully not too much harm done.
Yeah, and Brad, it goes to show, we were talking earlier in the broadcast about just moving the brake bias throughout, and just you know, how easy it is to lock up the front of the car and these Proto 1 cars as well. But just again, it's easier said than done in Arnage. It's such a tricky corner, isn't it? Because it's that short sprint between the initial left-hander at Indianapolis and then into the right of Arnage. Sometimes you can look at that 100-metre board, that 50-metre board, and it's gone before you know it. And then the next thing you know, you're looking at the escape road as a best-case scenario to avoid any damage in that car. So very tricky corner, and when you throw traffic into the mix, it becomes even more challenging.
Yeah, so we were speaking about that particular lapping section of the track a little earlier, and watching that replay, no one did anything wrong until the Proto 1 car locked its rears. So the poor GT car was doing exactly what you want it to do, keeping well out of the way, staying to one side, you know, making it very clear which side they're allowing the lapping car through on. And it was just a mistake from the 62 car where it locked the rears. So anyway, not intentional, but pretty clear to see who was at fault in that one. So back to the gap at the front, it's 56 seconds now. Not enough, is it? It's not enough of a reduction from Lion GP. They're increasing the pressure, but at the same time, as you get closer to the end of the race, just half an hour to go, the pressure's also reducing on IBAC because they don't have to hold on for too much longer.
Yeah, it's absolutely going to be a very interesting finish to this one. And look, 30 minutes to go in this race. It's the culmination of so much planning and preparation. It all comes down to this, and you know, it will be very interesting indeed to see how things unfold. But here is our leader in the Proto 1 category. Look, you know, 30 minutes to go in this race. How do you see things shaping up at the moment?
I think it's looking like it's going to be what we're seeing now. I think Dennis Verkheim will just get that gap down, you know, possibly by a tiny bit more, but Christopher Kramer won't be too bothered about what is happening at the moment. It's going okay. We said there was a battle for second and third place in GT3. That may not be the case anymore because there is a drive-through penalty for the number 90 Paradox car. Currently second in GT3. they have hit the amount for the penalties in game, so they will be getting a drive-through penalty. They're in the pits anyway for what will be their final pit stop as well, but it looks as though it's just going to swing the pendulum in the favour of Marco Blumenthal. And yeah, no real pressure off Steph Janssen, our class leader. They are in a situation where they can just bring it home. I know earlier on, talking about penalties, Lion, I think, were a couple more closer to a penalty than iBack. I don't think any of them involving any sort of disastrous driving and quite a few off tracks. I don't think either of them were really in danger of getting a penalty right at the end of this race. We might be able to get an update on what the penalty situation is for them, but that is another one. If Christopher Kramer gets a drive-through penalty all of a sudden, then that is going to give Dennis Furkheim a big boost, and the rest of Lion GP a big boost to see how close they are. Just got to say, hold on to mid-pack Muppets, because everyone apart from them has had a drive-through penalty.
Although it would be interesting for us if there was a bit more jeopardy for iBack. Unfortunately for them, they're still on 21. They've gained no additional incident points since we last gave the update, so they've got 9 more remaining before they would need a drive-through. And in the final half an hour, 25 minutes or so, it's unlikely to happen, barring a couple of big crashes, which would probably be the bigger issue for them.
Yes, absolutely. The GT3 category here are following the mid-pack Muppets team. The 488 Ferrari, a very popular choice in this category as well. And Brad, we're seeing a mix of the Ferraris and the BMWs out there as well. And sometimes in GT3s and iRacing, you almost see a bit of a trend developing, don't we, where drivers tend to gravitate towards one particular car any given time throughout the seasons in iRacing. And it's looking like a trend of both BMWs and Ferraris for this event.
Yeah, I was a little worried at one point that it was actually going to be just a Ferrari class, because for mainly probably most of the entry period for this event, it was predominantly Ferraris. Although as we got closer, we've had Lamborghinis, we've obviously got the BMWs that are out there, out front leading. I think we've had a mix of pretty much all of the available GT3 cars in the end. So the field looked a little bit more varied, a little bit nicer to watch than I was first fearing. And the liveries the guys have done, all of these cars look absolutely brilliant. And thanks to everyone who's put the effort into making their cars look right, putting the right number boards on. You can see the green number boards on the side of the cars designate a pro car. The red ones mean that they're an AM, so you can see the car on screen. What have we got? Hang on, mine's disappeared, but that doesn't count for the Proto ones, by the way. They're just blue. They're all in their own separate class. But yeah, anything with a green number board on there, is fighting for the outright win in that class.
Yeah, and that's such an interesting part of sim racing as well, isn't it? The time that these drivers and teams put into painting their cars for each event. It adds such a rich element to each of these events as well. It's great to see so many different liveries out there on track and competing at this event, because it's great to see drivers. They're potentially some of these teams, they do have partners on board as well, supporting their efforts as a sim racing outfit. We see so many teams involved in these races who are keen to also
we've got
recognise that.
Some slight controversy here. The Paradox team are blocking the Get Closer racing car through the Porsche curves. Now, is that some intra-team? Oh, and then the Get Closer racing car nearly puts a Proto 1 on the grass. I think maybe this is... So Paradox car number 90 is battling with Get Closer Racing. This is definitely some team play. Paradox 52, they've employed their sister car to hold up the car that's competing with them for the podium in this class. I mean, it's not illegal, but it's very interesting for us to watch.
It's very interesting to say the least, and I'm sure there will be lots keeping an eye on this one. But again, Brad, there's
and
lots
of
teams that
a mistake going deep for the Paradox car. This is going to be the fight to watch, because this could be crucial for who gets the podium, who gets the second step on the podium. We've got a team that is out of the fight, but their sister car is well in the fight, who just got a drive-through penalty, trying to help out their sister car by just as legally as they can holding back the Get Closer racing car. Where's the move going to happen?
Less than 30 minutes to go in this race, and the gloves are... This is pure drama here at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. Let's see how this situation unfolds in the GT3 category. And it is very side by side as they go down the Mulsanne straight here into the first of two tricky chicanes. But this is a very, very big talking point, to say the least, here in this event. And Brad, it's one of those ones as well where, so many sim racing teams have entered multiple cars in this event as well, some through different categories too. And this is keen to get your thoughts on how this situation may unfold as we approach the final phase of this race.
I mean, this is one of the benefits of entering a second car. You can, if their own race hasn't gone so well, you can use them a little bit nefariously to deploy them as an extra car to help you. But there's obviously a limit, and race control will be looking at this very carefully to see where that line is. Rich Malden has been doing a great job over the last 23 hours and 38 minutes or so. He will be, I'm sure, studying this fight to make sure that the number 52 car keep just to the right side of what's acceptable behaviour for a car that is almost certainly being furiously waved blue flags at this point. Blue flags in endurance racing, not mandatory that you observe them. You don't have to let the car through, but you are supposed to, I don't know what the exact wording of the rules are, you are not supposed to deliberately hinder another car, I believe.
Yes, blue flags being, advisory, for guidance, for information only. And this is the part of the circuit where things could get very, very interesting indeed as we go into that tricky left-hander into Indianapolis, and he goes up the inside to make the move. There's contact on the exit and out and into the gravel trap. We see the car going off. This is a massive, massive talking point in this event.
They had to do it. They had to make the move, and there was an opportunity there. They went deep. I mean, if you had to judge that objectively, the contact was get closer racing. You can see why they made the move. You can see why they went for it, but they got through and left no room on the exit for the car they were passing. If I was a race director, I tend to look a bit more leniently on a car that's lapping another car rather than fighting for position, because ultimately, a car that's being lapped does have the opportunity to allow the other car through, and we know very clearly what the specifics of this situation are. We know what was going on here. So I think maybe race control will take a view on that one, but certainly they got through. Get Closer Racing got through. They themselves managed to stay on track, and they now have to try and push as hard as they can to see if they can get that second place.
Well, so we can hardly pause to reflect on this, because the action is coming thick and fast. A little over 20 minutes left in this race, and I think we've had another bit of drama, Brad.
No, it's just that the Paradox car that is fighting for this position is right behind them. They're chasing them down. This makes it all the more clear now. The 52 was trying to hold the Get Closer Racing car back just long enough for their sister team to catch up with them. So the bright red car, number 90, Paradox Sim Racing number 90, is not far behind. So you've got the car in second place, Get Closer Racing, just coming through, heading towards Tetra Rouge at this point. So the fast right-hander before you move on to the Mulsanne straight. And the number 90 car is just two short corners behind. They themselves just about to emerge round onto the Tetra Rouge right-hander right about now. So that's the gap.
A thrilling finale to the GT3 race here at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. And Luke, keen to get your thoughts on what has been a very interesting few laps here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
The least surprising news ever, both teams have put protests in against each other. We saw the Get Closer car put a protest initially for the blocking as they were seeing it, and then straight afterwards, PSR have put a protest in for the for the overtake. I think in the end, that was sort of coming, and it's one of those where it's just, I don't want to say it, it's just sort of balanced itself out. I'm not a massive fan of when you see these second cars get involved, because I think it was clear that there were different points when Mick Chich was maybe just driving a bit slower through the corners to try and do anything that he can to try and help his teammate. It was pretty clear at some point, Get Closer were just going to send it. I'm surprised that they didn't go more off into the gravel themselves, and that might save them in the end, that they just about managed to stay on the track. I think if they'd have gone a long way off track making that overtake, they'd have been in some trouble. I
And who's the car chasing? It's Georges Nader, the driver, the Formula One esports driver, one of our most professional drivers in the field. So if you want anyone in your car to chase down a podium position, it's probably this man here.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if Rich was hoping for a chance to get some rest, I think that's just gone out the window.
Yeah, the stage is set for a very interesting finish in the GT3 category. Nader, a very fast and accomplished sim racing driver. 12 seconds gap here now between Paradox and Get Closer Racing. So very, very interesting stuff here. But I suppose it's one of those ones as well where we should give a shout out to the Obsidian Ed Black team as well, because they have driven a stunning race in that GT3 category. And there they are there is our race leader in the GT3s, the Pro drivers, Steph Janssen behind the wheel of that car. Obsidian Ed Black have had a great event here at the Circuit de la Surf. Very fast and experienced team in there as well. Lawrence Costfinder, one of the drivers in that team as well, who has won the Daytona 24-hour event 4 times in a row. So that just goes to show the level of skill and ability and endurance racing in that team.
And I think we might have just had our final change for the lead in GT-AM. We've just had the LG M4EM Strip the Dip team pass the Gridfinder car, which is making its final pit stop. Strip the Dip looking like they're only 2 laps into their final stint, so certainly should be enough fuel on board that car to get to the end. So unless Gridfinder who are now just exiting the pits as Strip the Dip head out onto the Mulsanne straight, that's the gap. So it's not all over, 15 minutes or so left to go. If anything does happen to M4EM Strip the Dip, it's a long name, this team, I'll say it in full, LG M4EM Strip the Dip Racing. If anything happens to them in that stripy white, blue and black Ferrari, then it could give the win to Gridfinder. But as it stands, Gridfinder are the ones with some time to make up, around about 20 seconds or so back with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, this is it then. This is it. This is the moment we've all been waiting for here as we reach the conclusion of the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. And look, so many big talking points there in the GT3s, which we'll certainly keep an eye on. The Proto 2 action at the front was very interesting to say the least as well. We were talking a lot about that Lion GP team and whether they could close the gap on IBAC but race leaders in that class. And there is the Lion GP team here making their way towards Indianapolis, that tricky left-hander, the scene of that massive talking point in the GT3s just a few minutes ago. And look, how do you see this battle unfolding in the Proto 1 category?
We're going to see a pit stop very soon, I think, for both of these cars. We're not too far away. I think it was about 35 minutes ago when they last came into the pit, so not going to be too long before we see both of these making their final stop. They did pit on the same lap last time around. It will be an incredibly short stop. Then it'll just be all guns blazing. Again, it seems that once the fuel comes off and once the tyres get a little bit more worn, that the Lion GP car just has that little bit of a pace advantage. But 45 seconds with 6-7 laps to go, depending on how the clock falls here. They're not going to do it barring some sort of issues. It's been an incredible fight from Dennis Verkheim, especially when you consider that I think after the first hour of this race, they were about 20 or 30 seconds off the lead and everyone's had their own issues. It has been an incredible fight, but I think unfortunately for them, it is looking like it's just going to be too little too late. And a bit of a shout out again to Obsidian. They are nearly a lap ahead in that GT3 class, which I think shows what a fantastic job they have done.
And we've had the word from race control in our ears there. There's no further action to be taken from that contact between Get Closer Racing and Paradox Sim Racing number 52. Both got a calm down warning. Both were told to behave slightly more kindly to each other going forward in the next 15 minutes, but no penalty, crucially.
Yes, race control evaluating that incident there. Great to have race control with us in this event. Rich Malden reviewing each of the incidents as they are lodged with the race control team here. And yes, this is it. We're going into the final few laps of this M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. It's been great to have your company at this event, and don't go anywhere, folks, because we have the last 15 minutes or so of this race. More drama set to unfold, I'm sure. And this Proto 1 category battle here perhaps not quite done just yet. There is the overall leader, the iBack Sim Racing team, and what a journey they've had at this event. Started this event so strongly as well, of course, then had an incident earlier in the race. They went off, they had to tow, they had to repair that car, use one of the fast repair options, and then it was all about that recovery drive through the field in that class. They now find themselves leading the way once more. It's all about trying to bring that car home now, across the finish line and take the checkered flag in this race. But Lion GP will not be giving up without a fight. 43 seconds is the gap at the moment. We are expecting one more pit stop. And if this race has shown us anything, it's that anything can still happen in sim racing and at this M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. And look, keen to get your thoughts here as we look on the Lion GP car here. Dennis Furheim behind the wheel of that car. Keen to get your thoughts again as we look to the Proto 2 category as well. We have the ST Racing with Driven Escape team currently leading the way from Angry Beaver Racing and their red car entry.
Yeah, the 588 just making their way out of the pit lane now on their final pit stop. A little bit of a splash and dash. Again, looking very comfortable indeed. They've stretched that lead out now to nearly 2 minutes of just constantly every single stint being able to pull out a couple of seconds, and it must be such a nice situation where everything just seems to be working well. They've mostly avoided every trouble. I think we were just seeing in some of the protests, I think nearly every single car's had some issues with traffic or something in this race. Not to say that that's the traffic's been particularly bad. It's just when you are doing, as near as makes no difference, 400 laps, goodness knows how many lapping manoeuvres, probably over 1,000. Let's be honest, times you've got to lap some traffic. If you're in some of the faster classes of cars, it's not too surprising that you are going to come across some issues. As into the pits then comes our race leader for the final time. 13 minutes, 30 seconds to go. We knew they couldn't make it to the end. It's a valiant effort. Put about 5 laps of fuel in and get your car towards the end of this race. And it will not be surprising. I think it's pretty much certain that Dennis Furheim is going to have to follow in either on this lap or on to the next lap. Does the Lion GP's car? It does indeed. Swings towards the right-hand side. Leaders are into the pits. Second place car into the pits. They are into the final few laps. It's still looking very good for Chris McKay and the number 51 squad. It's get out of the pit lane cleanly. Don't do anything silly on that first lap. Wait for the tyres to get to temperature. The car home.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Brad, keen to get your views on how a driver approaches the final few laps of the race. They've just had that pit stop change there. What would the team be saying to them at this point? It's just a case of keeping it steady and bringing the car home.
I think the team will be saying absolutely nothing from this point onwards. Give the driver full concentration for the final few laps. You don't want anything to distract them. The only thing that can defeat them at this point is themselves. And as a driver, what you need to do is focus on the process. Don't think about the fact that you're about to win this big race. Don't think about the trophy. Don't think about the celebration drinks you're about to have once it all finishes. Focus on the process. Keep doing exactly what you've been doing. And if you do that, the result will follow. So just hold it together. But it's easier said than done because it's hard to block out those thoughts because you're in a fight for the win and all you need to do is not screw up and just how silly you'd look if you made a mistake at this stage. So easy for me to say that, but it's another thing doing the driving and holding it together.
Yeah, big finish to this race. A little over 10 minutes to go in this one. There is the leader in the Proto 1 category. ST Racing with Driven Escape just coming out the pit lane for their final stop in the Proto 2 category as well. In the GT3s, of course, that is still being led by Obsidian Edge Black, the number 12 car there, and there they are on screen, driven by Steph Janssen, who has had a very strong stint behind the wheel of that BMW.
Yeah, I mean, earlier on it was Lawrence who was doing a lot of the donkey work, putting in some fantastically long stints. Did Lawrence in that car, did a brilliant job, and they'll be very happy with how they've done as the entire team. Costfinder, Janssen, some of the other drivers that they've got in that number 12 car as well. Norgard Pedersen, he's put in some very consistent performances as well. All of them have done a superb job, and that is why they're leading. That is why they're 2 minutes 45 seconds. It's the biggest lead we've got in any of the classes. They'll be absolutely delighted with how it's gone. It wasn't easy for them. They've had some big battles with Get Closer Racing. They had some big battles with the Paradox Sim Racing 90 car, but they've come through them relatively cleanly. Let's not forget that contact earlier on between the 12 and the 11, which caused plenty of debate in the chat and in the commentary box as well. They've come through all of that, and now it is just about bringing it home nicely, taking the victory in this class. They can definitely afford to relax a bit more than some of these other cars with 3 or 4 laps to go, depending, of course, on when our leader crosses the finish line. It was a slightly quicker pit stop for the Lion crew than it was for the IBAC crew by about 4 seconds, suggesting that IBAC had to put a bit more fuel in that car, but they're not going to be too bothered about that at this moment in time. And looking at where Dennis Furkheim is on the circuit and working that out for Christopher Kramer, I think at the end of this one, we've got 3 more laps to go.
3 more laps to go in the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. It all comes down to this. Lion GP, second in class in the Proto 1, but it's that car there, the IBAC Sim Racing team, leading the way in the number 51, and they will see the time there. Less than 10 minutes to go in this race. We reckon 3 laps remaining at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and this will be the time to navigate that traffic as cleanly and safely as you possibly can. Just bring that car home, and they will finish in the top step of the podium in the Proto 1 category. In the Proto 2 category, it's still ST Racing with Driven Escape leading the way from Angry Beaver Racing and the red number 29 car at the moment. There is our leaders in the Proto 2 category. The ST Racing car, Delara, and it's been, again, a very strong performance from them. They have a fairly comfortable lead at the moment, so again, the story of their final few laps will be very similar. Just bring that car home and you will find yourself receiving a trophy at the end of this race. There is the second place in the overall Proto 2 class there, the Angry Beaver Racing car.
Who are actually leading their class.
Yes,
Angry Beaver, weirdly, a pro car behind an AM car after nearly 24 hours of racing. So maybe ST Racing with Driven Escape should be bumped up to being a pro entry for our next event, because they've beaten 2 of the cars in the category above them.
Yes, absolutely. The 3-digit team entries that you see, they denote AM cars. The 2-digit entries are pro car categories. So in that Proto 2 class, there is an AM car leading the way overall in this one. So a stunning performance from the ST Racing with Driven Escape team. And of course, we also have the Obsidian Edge team leading the way in the GT3 class as well. And so many big talking points in that category as well. And there is our leaders in the GT3s, driven by Steph Janssen. Again, quite a considerable lead in that one. So strong performance from the Obsidian Edge Black entry, the number 12 car. That is a pro entry in that category. So very interesting to see how the final few minutes unfold in this one. And look, we've spoken a lot about these GT3s and the challenges that these teams have had to contend with throughout this event. And there, as we just make our way through the field, we will focus on Nader in the Paradox Sim Racing car, second place at the moment in the GT3s.
Yeah, trying to obviously get up into that second place at the moment behind the back of Blumenthal with a bit of help from Mick Lovchich, and I think Race Control summed it up pretty much. Is that the 52 got their elbows out, so the number 11 got their elbows out as well. And in GT racing, you probably afford to do that a little bit more. The prototypes are a tiny bit more fragile. Obviously, if you tried any of that in the single seaters, probably both of them would have been ended up in the wall, and they'd have been having a lot more harsh discussions with Race Control. But yeah, GT3s, it is a bit of a challenging category. Obviously, some of the drive raids are the only category in this space with ABS, which does help you out slightly about how you adjust that through the race, depending on how different drivers are feeling, depending on how much you want to try and kill your tyres into some of these braking zones and the traction control. The as we've talked about as well, the brake bias that you can adjust to just change the attitude of the car when you're coming in under braking to make it a bit more slidey or a bit more heavy on the front end, all these little changes. And I think that's one of the things that really separates the top drivers from some of those lower down. I know when I drove the Suzuka 10 hours in the Ferrari GT3 car, pretty much once I'd set my brake bias, that was it up until the final stint, when I realised I could afford to push a bit more. Short the stint, we didn't make any changes. Like Brad has said, they're changing the anti-roll bar settings on the BMW multiple times a lap. We've seen it in real life categories as well, making constant adjustments, sometimes corner by corner, really get that optimum car. And it's so difficult, and that is why you've got to do the practice. That is why you've got to know the equipment that you're with. We always talk about, well, why does it take drivers got to get used to new equipment. They've got to get used to the pedals, the brake pedal certainly being a difficult one. But if all the knobs and switches are in a slightly different place, who knows what you're going to do? We heard Spanners talking in earlier on about how one of their drivers put his wheel into Xbox mode all of a sudden by accident. That's the last thing you want to be doing in the race. No little shenanigans like that. That's the last thing that Christopher Kramer will be hoping to force him and his team. A 32-minute lead then. 1.5 laps remaining here.
Absolutely. 10 seconds is the gap for second place in the GT3 class. So Paradox Sim Racing chasing Get Closer Racing for second in the GT3s. This is the battle in the Proto 1 category. iBack Sim Racing team. Despite if you'd said to them earlier on in this race when they had to make their way through the field, it was a big ask, and they have recovered in style. They will be delighted with how the race has gone so far now. It's just about bringing that car home, navigating their way through the final few phases of traffic. A great performance from the iBack team. Lion GP just under 30 seconds behind at the moment. They'll be keen to finish their race strongly as well. They'll be pushing to the finish. You never know what can happen in an endurance race, but it's been great entertainment put on throughout all the categories here at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. And Brad, you know, reflecting in your role here in helping to bring this event together, you must be absolutely delighted with the show that we've been able to enjoy here.
When we conceived this event a few months ago, the idea was that we wanted to put something on that anyone could enter and enjoy as if it was a real world race event. We wanted to give people the closest experience to driving in a real life endurance race with, you know, the physical trophies, you know, real prizes on offer, with a rule structure that kind of felt real, a race control that were really paying attention, not just leaving it to the in-sim penalties, and real respect between the drivers. And I think we've achieved that. And really, the thing that is the bedrock of everything is the job that you guys have been doing. This broadcast, letting us watch this as if it is an in real life race on our phones, on our TVs, on our computers, with great commentary, great directing from Steve over in Australia, who's been working, I know, very hard on this for weeks and months to get the camera angles right, to get the cars in focus, to make sure that the graphics on screen that you're seeing work well. So huge thanks to all the broadcast team, in particular Steve, Amy. I just really think that the fact that we are able to sit and watch this as if it's real life make the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great event to be involved in, and we're just looking towards the final few minutes of this race here, following the Lion GP team making their way around the final few phases of this lap. And look, it's been an event as well where, you know, you've also been enjoying the action that we've seen throughout in the evening stint as well, and there were so many big talking points that phase of the event as well. Yeah,
I mean, quite often, Steve, when it comes to the evening and the night time, is when you've got a bit of an idea of the pattern of the order, and that, if anything, that didn't really look like it would have happened here. We knew the 51 and the 6 car were going to get involved, but we thought the 62 would have had a chance as well, but they had their own little incidents which dropped them down the order, which has made it a 2-horse race. Obviously, we'd have loved it to be, you know, a proper battle onto the final laps, but Dennis Furkheim, they've done an incredible job. When I came into this stint a couple of hours ago, let's not forget, they were over a minute behind. They've got it down towards 27 seconds. They are still pushing like crazy, but all they've got to do now is just try and bring their car home. It's going to need something to happen to Christopher Kramer, and look at the gaggle of cars that he has got. You do not want this on the final lap of the race. He's having to work his way through Proto 2 traffic. He's having to work his way through GT traffic. All you want at this moment in time is a nice calm end to the race, and might get to the point where in the final few corners, if he's behind another car, he might think, you know what, I'll just finish behind him. I've got that margin. There's no point giving yourself extra stress than what you're probably already under.
Yeah, exactly. Absolutely. This is it, making his way around the chicanes here, and he may do just that. Look, he may decide, like, I'm just going to maybe sit behind some of the traffic that he sees further down the road here as we make our way towards Mulsanne Corner for the final time at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. It's iBack Sim Racing team leading the way in the Proto 1 category. They have had fabulous events here. Christopher Kramer is going to bring the car home here Just going to navigate this last bit of GT3 traffic here. Moves over to the right-hand side to just get past both cars cleanly here. It's been a very strong performance from the iBack Sim Racing team, followed closely by Lion GT Esports in the Proto 1 category. ST Racing with Driven Escape leading the way in the Proto 2. That is an AM entry leading the way overall in that class. So a fantastic drive there from that team. And then the Obsidian Edge Black team leading the way in the Proto, or in the GT3 category, I should say. There is our second place team in the Proto 1, and Dennis Furheim and the Lion GP team. It's been a great event here. We are on the final lap of the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. Great to have your company at this event, and this is the moment where we will celebrate the achievements of all these drivers and teams at this event, as we see iBack Sim Racing team making their way through the Porsche curves. The final couple of corners at this event, it's iBack Sim Racing team. You could almost coast the car into the start-finish line in a few moments' time, because iBack Sim Racing team will be wanting to bring that car home nice and safe, making their way through the traffic. It's been a fantastic performance from number 51 team. Christopher Kramer will bring that car across the start-finish line. Here he goes through the Ford chicane in the Proto 1 car, and iBack Sim Racing team will win the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. They win in the Proto 1 category. Congratulations to them. It will be Lion GP Esports making their way through the final couple of corners. They'll take second place overall in the Proto 1 with a very, very strong performance from the number 6 car as well. And it's been a fantastic event here throughout. Many congratulations to everyone in the Proto 1 category. There is the final step of the podium goes to the number 46 team as well. And look, this has been a great event to be a part of.
Yeah, certainly. It's been so enjoyable. And on the paper of it, we've had the pole sitter win in the top category in Proto 1, which makes it sound like it may have been a lot more of a straightforward race than it actually was. It took a lot of work for them. They had those incidents earlier on. Maybe it just shows sometimes it's better to get those incidents out of the way early on. You've got that time, you know that you've got plenty of time afterwards to try and fight back. But yeah, Christopher Kramer, absolutely delighted, obviously, with the performance that they've put in, and the entire team taking the victory by 22 seconds in the end. We are just waiting for some of our class winners in the rest of the categories to come home. The 588, I think, has still got quite a long way to go around this circuit. You can see just making their way around Mulsanne now on the run towards Indianapolis and Arnage, and it's been a fantastic performance from them. One of the AM cars in Proto 2, there wasn't too many pro cars, but an amateur car has won that category, and I think, like Brad said, next time around, funnily enough, they will find themselves in a higher category, and they're flashing the lights already a long way before they have to bring it home. Probably too far behind to really have to worry about that Porsche. For now, in GT3, it is going to be Obsidian who bring it home in that category. A fantastic performance from them. I think everyone who's got to the end of the race will be. There's always that nice feeling of achievement at the end of an endurance race that you manage to get to the end.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, it's a monumental effort to finish any endurance race, and to do it at the Circuit de la Sarthe here at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast is a great achievement from everyone involved. It's celebrations for the GT3s there as well. There is the Proto 2 leaders. It's the 588. This is, of course, an AM entry in this class. ST Racing with Driven Escape will win the overall Proto 2 event with a very, very calm and composed drive. It's been a great performance from all of their drivers in that team, and they will make their way through the final couple of corners here at this event for ST Racing with Driven Escape. Take the win in the Proto 2 category. A great drive from them. Congratulations to the 588 as it crosses the start-finish line to take the checkered flag and win in the Proto 2 class. So great drive here, great action in the Proto 2 category as well. And Brad, you know, this is just goes to show the skill and the ability and the determination of these teams to put in some strong performances. You must be absolutely delighted with how this event has unfolded.
I'm just super proud of the effort that everyone has put in, and I'm really impressed with how many cars managed to finish the race. all of the finishers have done brilliantly, particularly the podium finishers in all the classes, to just stick at it. The IBAC team were down and out in the first couple of hours. They were down the back of the Proto 1 field. They've been in the barriers. You could really understand them getting their heads down and even giving up at that point, but they didn't. They stuck with it. They fought back through the field, and despite having a bit of a pace disadvantage to the guys in second place at the end there, they did exactly the job they needed to do, and they brought it home for the win.
Certainly did a great performance there from them. So iBack Sim Racing team taking the win in the Proto 1 ahead of Line GP and the WSE Motorsport team. ST Racing was Driven Escape winning overall in the Proto 2 ahead of Angry Beaver Racing, the red car 29. The Sim Racing Collective taking the final step of the podium overall in Proto 2. Got Obsidian Edge Black, the number 12 entry, winning overall in the GT3 class in that one, ahead of Get Closer Racing. Paradox Sim Racing, the number 90 car, taking the final step of the podium overall in the GT3 category. But as the cars make their way into pit lane for the final time at this event, look, it's been great to be involved in this event, and it's been great to see so many cars make their way towards the end.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, endurance racing, closing the name, it's an endurance event. It does take a lot out of you, and I think everyone now will be quite happy. I think some of them, they might not want to touch iRacing for another few weeks. Some of them will probably be back on, so they've got a bit of a food and had some shower and be back on towards our next event. As you can see there, the top 3 in our race overall and on our Proto 1 category. In the middle, our winners, the number 51 iBack Racing car. We've got Lion on the left-hand side and the WES car on the right, finishing in 3rd place. All had their own issues in that one. I mean, you never know what could have happened in that race. It has been just a fantastic event to see. It has been absolutely brilliant. We've got some of the other podium finishers coming in the background now, and yeah, I think everyone will be very proud with their performances. None so more than from iBack, and it just shows it's not about how you start these races, it's about how you finish them.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we've got a couple of drivers just joining us in the commentary box as well. Let's start with Christopher Kramer from the iBack Sim Racing team, who brought that car across the finish line to take the overall win in the Proto 1. Christopher, many congratulations. How does it feel to win the Proto 1 category at the M4EM 24 by Mr. Apex podcast?
Yeah, thank you to everyone. First, it was a great race, all-time safe race, I think. It was incident in the beginning with me, and we go from the back to the first, and it was quite fun. And now I'm over 24 hours in the race, and it's great and brilliant.
Yes, absolutely. And tell us a little bit about all the planning that has gone on at iBack to prepare for this event.
We just practiced some days before. Me, not so much. I drove only 50 rounds. I never drove the LMDh before in a race like this. And I'm happy to see this, that we can end it with P1.
Yes, absolutely. And we've got your teammate here, Manuel Spitzley, also here from iBack Sim Racing team. And Manuel, you had a very interesting final stint in that car. And tell us a little bit about the pressure that Lion GP were putting you under as well, because that was a very interesting finish to this race.
Yeah, I mean, the guys behind, they were pushing like crazy. It was super stressful, to be honest. In my final stint was really having the pressure on my shoulders to not let them catch up too much, but yeah, I mean, in the end they made some mistakes, we made some mistakes, and it worked out for us, so GG's to them. It was really a great race, lots of fun, incredible pace from the competitors, and we enjoyed it really a lot.
We've got some of the folks from Lion GP here as well, and I don't want to bring up bad memories, but tell us how much you think the decision to go for the move on iBack into Indianapolis a couple of hours from the end, how much did that affect the ultimate result?
Yeah, first of all, thanks and congratulations to Eibach. I don't know. Yeah, I just ran on the marbles, and yeah, braking was pretty bad on the marbles, and wasn't my intention to crash there, and should have stayed behind. Bit more patience, and then we kept Dennis by a catch up a lot. Unfortunately, he was speeding into pit lane with 3 kilometers too fast, and we got another 40-second hold. So yeah,
As
but
with
anyway, congrats to Eibach.
Yeah,
all
thanks a lot.
24-hour races, all endurance races, the result is made up of multiple decisions over the course of the event. It's easy to look at things that happen near the end and point to them as the reason for the result, but really the performance of both of you guys, both of these teams that are in the commentary booth with us now, we'll talk to our other podium finishers soon as well. It's your performances through the race that got you to this point where other teams fell by the wayside. So congratulations to all you guys. Thanks for being part of the event.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was a great event, and congrats, Brad, and thanks for hosting the event with all your partners and the crew.
Thank you, guys. Well, you can move back to your own voice chats and celebrate and have a great day. And we'll maybe try and talk to some of the other teams that finish on the podium.
All right, great, thanks.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Drivers from IBAC Sim Racing Team and Line GP joining us there in the commentary box. A great action here as well, and I think we might try and speak to a couple more drivers here just before we round off the broadcast as well. But look, keen to again just get your thoughts, and it's interesting to hear the drivers there just speaking a little bit about the battles throughout in this event. But you know, Brad always mentions it as well. You know, it's an event that's goes a full 24 hours. It's you can't just boil it down to one particular incident here and there. It's a culmination of action throughout here at the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, and it was a very interesting point from Brad there. What he said, you always tend to focus on anything that's happened towards the end of the race. You know, if you have a crash at the start of the race and it costs you 10 minutes, and you have a crash at the end of the race and it costs you 10 minutes, they both cost you 10 minutes. It just always feels worse when it happens at the end because you don't feel like in your mind you've got that chance to recover, even though you've already done possibly 20 plus hours of hard work beforehand. So yeah, it is very interesting. Maybe it helped IBAC that they were, you know, one of the first. Well, they were definitely the first leader in the Proto 1 class to have those sort of issues. Maybe it just took the pressure off for the majority of the race, although I imagine there was certainly quite a bit of pressure towards the end of it because things were getting very tasty indeed. We have got another one of our podium finishers, and it is Wolfgang Reusch from the
team
Deck
manager.
Racing. Team manager finished second in GT3 and definitely had a very interesting battle towards the end with one of the Paradox Sim cars.
Yeah, just a little bit. Hi.
Hi, Wolfgang. So nice to have you in the commentary booth. Talk us through what was going through
Thanks a
your
lot.
team's mind when it became clear that there was some team strategy going on from the Paradox cars trying to back you into their podium challenging car.
Yeah, we had some flashbacks to Daytona 24 top split. We were not in the top split, but I mean, it's been very widely discussed the way that Williams played the game there and tried to get an advantage for their other team car. So we had kind of that before our eyes. It was not that level of severity by far, but you know, I mean, there's things you can do, and you know, we were, of course, I mean, shouting and screaming, and you know, someone report this, and of course I did. But in the end, you know, I mean, we're sorry that it ended in the gravel for them somehow. I don't know. I mean, but in the end, you know, you got to go past, and at a certain point, you then use hip and shoulders, and it's still part of racing, and that's how it went.
It certainly gave us some excitement to focus on the stream in those closing stages. So it was great for all of us watching.
Yeah, I mean, it was overall a pretty exciting race. I mean, of course, coming into this with the, you know, a level of iRacing on our drivers, you would think that, you know, you would clearly dominate. Then again, looking at the practice lobbies, we quickly saw that there were a lot of drivers who who were really quick out there, and so we said, oh, this is going to be actually an interesting race. And it was, because there were some guys, George Nader and some others who were really quick out there and just amazing, and really good racing there. But of course, I mean, you set the expectations for yourself pretty high. But then it's a 24-hour race, and 24-hour races or any longer endurance has their own rules. And of course, things happened. Some guys had disconnects, and we were in the pits and did not get refueled, and had to basically completely tow. We had to tow, and we lost 3 minutes, and then we got back to the car, and then we got fuel. So stuff like that happens, and you're never really prepared for all of it. But in the end, you just try to not damage the car and mitigate anything that is thrown toward you.
Well, all 24-hour races have twists and turns and trials and tribulations, and you guys seem to navigate them well and bring it home on the podium. So great having you guys with us, and hopefully we'll see you at the Nürburgring in October.
Thank you very much, and we absolutely intend to be there.
So,
Great.
commentary team, I'm gonna leave you to wrap up. You've done an amazing job. Thank you so much for your work, and I look forward to reconvening in a few months' time at an even tougher track.
Yes, absolutely. That was a great event here at the Circuit de la Sarthe, and very much looking forward to the next one. And Brad, on behalf of everyone involved in this event, we'd also like to thank you for all your support that you've given to the drivers, the teams, and everyone behind the scenes to help make this happen. It's been great to have your support here. And thanks very much for joining us here in the commentary box.
Thank you.
Brad Philpott there. And Luke, keen to get your final thoughts here as we reflect and prepare to end the event.
Yeah, it's just been an absolutely fantastic event, a fantastic race, so many good performances. I think, very, very wise from Wolfgang there, talking about, sort of in the heat of the moment. Yes, there was the protesting with what happened in the PSR, but in the end of the day, it was just tough racing. I think race control did a good job trying to keep a lid on quite a few things, because I imagine there were quite a few drivers getting heated in the protest chat, and it wouldn't surprise me if Rich got a few heated DMs as well. But yeah, a very good race. In the end, IBEC, I think, worthy winners, recovered very well from their performance from early on and from their issues early on, kept their head down, didn't buckle under what was quite big pressure coming under them, especially in the final few laps. Lion GP really started to put the hammer down. A lot of teams will have ifs, buts, and maybes, but they've just got a chance to go again in October, probably, for the next event. Slightly different at the Nürburgring, because if it goes ahead, it will be GT3s and GT4s, and will, I believe, be a 12-hour race. So slightly different scenario, but should be just as exciting.
Yes, absolutely. Luke, thank you very much for your company. And that's it from us at the M4EM 24 by Missed Apex podcast. It's been great to have you with us at this event. Congratulations to all of the teams for their efforts. Big thanks to everyone behind the scenes for your hard work and support as well. We look forward to seeing you again at another broadcast very soon.